Oh, that was a
Yeah.
good one too. So yeah, welcome to All Events Monthly number 4, everybody. I've got
Number
this.
four.
My name is Ellervated. I'm your host, and with me today I have the Detecting Zone. Hello, John.
Hey, I'm the Detecting Zone. I also stream here on Twitch, but I don't speedrun. I stream various, I guess, RPGs, and I talk about metal detecting all the time, nonstop. That's all I talk about on my channel.
Haha. Hell yeah. Cool. Well, thanks for being with us, John. It's possible that we'll have another special guest today. Balmung Oni might be
Ooh,
popping in later, so that would be cool. If
that would be
someone
awesome.
pops in, then that's it should be Oni. Um, yeah. So we'll get started. Today, I'm about to hand it over to John, but I was just gonna say that a few people, Furby guy, thank you. Like a week or a month or so ago, Furby guy unlocked the uh, name the hammer.
Hmm.
So we'll be doing that, and then John, you unlocked two really cool ones: killing Deathbringer 2 and obtaining the Golden Seed, which is the very first time we're gonna ever do that
Yeah, and I'm just
on
gonna
live on
apologize
stream.
in advance for that.
Yeah, so that is gonna be sweet. Those are our channel rewards that were unlocked today, so that'll be fun.
And didn't you
And
also get to name the pet?
we could totally name the pet. Yeah, who? Oh, I'm sorry. Turbo Gilman
Hmm.
unlocked name the weapon, and
Oh,
Furby guy unlocked name the pet. So
did
yes,
you
so
write down what
pet.
names they wanted,
Yeah,
or?
yeah, everything's there in the Discord.
Okay, quick.
The pet is Joe Mama, which is hilarious.
That makes
And
sense.
then the weapon is like Auric Quake or something. It's there in the
Hmm.
Discord. And then of course we're gonna go with a default name. There's so many cool default names.
Yeah, I mean, I sometimes like scroll through them, and after a while they start repeating. I think there's like a list somewhere stored in the game's data that it like scrolls through and like randomly gives you.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's pretty cool.
cool. Alrighty, well, without further ado, John, I'll have you count us down. I'm just trying to think
Cool.
if we've forgotten anything, but I think that's it.
Um, well, this is gonna be the last All Events Monthly. This is just for fun. There's a timer up there, but it's not really for like speed run purposes. It's not like to get world record or anything. Just wanted to put that out there. This is for fun. We're gonna be doing a lot of extra stuff, and hopefully, it'll get more interest in this game and in the run. So yeah, let's start off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Awesome. And so the very first thing the game usually has you do is place the home down. And the home is part of the land creation system. The mailbox creates the home. And the map that Elevated makes is very specific because you need certain mana levels on certain places to unlock certain events. And so he's going to be very careful with his map placement. Actually, within this past month, the map placements have changed. Lemur has been working on incorporating skips that have been found into the all events, and also Mecha Link has been working on actually very diligently working on trying to get like the levels of certain bosses that are annoying as low as possible, and also creating better weapons so that we can go through the game a bit faster.
Yeah, shout out to Lemur and to you, John, and to Mecha Link for all the work the last few months. Or actually the last few weeks. Actually, it's been the certain changes have happened in the last few days, even.
Yeah, it's still a work in progress. I do think that there might be ways to make things faster as well. I was thinking about, when you go into Feig, that'll tie up Mephians, and then you can go into the principal's office during Lucky Clover whenever, without having to worry about the day. and then maybe go into Feig and then finish that quest. I'm not really sure. I'm still in the works of like thinking about that quest. But the very first thing L does when he wakes up is, oh, he's going into his memory card. Looks like he's going for a chocobo today, which is awesome. I completely forgot about the chocobo. But then he's going to set his abilities, and ST's abilities are extra things that you can do in battle, like movements, sort of lunge attack, lunging, spinning, defending. And STs are special techniques. They take longer to charge than abilities do, but we set them up early on because within the first few minutes of the game, we're going to be in battles, and depending on what abilities you have, you can learn new special techniques or new abilities. So he's going to try to get, I think it's Counter-Strike as early as possible, and also learn a few STs for the hammer. The color blocks that he's placing down creates sort of the first town in the game. It's Domina, and so Domina always has to be placed very close to home. And so usually the shops are the lowest they can possibly be in Domina. If you didn't have to place Domina close to home, I'm pretty sure we'd be putting dungeons there, because the closer things are to home, the lower level the enemies are. As soon as we enter, we see two NPC characters, Elazul, who will be taking with us on our quest, and Duel, who knows so much about battling. He sort of like teaches you things. And we also bump into Niccolo here on the way into the bar to speak to Elazul. This first Elazul quest is he's looking for somebody. He's looking for Pearl, and this girl who works at the bar, Rachel, apparently knows where she is and has an item that will help us to find her. So she's going to give up that item, which is the jade egg, and Elazul's going to join a party, but only temporarily. And the reason is that we don't want to do Lost Princess first. In this route, we have figured out a skip to do Lost Princess a lot faster, and so we're going to hold on to the jade egg, and we're going to ditch Elazul here for Niccolo. Niccolo is going to give us another ST. Niccolo has a problem where there are bandits on the Luon Highway, where he needs to go to the Luon Highway, I guess, to make trades or to travel, and he's afraid because of the bandits, so you're agreeing to help him out. And that starts the very first quest, Niccolo's Business Unusual, and that's going to be the first quest that we do here. We still need the artifact for the Luon Highway, and Elazul is very persistent. When you ditch him, he always tries to rejoin your party, so you kind of have to deny him multiple times. So the person who has the artifact is actually Niccolo, but he doesn't give it to you until you speak to Tipo. He tries to sell it to Tipo first. Tipo is another, he's a non-playable character who is involved with many of the events. He's actually a construct that was made in Geo, and there are multiple Tipos in the world. You could also see Mark sitting down, who's part of, I think, just one event, Rachel, that is, and we'll be talking to him later on in the playthrough. Sweet, so we're getting out of home as quick as possible, and we're going to be placing the wheel, which makes the Luon Highway pretty close to home, just on the other side of home. And because we have like a starter weapon, our attack power isn't that high. The Mantis Ant, while not being one of the longest battles, is a bit annoying just because of how long it takes to kill him, like how many power cancels it would take to kill him. And so we're going to go in, and it's basically a straightforward trek to get to the Mantis Ant. I think the general convention is like if you can ditch Elazul, get Niccolo, and beat the Mantis Ant in about under 940, then you're good in terms of timing for speedrunning. 930 would be like ideal, but 940 is still good. So let's talk about enemy drops, because we have started the battles here with these rabbits, and enemies can drop different things. The blue crystals are experience points, and they'll help the character level up, like Elezo just leveled up there. The little coins are lucre, which is the currency in the game. And there's a few times that we'll be buying things in the game early on, especially within the first 2 hours. But then after that, we're not going to need lucre much. They could also drop candies or chocolates, and those help increase your HP. They're kind of useless because your HP resets every single time a battle's over. They can also drop items, and most of the items are what we call secondary materials. They are items that you would use for tempering or for like seeds that you would either use for tempering or growing fruits and vegetables and stuff. Sometimes they drop weapons and armor as well, like that Chapman hood usually drops the Elder Bow, and there he goes. He dropped the Elder Bow. Awesome. These Lullabuds drop seeds too, and because Elevated is going to do the Trent quest to get the golden seed, basically the Trent, it's not really a quest, it's sort of like a side thing where if you feed him enough fruits, he'll give you this seed. He's going to need as many seeds as he can get. He just learned Super Slugger, so he's setting up his ST, Super Slugger, Blammo. He's changing his abilities to learn different abilities. Again, he wants as many battles to count towards these abilities as possible because he wants to learn everything as early as possible to have an easy time later in the game. And that brings us up to the bandits here on the Luan Highway. So the bandits are just two Robin Hoods. It's pretty funny that...
Yeah, we got our money back.
yeah, Niccolo picked it up. Yeah, so these two Robin Hoods, it's pretty funny that they use them. If you have a Saga Frontier 2 save on the card, you can actually see them again before fighting Deathbringer 2. Again, this Mantis Ant takes a little bit. We'll be seeing another version, sort of a color palette swap of him way later in the run. So this is something we should talk about. The Mantis Ant did it ST, and Elevated automatically went into his own ST. The reason is that the STs in this game do give you a certain amount of invincibility, so on top of not being hit by the Mantis Ant, you get to then hit the Mantis Ant with a very strong, sort of powerful move. And yeah, instead of wasting the time, like just waiting for the ST to finish, that's generally the tactics used in speedruns. And it looks like Elevated's going to hit the 9 minutes 30 seconds mark here. So, Niccolo is trying to charge, I think, 300 for all of these items that he's giving you. You didn't have enough, so he kind of made a comment about that, saying about how he thought mercenaries have money, but oh well, you don't have enough. Here you go anyway. Um, he kind of making comments on like how poor you are. So 9 minutes 45 seconds. It's not too bad. Not too bad.
Accidentally split. Huh?
Yeah, it's all good. I saw that the time sort of froze for a quick second. It like turned blue, and I was like, ah, what happened? What happened? So the next quest he's going to do is Monster Corral. This is a pretty easy quest, but before he does Monster Corral, he's going to pick up Dana in the Mana Blessings Inn. Dana is going through some conflict. Her friends are having problems, and she wants to seek the wisdom of one of the wisdoms actually, and so to ask for his advice. His name is Gaius, and that starts up the Wisdom of Gaius quest. But we're not going to complete Wisdom of Gaius first. We're actually going to go to the outskirts of Domina to set up our pets. And because he looked at the Final Fantasy VIII memory card save before doing this quest, it should be a Chocobo. We can tell by the type of egg it is. So the different eggs have different characteristics. So they're bird eggs, they're beast eggs, they're demonic eggs, aquatic eggs, all different types of eggs based on what category the beast is, the pet is that's going to hatch from it. So we see that this is a bird egg, so it's definitely going to be the Chocobo. Now here, Duel gives Diceberry, Bell Grapes, Citrus Squid, but El really only wants to use the Diceberry, and if he has to, maybe some meat to try to get this egg. The reason is that the other items he needs them for, and yeah, he didn't have any meat in his inventory. That was actually a pretty good Monster Corral. The other items he needs them for a quest later on called Pee Wee Birdie, and the beginning of the game is a lot of it is getting the items that you need to complete Pee Wee Birdie all the way at the end of the run, which is going to be about 7 or 8 hours from now. So yeah, Duel's just explaining the mechanics of pets. Basically, you capture eggs using items in your inventory. They come here, eventually they'll hatch, and you can only hold 5 pets slash eggs at a time. And after that, if you don't want one, you'd have to sell it to Jennifer, who would come and evaluate the pet, and that finishes Monster Corral. So now we're on to the third quest, which is Wisdom of Gaius. We already have Dana, and this quest actually gives us a very important item. After we speak to Gaius, Dana will give us a forbidden ring. If you're playing this game casually and you'd like to rate your pets or any NPCs, the forbidden ring is useful because it gives you the ability to share experience with your pets and NPCs. But we're going to use it to sell it because it gives us 3,000 lucre, and it'll help us obtain the items we need, both for tempering and some hammers, and even items that we might need for Pee Wee Birdie as well. Let's speak a little bit about Dana. She uses nunchucks to fight, and you can tell when she runs around, she sort of has like cat-like qualities. She'll like run on all fours. This Chocobo is trolling. She'll run on all fours instead of like running normally, which is just so cool of an animation. You can see her, how she runs around on all fours. If you speak to her during Nicolo's business, Nick will say that he likes cats, and yeah, it's just a pretty interesting scene. So here we have Dana speaking to Gaius, and he's basically going to tell her to, let her friend Matilda do what she wants, and Dana should do what she wants without interfering with Matilda, and just be accepting of that. Dana doesn't really want to accept that because Matilda is sick and dying, and she's just accepting that fate. Interesting to note that usually at the end of quests, characters walk off, but Dana just blips out of existence there, and it's pretty funny just to see that. Like, you get the forbidden ring, she disappears into nothingness, and then the quest ends. Now, for one of the first quests, I guess, in the Jumi storyline, this is like a necessary quest for as soon as you enter Flame of Hope. As soon as you enter Gaudo Grodos, you have to do this one. Ellervated stopped off home to pick up 100 lucre because he's going to need the money to buy a hammer in Gaudo. When he leaves home, he also starts the Little Sorcerer's quest. This is automatic, and he's also going to fight some Lullabuds down in the mana orchards of his home as well. Now these 4 mana orchards these 4 Lullabuds are sort of like interfering with the growth of Trent, and so it's a little bit of weeding that needs to be done so that we can grow some fruits back here. The most important thing is to at least have 1 seed with you. Ellervated usually gives 1 and then exits out, but I would say if you can, give as many seeds as you can, except for 1, because you need 1 to temper with, and that'll help us a lot on the quest to get the golden seed. Basically, to obtain the golden seed, you need to pick up, I think it's 50 or 60 pieces of fruit. And the best way to do that would be to give him 4 seeds each time, and to pick all the fruit before you give him the next batch of 4. So it looks like you have 2 big seeds.
So I'm gonna save that 1 until I guess I just wanted to make sure I had one for my temper.
Okay,
I
cool.
literally only had 2 seeds.
I think you had
But
2 big seed and a long seed, but yeah, it's cool. I
oh, my
completely
bad.
understand.
But after that, I'll
Yeah,
start feeding it what 4?
sounds good. Yep, 4 each time. After you've like farmed everything, because if you have like one thing still left to be farmed, Trent will tell you these seeds won't produce all the fruit that they can because there's just no space on the vine for them. So you really want to give 4 once you've completely cleaned house, basically, in Trent's backyard, in Trent's orchard, I should say. So yeah, we're entering Gato and we're starting up the Flame of Hope. The Flame of Hope is going to be done normally, right? Except for the fact that like any normal speedrunner will do it, except that we're going to also um, go into the store and buy ourselves a better hammer. The hammer is not going to be used much. We're going to use it for this quest. I think there's only one battle in this quest. We're going to use it for all the quests in Summer Loving and in Drowned Dreams. I believe we buy a new hammer. So basically, just for 2 quests, we'll have this iron hammer, but it does save time because it is going to be a upgrade. It will have a greater attack.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely help.
Yeah, so what's going on in this storyline? This Sproutling seems to be having an issue. He has a popo bug, I guess, stuck within his leaves, and it's bothering him. He just can't sit still. It hurts, and he wants to get rid of it. But apparently, getting rid of it might also mean hurting the Sproutling more, or possibly killing it. The popo bug heals people, and so for Matilda, who is sick, or no, not for Matilda, who is Ruben's trying to help out? Diana. For Diana, who has been turned to stone, he wants to use it to heal her, but he won't go through the Sproutling. He won't hurt the Sproutling to do it, and so Sandra is trying to make him get it. He's refusing, and so she's just gonna basically grab it herself. That's basically the like most of the story here, except for the shocker. She also kills Rubens and grabs his core. So this quest involves a lot of back and forth following the Sproutling between the beginning, where you saw him standing there with the nun, to now he's here back on the cliff terrace with Rubens and the nun. The nun's telling this poor Sproutling she'll help him, and she's calling Rubens over. The Sproutling's passing out from pain. Go ahead. He says he won't do it because he's not going to revive his sweetheart this way. Because he doesn't want to hurt anyone. He's very, very kind-hearted, actually pretty decent, and it's kind of messed up what happens to him. We're going to be entering Gato a lot during this run, just because of a lot of the fairy quests deal with uh, events happen in Gato, and also we have a few Niccolo quests here in Gato as well. I think this is the first time we see the Inspector. Inspector Boyd has received a letter that someone is after the Flame of Hope. He knows it's Sandra, and he thinks that she's trying to steal like the light inside the church, or like a fire or something inside the church. We see that poor nun there is on the floor, not because someone hurt her. It was just a Sproutling sort of banged into her while he was running around, so she's fine. We'll just leave her on the floor. And on this terrace again, we finally see sort of the end of Ruben's here with Sandra. and in rather dramatic fashion, she sort of takes his core, or at least hurts him. She damages him enough that he's like passed out. I think she grabs his core in just a second. There you go. Of course, Inspector Void, who now sees what happened to Rubens, is it's very upset. He uses this animation all the time. He's always one step behind the bad guy in this game, and so he gets upset a lot. After talking to Rubens, we automatically get transported to the church here in Gato. I just want to take a second to appreciate the artwork here. The angels close to the ceiling, and the two angels that are sort of forefront on the left and right sides here on the bottom of the screen. The hand-drawn artwork, I think, is just amazing in the game, and as well as the music. So now we kind of have to make our way all the way to the dungeon area of Gato, to where there's a huge Cancun bird all the way on a cliff, basically opposite of where the town is. On the way, we're going to sell the Forbidden Ring and buy a few items, namely the Tapo Cotton, which we need for the Pui Birdie quest, and a Windstone, which we need to temper with. We're also going to head into the weapon shop here in Gato and buy the Iron Hammer. I was a quick total auto, and I actually really like the idea of selling the Forbidden Ring because when you total auto, it doesn't give you the ring assigned, so you don't have to unassign it later. So that helps out.
Yeah, I like that too.
It's nice and clean.
Yeah.
So you just clip past the Moldy Goo here. That's not a battle that we have to do. There's just enough space to sneak by him. And we're going to enter this battle with the skeleton and the two slimes. We can see that this hammer does a lot more damage to these enemies than the original bronze hammer was doing to even the lullabuds and rabbits on the highway. This is the only battle that we need to do for this quest. After that, we're going to continue to make our way in front of the waterfall here, and then up to the highest heights of this cliff to where the Cancun bird rests. And then we get to see the end of the quest here with the nun revealing that she's in fact Sandra, mwahaha, and she's going to take flight on the Cancun bird. She had grabbed the popo bug off of the sproutling, and he's all of a sudden aware that he's okay. Like, it hurt when they removed it, but he didn't die. He's fine. So it is horrible. Another Jumi was murdered, and Sandra got away with not only his core, but also the popo bug. We got a few artifacts and items there, and that ends the Flame of Hope. So 4 down, 68 to go. The pace is pretty good. We're going to do a few placements of artifacts. We're going to place down the Torch of Coral, which makes Medora Beach. Also, the Jade Egg, which makes the McKiff Caverns. And then we're going to enter Medora Beach to do Summer Loving Quest. Summer Loving Quest is sort of an offshoot quest. You see the character David a few times, but it doesn't really relate to too much else in the story other than just opening up Medora Beach and an excuse for you to fight a pretty cool boss, Full Metal Haggard. A few important things to note about this quest. Ellervated has to step on at least 20 crabs so that he could do the buried treasure quest later in the game. We see here David and Valerie, I believe her name is, and Valerie is sort of talking about an egg that she has. She mentions it offhand, and David is talking about his dreams of being a pirate and sailing the seas. And so they really have different ideas about life and what they want to do with their lives. And you know, that's basically what we see. Valerie runs off, and David chases after. Another thing to note here, I think this is where Counter-Strike is learned, the ability Counter-Strike. So he had Counter-Attack already equipped in the ability, so as soon as he learns Counter-Strike, we're going to want to switch to a different ability, and that ability Counter-Strike is what we're going to use on many of the stronger enemies in the game. There you go. I didn't think it was going to be that fast. So we're switching to Spin, because Spin helps us deal with groups of enemies a lot more effective than just regular power canceling. And Counter-Strike, we're mainly going to use it for enemies with pretty high HP, so that we can just window their HP a lot faster. We see here he's stepping on more crabs, trying to get to those 20 that he needs. I think in the first screen he stepped on like 6 or 7, and here he stepped on like another 6 or 7. So he should be somewhere between 12 and 14, I believe. Those Sahagins, like many demi-humans, when you kill them, they just release a ton of experience all over the place. The hope is that they release an item so that you can just pick it up quickly and be on your way, because when the experience comes out of a Sahagin or a Narcissus or a Chabin Hood or a Succubus, it's really like a huge mess to clean up. We have another pretty fun enemy here, the Big Baby. The Big Baby has an annoying tendency to sort of play with you as if you were a beach ball, and it sort of stuns like your character for a little bit. There you go. I think that's just about all the crabs he needs. If not, he'll probably step on one more. We have the Pincher Crab and the Tesla here. Tesla sometimes drops electricity, which is a fun little item in tempering. It adds a plunge attack onto hammers. We won't be adding any plunges, but yeah, I don't think it's used for much else. It has a little bit of energy, but nowhere near a glow crystal, so you would never use it for its energy gain. We have a Sea Jack enemy here. The Medora Beach enemies are kind of unique. Even the bosses, like the Full Metal Haggard and the Tropicalo boss later, they just look really, really amazing. There you go, the one last crab, and then he's on his way to fight Full Metal Haggard. The Full Metal Haggard boss is a common boss in the Mana series. I think from the very first game, Final Fantasy Adventure, there was a version of Full Metal Haggard. Definitely there was a version of him in Secret of Mana and in Trials as well. And in the remake, there's a version of him in Dawn of Mana as well. So Elevated started with his ST, and now he's just going in with power cancels and plunge attacks. If Full Metal Haggard manages for some reason to pull off another ST, which it looks like he's going to do, yeah, the tactic is to get away from the area of effect and then do another Super Slugger. And that should be close to killing him. So a few more attacks here, he'll be dealt with. Nice. That was a pretty clean Full Metal Haggard. Of course, the wish is to always get 0 STs, but 1 ST is not bad. So now we have finally the end of the quest, where David is you know, doesn't want to leave Valerie alone because he thinks that there's a baby and an egg on the way now. He kind of wants to be there, but Valerie just tells him that it was a joke, something offhand that she said. It wasn't real. She's just daydreaming, and that he should go off and be a pirate and follow his dreams. And just like that, David leaves Now, the important thing here is that we check in with that little crab that's doing this weird little dance, I don't know, with his hands, and just to make sure that we have stepped on 20 crabs, at least 21. That's more than enough. And then we'll talk to Valerie, who'll give us the rusty anchor and the moon's mirror. So it's interesting to note that the rusty anchor is actually the where David ends up, right? It is the wait, no, that's the rusty anchor is Palpata Harbor. What am I talking about? I thought it was the pirate ship. The pirate ship is the pirate's hook. So yeah, it's another area with water, the harbor. Elevated is placing a few lands now. The Tower of the Aries being one of the most important for what's going to happen very soon.
Yo,
And also
Lemur and
he's
Mecha
going
said to
place,
swap tablet and jungle, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
the jungle from the medallion, the ancient tablet, which makes the Mindus ruins, and I think the rusty anchor, which he just got, which makes Popata. There's a few different lands that we have to set up for the following quest that we're going to do. And again, they've all been placed in such a way that the dungeons here have very low land levels, and they're all like grouped around the home, sort of as close as we can get them without interfering with other things that we want to do later. Entering Palpata to start a new quest. This one's called Drowned Dreams, and it sort of continues the Jumi storyline a bit with the chorus and all that jazz. So the people of the inn, the people that work there, say that they've seen ghosts, and so something's going on here, something weird, and we need to get sort of what's his name, Boyd. We need to get Boyd on the case to figure out what's going on with these ghosts. What is the mystery happening here? We're going to take this opportunity to buy a silver hammer, which is going to be an upgrade to the iron one, and so the flowerling all the way on top is the weapon store. And he's also taken this opportunity to set the counter-strike ability. There's not a boss in this area or any enemies for this specific quest, but for the next one there is. Just 1 second, L. I have a call from a family member. I'm just gonna take it real quick.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Sorry about that. That was my mom invited me to New Jersey. Um,
Nice road trip.
yeah, I told her I couldn't go today. She's just, like the closest. There's no Walmart in New York City. Like we have Kmart's, but we don't have a Walmart, and I don't know why. But she likes to go to Walmart, and the closest one is in New Jersey, and so she's asking to go. If I needed anything from Walmart, I could go with her. I just said no. I'm fine sheltering in place and not being in public. I have no problem staying at home. um, so yeah, you saw Toma in the restaurant after speaking to him on the ledge of Palpata and making your way to the outside of the hotel. We have Inspector Boyd. You told him to suspect Toma because he had, I guess, blue eyes or something like that. And so he's giving him the card, his business card, as a inspector, as a detective. And now we're actually really close to finishing up this quest. You just have to go down and speak to Toma one more time in the lounge area of the hotel. And we see a few characters here. We see the basket fish, we see Inspector Boyd, and we see Vivanchi, who's dancing around. The fish is the one who has the blue stone, the blue Jumi core, that which they call the blue eye, and he actually got it from the bottom of the ocean, I suppose, because the ship here uh, was sank by a harpy, by a siren. And so that's Elle just, flying around singing, do what sirens do. Unfortunately, her singing also causes all the soldiers on the ship, the soldiers of Deathbringer's army, to fall asleep and the ship to crash. And that also caused the death of Toma's brother, who I assume also had blue eyes and who was a Jumi, because he was in possession of the blue eye, I suppose. And so the blue eye was stolen. By who? Well, we could all guess. It's probably Sandra. She's at it again. So now we're going to do a little bit of a detour before we go into do Lost Princess. We're going to enter and exit the Tower of Lieres, and we get to appreciate the artwork here on the top right. There is a moon, and we get to see just how tall and overpowering and this tower is compared to the size of our characters. It just shoots straight up into the sky in the middle of nowhere. It's sort of like a forested area. I get to appreciate the artwork of these bird statues. Pearl is there, patiently waiting, probably lost again. And the reason that we enter and exit this tower at this point is because it triggers the boinks to appear in McKiff Caverns, which is just next door. And so when we enter McKiff Caverns, we get to skip two battles, lots of loading screens. We get to just go straight down to the bottom of the cavern to fight the Duink. It's also nice to do this a bit later by ditching Elazul, because Elazul is no longer in your party to stop you when you enter McKiff Caverns. I think he makes a comment and then takes a few extra seconds to gain control of the character again. So it's nice to enter the caverns without him around. So we have two mushrooms here, which are not really cooperating. If they hit elevated while he has his hammer straight up, that would lead to a counter strike, which I think is one hit kill on these mushrooms, but they weren't really falling for the bait. The Duink actually kicks a lot more than the mushrooms do, so we'll be able to counter strike him a lot more and hopefully have a 4 counter strike battle here, maybe 1 punch attack in the beginning. It's 1, 2, 3, and he usually does one more kick. 4, perfect. That was actually a perfect Duink right there. Could not ask for much more. He didn't get hit. He didn't get an ST off. He kicked on time every single time. And then we have Pearl, who we just saw in the Tower of the Ares. How she got here so fast, nobody knows. Elazul comes up and he's asking Pearl, if she's all right. Yes, she is. She's right there. And he also he sort of accuses us of doing something to Pearl, of being after her core. I don't know why he would think that we were Sandra, or maybe he's heard rumors of someone being after Jumi cores, or it's something that just happens. People go after the Jumi cores, and he thinks that we're one of these people. But yeah, it's not us. We're actually we help defend her, right? Because she's wandered off into the Dwink's lair. So after this, we're going to do Fairies, Light, and Lumina. This quest is annoying for people who play casually because you kind of have to learn a whole new language. Before we do that, though, we're going to place some artifacts: the Stone Eye for Lake Kilma, and the Firefly Lamp for Lumina. So yeah, after the Firefly Lamp is placed, we're going to be entering Lumina to start the Fairies Light quest. That quest is all the way to the right-hand side of Lumina, so Els is going to be making his way to the lamp shop where Monique, one of the sirens, is actually the proprietor or the owner. She's the one who makes the lamp and runs the shop. So we're going to go over to her, talk to her, and that'll trigger the quest to start. So while we're talking to her, Gilbert comes in and confesses his love to Monique. And she says that if she leaves, they'll starve to death because she doesn't have money. She has to sell the lamps. And he offers to sell the lamps for her. So we're going to exit the shop and talk to Gilbert. And apparently he had no intentions of selling the lamps himself. He's going to take care of 3 of them, and he wants us to sell the other 3. So we're going to have to find people in the village to sell these 3 lamps to. Unfortunately, the people don't know the same language we know, so we kind of have to learn a whole new language. And to do that, we're going to talk to the bartender on the 2nd floor of this tavern, the Mischievous Spirit Tavern. And he's going to translate what the Dudbear language means in our language. The good thing about this is that because speedrunners, they memorize everything. We don't have to know what it means. We just have to go through the motions of choosing the right options to sell these lamps. And then each time a lamp is sold, we get 1,000 lucre. The lucre that we get here will be used to buy items. We're not going to give the lucre to Gilbert. We'll still be able to complete the quest without that, but it's kind of more important that we get things like Visal Gold and glow crystals. So we're making our way all the way down to the mineral shop, and here we're going to buy Visal Gold and 4 holy waters. I didn't quite catch how much money he had. Usually you have to sell a little bit more to get a glow crystal, but sometimes you don't. It depends on what you had, how lucky you were with the drops, how many of the money drops you've picked up along the way. It's not entirely random, but just about is the last Dudbear that we need to sell a lamp to. And then the the weapon shop is just above there. I think it has a funny name. Yeah, Heartbreaker Jessica's gem shop, where we could get the he has to sell a lot of things there, but that's where we get the glow crystal. It's just the last item we need to make our temper, well, our primary temper of our weapon. So upon talking to Gilbert again, he says, "Oh, you've used some of the money, but it doesn't matter. Love is the only thing that matters now." So he's gonna go in and tell her the great news that he sold, the lamps. Obviously, we did most of the work, but so they're gonna exit the shop and they're gonna go out onto a little cliff close to the shop just to talk. Um, there's a bit of a musical here where they're talking about their lives and their dreams. Gilbert is playing his instrument. The siren is singing as they do. surprising that the dub bears aren't all falling asleep, but it's all good. And apparently Gilbert wants to go out and see the world, and Monique just wants to stay here, do what she loves, which is make lamps, sell them to the people. And they realize that their dreams are not in sync. She can't stay here and explore the world with Gilbert, and Gilbert doesn't want her to be locked up in a shop. He wants, maybe for her to give the shop to the Dud Bears and let them do all the work. So they have to split up. A little bit of you know, the sad scene there. Monique confesses that she's a little depressed, but the Dud Bears that we sold the lamps to, they're gonna come in to tell her how much they like the lamps, and so that should cheer her up. And that ends the Fairies Light quest. It also gives us a few artifacts: the Trembling Spoon and the Sand Rose. Lazy guy, how you doing? Oh, you
Hey,
recognize
lazy
my
guy.
yeah, I commentate. I don't even know. Yeah, commentary. I give commentary for Ellervated's All Events Monthly, where he plays through all the events of Legend of Mana. He actually does extra stuff too. Today he will be naming the pet, naming the hammer, and fighting Deathbringer 2, and also obtaining the Golden Seed. And so these are extra things that were redeemed through the points on his channel, the channel points. I think he calls them mana. Yeah, people redeemed mana to get these extra things unlocked in this monthly all events. So yeah, the very next thing that's gonna happen is mind your own business. So after placing down the underworld and the sand rose, which made after placing down the trembling spoon, which made the underworld, and the sand rose, which made the Duma Desert, it's gonna enter into the Ulcan Mines and start this quest. This quest is important for two reasons. It gets watts available, so that we can eventually temper our weapon, and also it opens up the Dead Bear Express after you do this event, and so it allows you to warp to the bottom of the mines very quickly. Now, just as a routing aside, I was thinking to myself that it might be easier to do Reach for the Stars first. I know it's a little bit farther, but then you could just do Reach for the Stars, enter the Buccaneer, and then do Watch Drops the Hammer and Mind Your Own Business, like one after another, without having to wander the world map. But I'm not sure if that's exactly faster. I think it is, because you don't have to stop at Ulcan Mines twice. You just stop at Ulcan Mines once to do that. But that's a routing thing we'll have to talk about and test later. So these guys could be really annoying sometimes, these mole bears, but because of the new map placement, they actually have less levels. They're not as difficult to defeat, and Elevated, as soon as he entered the mines, had switched his counter strike for spin, which really helps out with these mole bears. We have a battle with 3 slimes here on our way to find Watts, who for some reason has left his shop. I think he's looking for something deep down in the mines, and unfortunately, oh wow, 3 item drops, that's lucky. The Spectre and the Hopping Ticks, these are a bit annoying. These Spectres take a bit to kill, and the Hopping Ticks just jump around sort of randomly, and so they're hard to pin down to hit. When you try to hit them, they're somewhere else because they've jumped around. There's a few enemies in the game that do that, and I'll point them out. The Dane Slaves do that, and the Sierra actually does that too. They have like abilities to jump and like do all these gymnastics. Again, 2 Hopping Ticks and a slime. Sometimes Elle uses a Blammo here, but I mean, they're mostly dead right now, so there you go. Yeah, again, this is one of the quests that are required because Watts is the person that teaches how to temper at the workshop at home. So to obtain Watts, you have to do this quest, and Watts drops a hammer. And as we enter to where Watts is, we see that there's a huge monster above us. This is Laban, and it is one of the worst enemies, bosses in the game. One of the reasons it's so bad, like for speedrunners especially, is because he can kill you very easily. What? He didn't fall off. That's weird. The right hand side offshoot self-destructs. You might have to, yeah. Self-destructs when it is cut off, and that self-destruct has the ability to automatically kill the main character at this level of the game, at this point. And so, yeah, it's really annoying. You have to be careful when you cut off that offshoot to hit it away or to get away from wherever it ends up landing. Oh, and if you leave it on for too long, it casts magic. Usually, I think Dryad or Aura magic, which takes up a bit of space. And so generally the tactic is whenever the right offshoot is there, you want to deal with it first, cut it off so it self-destructs, and then deal with the blue one on the left side, which you actually have to manually hit to defeat. He's actually doing pretty well here. I don't think any magic has been cast, and so that's pretty good. He wasn't able to do a plunge attack. If ever he finds himself in a situation where he cannot get away, L will do an ST like that Blammo that he just did, and that will give him frames of invincibility, which will protect him from the self-destruct of the right-hand side offshoot. Also, he was just lucky there that it also managed to hit the left side offshoot and knock it off, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, it was a pretty good fight. He didn't die. Anytime you do Laban and you don't die, great. And so now we have Watts basically unlocked. He's now in his shop, doing shop proprietor stuff. We also have Pokiel, one of the 6 wisdoms that are alive, that is gonna sing a poem about Watts, a song about Watts, about him striking his hammer. And yeah, Watts, our Watts, who hasn't done much really at all. And so Watts is like, what? He basically has no story. There's nothing going on with Watts, and so the song was like a bit lackluster. We still have a few more things to unlock at home before we will be able to temper. One of them is the instruments quest, and the way we unlock the instruments quest is to go into Doom Desert and to do Reach for the Stars. Reach for the Stars is the quest that unlocks the student that teaches us how to catch the mana spirits to give us coins and to make instruments. So we enter the Duma Desert. We speak to Kathinja here, who is having a bit of an issue. One of the other teachers who teaches at Geo, the school, I guess, for magic, or just a school, is it's having an issue because Mephians, the other teacher, has stolen a book of magic, and the book of magic is purported to have the ability to destroy the world, right? To bring down the stars and destroy the world. And he has taken his students to go off and do the spell. And so Kathinja here is trying to get her students to fight against him, to find him, to get the book and protect the world. And so we have to go off and do that. These students, if you talk to them in the first screen there to the right, they usually end up fighting each other, and the longer you stay, the faster they fight with each other. We don't have to talk to them. We can bypass them very easily, so that's what Elle did, and it just saves time. But if you're playing casually, the banter is really funny. Highly suggest you do that. You have a lot of easy enemies here, mole bears, and I'm not sure if Elevated still has spin. He's going to use it, I think, for most of the... Oh, sorry. He's going to use it for... I was going to say he was going to use it for most of this until the boss In the boss, he wants Counter Strike. Counter Strike is going to help him to defeat the two X-Beak bosses at the end of this quest. These students do block your way. Generally, going to the right of them is easier than trying to squeeze between the chest and the student that's slightly lower. That's really not enough space to clip. You can, it's just more difficult to get by them. We have two Skull Beasts and a Fierce Face here. L is saving up his Blammo for the boss here. Usually he can get a Blammo off with these guys, with the two Skull Beasts and Fierce Face, but yeah, he's saving it for the boss because the X-Beaks, there's two of them, and the best way to defeat them is to separate them and deal with them individually. If you have one in front of you that you're hitting and the other one behind you that's like throwing his beak at you and hurting you, it really doesn't help out to be getting attacked. And so Blammo will help separate them. So now these students have formed a roadblock, and you're gonna force your way through. Just gonna go through them, and yeah. Clipping by these students is always a little bit annoying because they've literally formed a roadblock. But if you just go left, right, back and forth, you're usually able to do it without a problem. So now that we've made it to where Mephians is, Cathinja shows up and asks if you're ready. This is a theme, we're going to see this a lot of times when we have battles that one of the NPCs would be like, okay, something's going on, are you ready? And it's like last chance to set up STs or anything that you want to fight the boss. So Cathinja is using his magic to push us back, and this is going to be the 2x-beak boss. Sorry, Mephians pushed us back, and Cathinja gets blown away. You can see how persistent they are with their attacks, especially there in the beginning, which is great for using Counter Strike. If they just keep on doing that beak attack, that small beak attack, yeah, they'll be killed pretty quickly. And I think they're programmed that when you're close, they're less likely to throw their beak out, and they'll more likely kick or use their beak attack, which makes Counter Strike the ideal strategy here for this boss. I think it's 4 or 5 Counter Strikes per axe beak. Alright, and as soon as we're done with them, Cathinja comes back, and we get to go back to where Mephians is. He's just about ready. She's telling him not to do it. And yeah, he's ready to do it. The greatest show of all time. So there's a few scenes which occur here on the world map. Some of the scenes, like this one, where we see that the stars aren't falling, but instead it's just a bunch of fireworks. Very nice little display. So this is one of a few scenes that occur on the world map. And that's the end of it. He's left with nothing to say. I guess that was pretty cool. And then you obtain the broken doll, which is the junkyard land. Before we go in to do Watch Drops the Hammer, which is our next quest, we're gonna just take a quick detour into the SS Buccaneer. And the reason to do this detour is because the Buccaneer opens up to pirates, and the pirates are going to steal Putty, which is a religious figure for the diggers. They basically praise this dog, who's just a normal dog, that Roger, a caveman that lives in the Elkin mines, dressed up. And so the pirates are going to do their schemes and steal him away. So without entering the Buccaneer, they're not part of the story, and so they can't do that. So, yeah. So this is kind of like the Tower of the Ares, where we went in and we just have to go out really quick. But unfortunately, you can't just leave the Buccaneer, you have to make your way through the ship and speak to the captain. And the captain's quarters aren't that far, they're just a few screens in, and the captain asks you if you like his ship or not, and uh, he lets you stay if you say yes, and if you say no, he says it's too bad, you're allowed to leave, and so that's what we have to do. Now we make our way up to the Elkin Mines, and we're going to talk to Watts again, where it is revealed that Watts has unfortunately lost his hammer. The trick to speak to Watts is that when you enter the shop, you have to mash X quickly. He's always there in the beginning first, but if you wait just like a quick second, he'll start hopping everywhere within the shop, like to different locations, and so it gets kind of difficult to track him down. Uh, so the trick to always talk to Watts quickly, like for speedrunners, is just to mash X when you go in. Elevated went back to the beginning of the Elkin Mines to use the Dead Bear Express, which brings him down to the Digger's hideout. Dead Bear grabs you and sort of runs down. We just witnessed Putty being kidnapped. Of course, the Dead Bears were sleeping, and we can also see that Watts' hammer is right there by the fireplace, so it's important to grab that so that we can finish the Watts' hammer quests as well. The Where's Putty quest is going to occur for quite some time, actually, because there's a lot of little things that we have to do. He's going to be in different places of the world, so we're going to be just leave that quest running while we're doing other things for a while. There you go, those two specters were brought down with a few spin attacks. We have this spring ball here. Spring balls are cool. Sometimes they could drop a Destiny dice or some other armor, which is cool to equip. It's not necessary for this run. Once you have the hammer, HP isn't really as much of a problem as how much damage can you output onto your enemies. We have 3 Mulbeers here, which are usually a bit annoying, but with this silver hammer, they just need 2 or 3 hits each. And so in the very beginning of the game, Elevated was using power cancels more than spin, and right now he's using spin more. The silver hammer sort of gives him the ability to use this faster move to kill these enemies. DPS wise, I still think power cancels are the fastest DPS, but when you have such a high attack on your weapon, it really doesn't matter. Doing 2 spin attacks is very quick and will kill groups of enemies faster. So he's sort of switching up tactics as the game goes, depending on what weapon he has on him. So that's the end of Watts Drops the Hammer. Now what we're going to do is we're going to head home and do a few of the tutorial quests. We're going to do 3 of them. There's 4 that you can do at home. So the Mana Orchards is the first one, and Elevated is going to grab all of the fruit, and I think he's going to grab all the fruit, and then give Trent any extra seeds that he has lying around. So we have boar melon. Let's see if I could name these guys. On top, I think that's a spiny lettuce, or
Is it needle something or other?
needle lettuce, right? Needle lettuce. Why did I think spiny lettuce? What the heck? So that ends the Mana Orchards. We still have 2 more tutorials that we have available to us at the home location. So we're going to spend a bit of time at home, actually. cornflower? Okay. Yeah, needle lettuce. There you go. Yeah, it's a bit annoying sometimes getting the fruits into the, there should be, yeah, that's fine. So we're gonna give two seeds. Any combination of two seeds is fine. So, um, eventually when you give seeds, Trent is going to, yeah, you have no seeds left, which is fine. Eventually when you give seeds to Trent, he'll be giving you seeds in return, and the number of seeds that he gives you depends on the mana levels, and so he'll give you seeds, like more plentiful seeds later. So heading into the workshop, we have Watts here, and the Tempering Quest is the first one that we're going to do. This quest is a little bit annoying just because the amount of talking that you have to do. It won't be over until you ask him all of the questions you can possibly ask him. And then Watts will give you a Minos Bronze and walk off. The issue is that you're sort of mashing X through his dialogue, and then you have an option to choose your own dialogue. And if you're just mashing X, you'll click continue and sort of lose your spot, your chance to do dialogue, and it just takes longer if you choose continue. He'll just tell you keep hammering, 1,000,000 strikes, keep hammering. That was actually really fast. You get the Minos Bronze, and he has a moment where he forgets if he gave it to you. If you say you didn't get it, he'll give you another one and then walk off. If you say you did, he'll just walk off. And so for speedrunning, saying that you did, Minos Bronze is what the first weapons in the game are made out of. And so it is really not that powerful. Re-entering the home, and he's going to enter the workshops again to do the third quest, the third tutorial quest, which is the magic quest. Basically, the student from Geo is going to show you how to obtain the spirit coins. And with the spirit coins, he's going to explain how to make instruments. And instruments are equipable items that you can put onto an ST slot, so that when you play the instrument, it performs magical attacks. So it's a pretty complicated magical system. They don't really tell you how strong the instruments are going to be until you make them, but it is based on what type of material that you use for the instrument, and also whether you use a gold coin or a silver coin. The mana spirit that the coin is associated with, that determines the type of magic. So these are wisps, and basically the whole point here is to play so that they come close, and then to go up and grab one of the wisps. The one on the right side will always stay for you to grab him during the tutorial. The tutorials in this game are so much more easy than actually like getting the the um the mana spirits to give you coins in the game. What's awesome is that the student trades 2 of the wisp silvers for aura silver and a salus silver, which are needed to make our weapon. So we're going to re-enter one more time just to forge our hammer. And the hammer that we're going to make, or attempt to make, is actually going to be a 170 hammer, I believe. 170 attack gold hammer. Elevated, you got the forge directions, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, just making sure. Because the hammer has switched around last time. I know there were issues during some of the runs where it didn't come out exactly the way we wanted it. So, bam. The very first thing, we're just gonna make a hammer, make a weapon out of gold, and then we need to temper it with different items. And the first items that we're going to use are the items to raise the mana levels. We're going to start off with a wind stone, and the wind stone is going to add Jin mana levels to the weapon. We're then going to attach a seed, which gives it Dryad. We gave all of our seeds to Trent. We could skip the seed. It's fine. God damn it. We could just skip the seed.
It sucks. We haven't got many seeds yet.
Yeah. We're just going to go for a 159 hammer in that case. So we're going to do the Aura Silver.
Hey, Utopic. Welcome. Balmung Oni might show up.
Yeah, and I'm the Detecting Zone. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, we'll see. This will be interesting because I never done exactly this temper in this way. You're happy to join the curse to run? That's funny. Dang, I didn't even think about the
Man,
seeds,
I don't even know what I'm doing today.
It's fine.
I'm completely thrown off by
Belgrapes.
not having a seed.
Yeah. The next is the Belgrapes. Yeah, Belgrapes, and then the 4 Holy Waters. And we're gonna cross our fingers and hope that it's 159. I think it should be because the Nymph of Dawn card doesn't. Well, if Wisp is entering now, yeah, the Nymph of Dawn card would be the next one to exit when you add the Cleric, which is, I think, here. So the Cleric enters. Utopic is asking if he could join the call.
I mean, I'm trying to focus right now, and I've already screwed this up.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. And that's it. $153, just a little bit lower than the normal hammer. But not too bad, yeah. In the end, instead of getting a 218 weapon, I think the weapon's just gonna be closer to 210. Yeah. That's not too bad. That'll get us through. So this next quest that we're doing is the Fallen Emperor quest. So in the underworld, basically going to grab Lark, and Lark has a pretty quick storyline. It's one of the quickest speed runs is to do the Dragon Quest, and he is stuck here in the underworld with Draconis. He is the Dragoon of Draconis who was relegated to the underworld by the other dragons and is trying to get out. And because Lark serves Draconis, he has agreed to get the mana crystal power for Draconis. Um, right now, this is sort of a test for us, the main character, to prove that we can help him in this journey to get the mana crystal powers. So we're going down to the depths of the underworld, and we're going to speak to Alban. Alban is the wisdom that lives down here, and the reason for speaking to him is that the underworld isn't completely opened up to us. There are a lot of doors that are blocked, masked off, and we basically need to be baptized in flames to open up the underworld, the depths of the underworld. And so we're going to ask him for permission, and he's going to grant it to us here. And we have to go to the baptismal chamber, which is one of the coolest looking places in the underworld here. It's basically this round room with this like open flame with souls or something coming out of it. When the shadows turn into like their other form, that's how they look, like these little soul circle things. And now that we've gotten the baptism of the flames, we're able to go anywhere in the underworld that we want. All the doors have opened up to us, and so we're going to follow the quickest path to the boss down here, which is Hitodama. Hitodama is the first boss for the dragon run, like in the dragon storyline. Here we have 2 cursed dolls and a succubus, and the succubus dropped the ribbon. What we were looking for is a baobab wood drop, because that drop will help us with Pee-wee Birdie later. If we don't get it, it's fine. We can always buy a baobab wood, but it's better if it drops off of a wooding or off of a cursed doll. We'll have plenty of opportunities, so these were only the first cursed dolls that we ran into. So now we have Hitodama, which is, again, the boss we have to defeat to prove our worth to Lark and to Draconis, that we can gather the energy from the mana crystals. And that fight actually was amazing. That was a no ST Hitodama. That's always what you want when you enter this cave, for just Hitodama not to automatically go into a ST and to kill him off right before he does. And there's Draconis, basically the dragon that Lark works for, and he's basically telling you that, you know, you're stuck here in the underworld. Your soul is now belongs to the underworld unless you help them out. That's the only way. So you can't really reject the offer, because then you're kind of screwed. And so once you accept it, it's also just faster to accept. Yeah, then you get to go on this journey with Lark, and Lark gives you the Skull Lantern, which is the very next place you need to go to do the Dragon Quest. We're not going to do it that way, though. There's a few things we want to do first, a few more tutorial quests, actually. One of them being the Infernal Doll quest. So we're going to enter the junkyard to be able to open it up and to be able to talk to Professor Baum, who has the Golemology quest that we need to do. So we're going to get that out the way by doing this Infernal Doll quest first. Now, this is a pretty interesting quest, because depending on the route you take through the junkyard, the areas that you can go into change. And so you have to take a very specific route to be able to finish this quest properly. If you change the route through the basically the way you enter and exit the areas of the junkyard, if you change that, then you won't really be able to complete the quest. You'd have to like leave the junkyard and come back in, or like take another route to figure it out. Um, of course, as this is a speed run, it's well documented and memorized the way to take. Interesting thing to note, when you fight the moldy goo and he's by himself, that's a good sign. If you fight a moldy goo with a shadow there, then you've taken the wrong route, and the very next room will not be the room where you fight off these four enemies. These four enemies being toys, by the way, so it's cool that the rocking horse changes into a chess piece, and the other jack-in-the-box changes into a polterbox enemy. Oh, hey, look, the crystal dropped a. I didn't see what kind of drop that was. It could have been a few different types of wood.
Unfortunately, it was a Hollywood.
Hollywood. Oh, okay. Yeah, it passed by very quickly on my screen, so I didn't get a chance to read it. So yeah, after that we have Professor Baum, or not. Yeah, Professor Baum's lab. We have to activate it by re-entering the junkyard and going all the way to where Professor Baum is, and talking to him. And he tells you that he had made this awesome, amazing golem that somehow escaped and is somewhere in the world. And he doesn't know where the golem is, and so we're just going to agree to find this golem for him. Actually, might be a good idea that Elle walked around a little bit. That helps the seeds to grow in Trent's vineyard too. So we're going to make our way out of the junkyard here, and we're going to go into the jungle. In the jungle, we want to complete hunting Ducat or Ducate quest, depending. I don't know how you would pronounce that. I always say Ducat, but yeah, we want to complete the hunting Ducat quest, but we also want to pay attention to when we kill the zombie enemies, and the reason is that these zombie enemies can drop a item that we need, that is the rotten meat. Uh, that's one of the items that we need for Pee Wee Birdie at the end. So I think after that, after those two, we're not really looking for anything else for Pee Wee Birdie. I know animal hides are important for the Pee Wee Birdie quest. I don't know exactly what quest gives you animal hides, but literally you've defeated so many mole bears, and they're like the most common drop for mole bears. So you definitely got one somewhere along the way. So the jungle, like the junkyard, changes depending on what route through it you take. The easiest way to prevent crazy changes is to get the sight, basically, from. There's a penguin hanging out in the junkyard, and so talking to this penguin will give you the ability to sort of see where you're going and navigate it easier. Wow, that was a very quick kill for those three enemies. So he casts a spell on you. He gives you the ability to see, basically, and that will cement the different routes through the jungle so that we can navigate it a lot easier without running in circles. So now what we're going to try to do is to look for Skippy and Hampson throughout the jungle area, and what they will do is lead us here to where Rosie Oddie is hanging out, and we need to speak to Rosie Oddie, and he'll tell us that we should be looking for the Ducat here in the jungle. It's important to talk to Rosietti and to not take that lower left exit, because not speaking to Rosietti would mean that the Ducat territory won't open up to us. And if we had mistaken, like, didn't speak to him or something and gone down here, we would be transported to the beginning, which is very annoying. But now it's convenient because we also have to get Hampson and Skippy to join us in looking for the Ducati, because it won't open that territory unless we speak to both of them a few times, actually. So that's the first one where we spoke to Skippy. Hampson should be, yep, right here in this area. So basically, we want to tell them that we're working with them, but we don't want them to know that the three of us are working together. So every time you speak to Hampson, you say work with him. When you speak to Skippy, you say work with him, but you don't want to say that you're working with the other one. So it's pretty easy because it's the first option. And now that they've both ran to the right, you run to the right, and that should enter the Ducat territory. Yep, Ducat's territory. And this is an opportunity to get a rotten meat here. Freaking tomato man, just out of reach. And you had killed him too? Like, nobody hit him after he attached to you. You had killed him before he attached to you, but because the animation had already started, it had to run its course. That's annoying. That's a nice tactic there with the spin. So yeah, the Ducat is the second of 3 large apes that we're going to fight here. The first was the Duink that we fought in the Makib Caverns during Lost Princess. And then the Tyrannos is the last enemy before. Oh, level up. Awesome. There's a little bit of animation as he comes into the screen, and again, just wowed by the artwork here on this enemy. Even like down to the way the shoes are, it just looks so cool. Cool use of Flammo, and then mini Ducats come and carry him away, similar to how mini Full Metal Haggard shuttled Full Metal Haggard in. You have Skippy and Hampson here, and they're basically looking to get paid for killing the Ducat. Unfortunately, Mr. Sotheby is a swindler. He's not going to, pay them everything. He's going to give you 500 lucre for helping out. Later on, we find out that they really don't have the expendable funds to be giving out to people because the person that he works for is actually sick and needs the money to buy medicine, but that's way later in the game. So after that, you get a few items, and that ends that quest. We're going to start the Little Sorcerer's quest, which brings us back to the town of Domina. So to get the Little Sorcerer's quest, you have to go all the way to the outskirts of Domina, where basically Bud and Lisa have overtaken a pumpkin patch, and they're planning to take over the world with pumpkins. It's sort of like a Pinky and the Brain thing going on. Lisa being the brain and Bud being just Buddy. These two sorcerers tend to use a lot of magic when they fight, and so killing them off. Wow, I didn't even explain that. Killing them off quickly is the best method in this fight, because if they start casting magic, it gets annoying. You have to like wait for the magic to run its course before you can hit them. But yeah, basically the way Elle did it by just smashing into them is the fastest way to get through that quest. So after Little Sorcerers, we return into Domina to do a few things. Well, actually, we go home to grab Bud. There you go. You go home, you grab Bud, and you start the Seven Wisdoms quest. And then afterwards, you go into Domina to finish off the second quest that we're going to do, which is Seeing Double. Which is the second quest that we're going to complete in Domina. So during the Seeing Double quest, we're going to be following our doppelganger around Domina, and this gives us a chance to get a lay of the land because we're trying to also trigger the Rachel quest at the same time. So the way to do that is when we go to the marketplace, we get to see um, if Jennifer is in the marketplace, and if she is there, we talk to her, and if not.
Sorry, everybody. I think maybe my Discord crashed. Something.
Not sure.
Oh, we're back. Are we back?
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah, I don't know what happens. Probably Discord. So I in-tasked Discord.
Okay, yeah.
And I think we're back up.
I saw that you had disconnected from Discord. I was talking the whole time. What I was saying was that in Seeing Double, you basically have to follow your doppelganger around, which gives you a chance to see if Jennifer is in the marketplace or not. If she wasn't, like she wasn't, when you pass by, then you get to go to the second floor of Mark's house to talk to him, which triggers the Rachel quest. And so now that that has been triggered, you also want to start to trigger the other quest with Diddle. And the way to do that would be to basically talk to Diddle and Capella here in the Park of the Mana Angel. And Diddle wanders off. L has this down to a science where he talks to Capella right away. He actually leaves the screen before Diddle does, so it's a little bit funny. And then going back and speaking to Capella is basically the way we trigger that quest. There's still a few more things we have to do. We have to come back into Domina to do just a few more things. But yeah, that's the way we trigger that quest.
John, are you there?
Yep.
Oh, good. I just was worried that I was having issues again.
No. I'm actually trying to deal with the Forge editor to see how I can get you back to 218. But it's all good. It's fine. 210 is not bad. So, yeah, you basically fight the version of yourself, the Shadow Zero, and that ends the Seeing Double quest. After that, it's a good idea to go back into Domina. He's gonna talk to Jennifer in the marketplace, and then to a few characters to trigger the Diddle Had It quest. And basically, since Diddle left, we have to figure out like where did he go. Actually, Diddle's letter is the quest that we're triggering, so we have to figure out where Diddle went. And we get information from a Sproutling. The Sproutling basically tells us that a bird took him, and the first bird that comes to mind is the Pee-wee Birdie. So we have to talk to the Sproutling, who tells us it's a bird. We talk to Pee-wee Birdie, who says it isn't her, and then she says, oh, but there's the pelican. And then we talk to the pelican, and then we know where Diddle went. So it's a bit of a convoluted way to start the quest, but yeah, it's how it's done. So I'm not a chicken, I'm a canary. This is hilarious. And so we go back to the outskirts of Domina to look for the Capella, who is basically explaining that Diddle probably just put a stamp on himself because he's clumsy, and the pelican probably mistake him for male. And upon giving the example of the pelican, of course, mistakes Capella for male, and so also takes Capella off. That triggers the Diddle's letter quest. We do have to talk to the pelican one more time to figure out where the heck did she take Diddle, and where did she take Capella for that matter. And so she says to the highway. She took them to the highway. So the only highway we know of is the Luon Highway. So we make our way there. It's a good thing we have Bud with us, because Bud is on a quest to speak to the 6 wisdoms. There are 7 wisdoms, but only 6 of them are alive. And so while we're in the highway, we're going to take advantage of the fact that we know exactly where Gaius is, and we're going to bring Bud to speak to Gaius to seek out his wisdom. That's later for Diddle's letter. Yeah, for now we're going to bring Bud a little bit on a tour to speak to a few of the different wisdoms. We have Oban here in the underworld, so we're just gonna make our way to Oban really quick, and then we're gonna exit the underworld through the shadow that's there. The good thing about this is that there's no battles in the underworld. We just go straight to Alban. He's a bit in there. We have to go through quite a few screens, but there's no battles that we have to worry about when bringing Bud to see him. And basically, when you
I've got to go to the bathroom so bad that I just made a huge mistake.
What happened?
I went to baptismal chamber instead of
leaving. It's fine. Hey, if you want to take a break, that's cool.
Yeah, maybe I should pop away real quick.
Yep. And that actually will give me time to see if I can figure out this whole holy water, weapon mess that we have going on here. More holy water. See, he does have a needle lettuce though. Let's see what the needle lettuce does. Where's the needle lettuce? Alright, so we're back. Now that we're back, Elle is going to speak to the Shadow again and tell him to take us back up into the surface. Then once we're on the surface, we're going to, I believe, head into the jungle to complete the Murmuring Forest event.
Hey, Decayed Bit, welcome.
Hey, Decayed Bit, how you doing? So jungle is on the far end of the map. So yeah, once we enter here, we basically are making our way to an area. We spoke to the psychokinetic flower link where we can speak to the penguin again. This will trigger the penguins appearing both near Rosiati. So both of the penguins are going to be close enough to Rosiati so that we can just tune in. Yeah, we're sort of doing 7 wisdoms and a few other quests at the same time. So we just spoke to Oban, and now we're going to take Bud to see Rosiati while we're simultaneously doing the Murmuring Forest quest. So what we have to do is speak to Rosiati and then speak to the penguin. Speaking to Rosiati for Bud and speaking to Penguin so that we can trigger the Murmuring Forest at the same time. You came at a good time because both the... we haven't seen many of the wisdoms. I think this is only the 2nd wisdom we saw. So, and then speaking to Selkie, he'll cast another spell on us, and that'll start the Murmuring Forest quest, which is one of the fairy quests here. And we see that beautiful fairy animation. And so now we're going to go into the forbidden land of the fairies that we weren't allowed to go into before, and we see that the fairies are doing something very bad to a nun. She's on the floor. They seem to be like assaulting the nun or doing something to her, and they're talking about Erwin, who seems to want to make Matilda their princess, and they're talking about the lifespans of humans and how humans live for such only a short amount of time. Escad comes in asking no questions of slashing his sword and killing a multitude of fairies. And so we're just going to ignore Escad there. It's not necessary to speak to him, and we're just going to make our way further in, and we're going to fight off these zombies again. There you go, he dropped something there. We want to make sure if the zombies drop an item, we pick it up just in case it's the rotten meat that we needed. Awesome. So now we don't have to worry about picking up a rotten meat from a chest for the Pee Wee Birdie event way later in the game. And so there you go. That should be a seed, long seed. Awesome. And so does filling the Cactus Diary count as an event? Speedrun Rise. So we're not going to do the Cactus Diaries. That's not something that is part of the all events. There is a separate diary in the menu, in the main menu, for your character, and all those events, when you complete them, they get a yellow dot. And so the all events, it just includes getting the yellow dots for every single quest in the game, obviously other than Legend of Mana, because once you complete it, the game is over, so you can't really get a yellow dot for it. But yeah, it does involve completing every quest, including there is one cactus quest that involves sort of Bud getting sick, and then us looking for where the cactus went, because the cactus goes off to sort of help Bud. So after Murmuring Forest, the next thing to do is the Gorgon Eye. So we're going to enter Lake Kilma, and we're gonna, speak to Tote in Lake Kilma for the 7 Wisdoms, but also we're going to do the Gorgon Eye event at the same time. So here's a nice little skip. If you don't speak to the penguins and you go directly to the walrus, you get to skip the whole password. There's some dialogue that asks, oh, do you know the password? And so you get to skip that just by speaking to the walrus instead of the penguins here. Wow, I don't know. I think the weapon is actually more effective without the Dryad on it. Without the Dryad levels. I don't know. That's something I'm just noticing myself. But anyway, we're making short work of all the enemies here. As we make our way to Tote. And basically the penguins are looking for something here, and you can see all their comrades have been turned into stone. And this event is pretty straightforward, because if you follow the stoned penguins, they lead you directly to where the Gorgon Eye is and to where Tote is. And so it's pretty easy not to lose your way here. Hey, it's Tote. So with Bud and the 7 Wisdoms again, as soon as when you speak to each of the 7 Wisdoms, Bud automatically says, hey, it's this person, so you're aware that they're there, and then you want Bud to thank them. So he's going to say something like, thanks, Tote, at the end. So for that, you have to speak to Tote twice. Once for the quest of... what quest are we on? Once for the Gorgon Eye quest, and then once for the Tote quest. For the 7 Wisdoms.
These lake battles are a breeze, and I think it's because of that switch with the jungle that they made.
You did switch with the jungle. I didn't.
Because, it has to be that, because my hammer is less powerful, and yet I'm one-shotting things I wasn't one-shotting with a 170.
It was because you didn't put the seed on, because the seed adds dryad, which like a lot of things that have like life sort of energy, plant energy, they have dryad. They're like strong to it, you know? They're not
Yeah.
weak to it. So I thought that was why all these battles were like so easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it could be the land switch that you spoke about. Cool. Oh, you took the north side. Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
No, no, no. Go ahead. Keep going. So we're continuing the path to get to the Gorgon Eye. 2 big seeds. Awesome. Those will come in handy later. Again, we're running into a lot of the stoned penguins throughout here. I think this is where we fight the ox. There's a few ox battles in the game. They can be annoying, but yeah, with a weapon like this,
We got an animal hide.
Animal hide, nice. Just saw that. Yeah, so animal hide is one of the items you need for Pee Wee Birdie. Again, we don't bother buying it ever because there's so many things that can drop it. The rabbits drop it, the mole bears, it's like the most common drop for the mole bears. It's a drop for the ox that we just saw. Now we're falling off a cliff, basically following the penguins that were following the walrus, and we're basically going to trigger the boss battle for the Gorgon Eye here. And the penguins want us to do something about their captain, who's been turned to stone, and Tote tells us about this monster. But the way he describes it, it's more legend than reality. He basically says the monster's size is from off the screen in one direction, and then he's literally walking in the other directions while all the penguins are just watching him walk. He says, "Yeah, that's how big they are. It is the monster that we have to fight to like save the walrus." Kind of exaggerating a little bit. It's big, but not that big. So he throws the walrus into the water, and of course, the penguins, being that that's their leader, they have to follow suit. They have to protect their captain. So yeah, that's the trigger for the Gorgon Eye battle. Let's see how easy it is to defeat now with the new land levels. What's up? Oh, you have to name the hammer. I forgot about that too. Someone had redeemed naming the
Yo, shout out to Turbo Gilman.
Turbo Gilman had redeemed naming the hammer Auric Quake. So basically, it's all the naming in this game happens within 10 letters, and so that's a pretty cool name. You know, you have to sacrifice the space there, but I think the capitals make it pretty cool. So Ellervated's going to use the Auric Quake now on the Gorgon Eye, which again is just a beautiful boss enemy here. And I'd say at least 1/3 of the size that Toad said he would be. Very easy lake battles here. Nice.
Yay, Bud got some of that experience.
Yeah, he grabbed one, right? It's kind of we don't really use Bud for anything else, Bud or Lisa, even though they are involved with other storyline things. We don't really use them other than for this 7 wisdoms, I believe. And so it's better for the main character to get the experience, especially with the hammer, because when the main character levels up with the hammer equipped, it's more likely than not that their strength stat is going to level up as well. As a matter of fact, by the time we get to the end of all events, we almost have a maxed out strength stat. The strength stat is usually about 75% to the way like complete. So we're entering now the Luon Highway to speak to, I think it's the fourth wisdom, um, which is Gaius. But also we have another quest to do here, which is Diddle's letter. So yeah, we're going to boink our way to the Aurora Canyon side. Fun note that when you boink and then you head to the right, the area is named after whatever the name your character is. So because the name of our character is Aurora, this is the Aurora Canyon side. If you named your character, Quake, it would be Quake Canyon side or whatever the case may be. So there's a few areas that do this. There's at least two areas here in the One Highway that do this. So we come into the Gaius area. Bud says, "Hey, it's Gaius," like he always says when he sees a wisdom. We speak to him, and he basically lets Bud know that Bud's going to be a really big mage in history. And actually, if we speak to Gaius a second time, Gaius tells him that he is going to save the Jumi further down, and he's going to save a Jumi and become a great mage. So there's a bit more to that story. As a matter of fact, you can take any NPC to speak to Gaius, and he'll tell them something special. There's unique dialogue there, which is awesome because it's like an incentive to explore the world and seek out Gaius whenever you have a new NPC with you. Now for Diddle's letter. So there's a letter on the floor here on the highway. Obviously, the Pelican dropped it when dealing with Diddle earlier, and Capella is going to read the letter. Unfortunately, it's a letter to Diddle's mom and dad, and apparently he's a bit sad because even though they play music and entertain in Domina, the only people who watch the shows are the butterflies and the taco bugs. So it's not too exciting. They're not getting as much traction as they'd want, or at least as much as Diddle would want. And he's a bit depressed that the thing that he loves is not going on too well. These two childhood battles were pretty easy too. But again, the battles in the Luon Highway are always easy. It's like the lowest dungeon we have, the lowest level dungeon that we have. Now this is where you have to be careful. You have to tell Diddle that Capella read the letter. If you do not, you have to sort of re-trigger Diddle's letter. You have to go all the way back to the beginning of the Luon Highway, which is very annoying to do and definitely a time waster. So this is something you don't want to mess up. And where you really have to be careful is when Diddle turns to you, because then he asks, "Really?" And you have to say, "He read it," which is the second option, not the default option. And so after that, we head into the cave, and there's just, I think, one or two battles before getting to the boss, which is basically the Gigarex. It's a palette swap of Tyrannos, the normal enemy. And with all of the bosses that we fight alongside Bud, the tactic is kill the boss. Well, I mean, the tactic for any speedrun is kill the boss as fast as possible, right? But especially when we fight with Bud, it's kill the boss before Bud is able to do magic. And the reason is that Bud's magic does take a bit of time to cast and will slow us down. See, Bud started to cast as we were killing the Gigarex there. He had his lollipop weapon in the air. So, yeah.
Isn't that's what it's called, right? Lollipop.
I think so. I'm not quite
Yeah,
sure what the name is.
it's got some
But
interesting name.
yeah, I know that Lisa has the broomstick. I'm not sure what Bud's is. It probably would be lollipop because that's what it looks like. Interesting to note, I think Lisa fights with a staff, like her weapon, even though it's a broomstick, it's officially a staff. And Bud's weapon is. Ah, damn. What is it?
It's like a two-handed sword. It's pretty awesome, actually.
It's a two-handed sword? Oh, awesome.
Pretty
That's
sure,
cool.
yeah.
So, yeah, every NPC has a weapon that you can sort of replicate, like the type of material it's made out of, and so you can basically make any weapon that any NPC has because they're weapons that you can also have, And if you go into the menu, you can see the type of material and you can make it. Unfortunately, you can't make it look like a lollipop or like a broomstick the way Bud and Lisa have, but that's that's neither here nor there. So now we're heading into Lumina for a few reasons. One of the reasons is that we want to trigger the next Diddle and Capella um, quest. We also want to trigger Siren Song, and we want to talk to Pokiel. And the reason is that Pokiel would be the 5th out of 6 wisdoms. Hey, Funeral Lair, how you doing? Thanks for the luck.
Hey, welcome, Funeral Air.
So that triggers Diddle had it. We have to talk to Capella one more time to get him moving, actually, because he kind of blocks our way there. That's unfortunate. We also have to go into the alleyway, the Moonlit Alleyway, I think it's called. Oh, Crescent Moon Alleyway, and that triggers the Siren Song. Doing fine over here. How about you guys? We're okay. We had a bit of issue with the temper, and the reason is that we also, as a redeem, were trying to grow fruits with Trent, so we gave all the seeds to Trent, forgetting that we had to temper a weapon with them. So, hey, Turbo, how you doing? And so, yeah, this is the 5th out of 6 wisdoms. But other than that, I think the run is going pretty well. The new map seems to be working well with the enemies in Lake Kilma, at least, and there's been no other issues. So. And then we're talking to this last soldier in Monique's shop to show that Monique isn't there. They're looking for the sirens. Monique isn't there. Yeah. We're heading out of...
Yo, Turbo, welcome.
We're heading out of Lumina and we're entering Gato. And in Gato, we're going to complete the 7 Wisdoms quest. Now, you get credit for 7 Wisdoms so long as you've spoken to Selva after you enter home. So long as like Bud's home and he's spoken to all 7 of the wisdoms, you get credit for doing that quest. So we don't actually have to take him home and see the splash screen. So the 7 wisdoms split for the speed run happens when you get rid of Bud for Niccolo here. So this is the last of the 6 wisdoms that we have to talk to. That's Silva. We're also going to go to the temple and witness that Matilda is being kidnapped, and this will trigger the 2 torches event that we're going to complete right after Nick's business. So we're going to spend a little bit of time in Gato here. Again, we're going to be completing 3 quests here, if it wasn't clear. The 7 wisdoms, Nick's business 2, and 2 torches. So in the Dreamweaving room, we start the 2 torches quest, and we get to witness sort of a conversation between Matilda, Escad, and Dana's even going to walk in here as well. So Escad has a real big problem with Erwin. He's like, Erwin made you sick, you're dying, I hate that guy. He's hated Erwin since the beginning. He's really not nice to him because Erwin is a demon. Dana, who is more neutral, just feels for her friend, who is dying prematurely. And then Erwin wants Matilda to be the leader of the fairies with him, right? He's in the fairy land, and he wants Matilda to be there reigning beside him. So we see that this nun has been knocked out, and this other nun is entering the area. Apparently, some of the nuns work for someone else, not for Matilda, but for Erwin. And if you took time in the beginning, like if you're playing casually, you'll see that there are older nuns, if you speak to them in the church during Flame of Hope, that don't like that there are newer nuns that are joining, and they don't have the same ideals, apparently. And so there's like 2 factions going on. And so some of them are working for Erwin, and they've stolen Matilda. That's what we just saw. Now we've kicked off a Bud, and we got Nick to start Nick's Business Unusual. We don't get the splash screen, but that basically is the end of 7 Wisdoms. We get credit for it next time we go home. We're heading to the waterfall. Nick is going to collect things at the waterfall here in Gato, and to trigger the fairy to appear, we're just going to run to the right and then run to the left side. And after a few moments, the fairy should appear here on the little log bridge, I guess, the tree bridge, root bridge, whatever. Sometimes it takes a bit of time. I don't think it's an exact time, but for the fairy, we usually just pick the first options, and the fairy walks off. Niccolo can't see the fairies, and so he's like, "Who are you talking to?" And he gives you, this is a medal quest, so he gives you a medal and a little bit of money, 500 lucre, which we don't use, of course, because we bought everything already. You can easily mess up that trigger. You mean walking to the right and then walking to the left? Yeah. Since we've already triggered the 2 torches to start by witnessing um, Matilda getting kidnapped, this is our chance to finish the 2 torches. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the dungeon, and we're going to, first of all, get Dana into our party, and she's going to ask us if we want to go straight to the room, which is usually sealed off. And we're going to say, take us to the sealed room, and we're going to warp there. This is really one of the quickest quests that we do, because right after completing Nick's Business Unusual, less than a minute later, we are here where the boss is, the Spriggan boss. Especially if you don't know, you have to move to the middle of the bridge. Yeah, basically you have to like leave the area, come back, and then wait for the fairy to appear. It's a little bit annoying waiting for the fairy, especially like if you're speed running, because like, you know, when is it gonna appear? God damn, it looks like it's taking too long, but it's fine. It always shows up eventually. And so this is the Spriggan boss. Should not be a problem with the weapon that we have. Usually a few hits, and it's done. Oh, it's using a few tactics here. There you go, and it's down. There's another boss later on that looks similar to the Spriggan, that is sort of like floating around. But yeah, the nuns have recovered Matilda's body, and she's now back at the sanctuary. And Dana's worried about Matilda, asking her to rest. Matilda's telling Escad not to go after Erwin. It's fine. Yeah, that boss took a few more hits than normal. It's fine. We'll get our strong hammer very soon. So that ends the 2 torches quest. The next quest that we do after 2 torches is in search of fairies. So again, we have to enter Gato, speak to Matilda, say yes, and then leave Gato. We're also going to trigger another quest called Daddy's Broom. So remember, there's a few quests that we triggered that we are waiting on. And so one of them is Where's Putty? Another one that we've triggered already, well, we've done 7 Wisdoms, but Professor Baum's lab, and Daddy's Room is another one that we're just gonna wait a little bit to do it. But then, of course, that's after talking to Matilda and saying yes and starting the In Search of Fairies quest. And actually, this quest to complete In Search of Fairies, again, another beautiful boss, the Boreal Hound. This is another one of the quests in the fairy storyline, and it's also going to bring us into Lake Kilma. There's a few things we're going to do in the lake. So yeah, the only reason for coming back into Gato was to trigger that event, and so now that it is triggered, we're going to go home, we're gonna trigger Daddy's broom by talking to Bud, talking to the cactus. Um, I don't know if
I
Elle
think
wants
I think
to.
I was gonna check out the orchard first.
Yeah. Okay, check out the orchard first. I was just gonna mention I
Yeah.
didn't know if you wanted to check out the orchard first or not, but yeah, sounds good. Yeah, whenever we're at home, since L is going for the golden seed today, something that he doesn't normally do, he's going to want to see if everything has grown in the orchard. Um, oh, so yeah, we have 2 cabadillos, a heart mint, mush in a box. Let's see what else is growing. I think that's it. So each seed that you give Trent, I believe it grows 2 or 3 different vegetables or fruits. And so, yeah, we're just going to go and we're going to give him anything we might have. And he also gives seeds when you fill up the box. So when you put things in his box, he gives you seeds. So, yeah, I'd say just because we're not looking for variety, just give whatever seeds you have starting from the beginning. That's a good tactic there. Oh, cool. You give them a small seed too, which will give us some variety than the big seeds that we've been, than the green fruits that we've been giving. So then we have to basically go in and trigger Daddy's broom. We do that by talking to Bud, and this actually has one of the funniest lines in the game. So Bud is like, the broom is lost. What happened to the broom? And Lisa flips out because that was her dad's broom. It's also her weapon, so produce farmer, yeah. This is now what do you call that game where you're farming and like building a town? Harvest Moon. It's Harvest Moon we're playing, guys. The cactus walks. That was the line I was talking about, just a funny line. Then we leave sort of Bud and Lisa crying downstairs. We go up and talk to the cactus, where he says it was an old broom, so he brought it to the junkyard. Okay. Bud actually overheard, and Lisa ran out to the junkyard to get the broom. You tell Bud that you don't want him to come with you. It's just easier to do the other quests without Bud there by your side. But before we do that quest, we actually have to finish In Search of Fairies. So after we leave home, we're going to. We get the shadow animation. So because we had triggered the Ditto and Capella thing a bit earlier in Lumina when we triggered Siren's Song, we get the shadow animation, and then we have to enter Lake Kilma to finish the In Search of Fairies quest as well. So everything we did at home were just triggers for a different quest. So we have a few battles here. We have the Tonpols and the Tesla. This is basically, we're taking the same route we took when we were looking for the Gorgon Eye. The only big difference, I think, is that we have to backtrack. Once we speak to Tote, we have to backtrack a little to find Dana and then go a different way to get to the Boreal Hound. But basically, the first route we take would be the same that we took for the Gorgon Eye. Fighting off all these oddity enemies here. There's a lot of oddity enemies in Lake Kilma. They're beholders. They're those enemies that drop the wind caps. Yeah, there's quite a few. Tonpole is aquatic, and then the bee is arthropod type enemy. So the reason I mention it is that each type of enemy has a different death animation. You can see the Tonpoles, when they died, they broke up into bones. I know the dragons, when they die, they break up into like beams of light. And yeah, each type of enemy has a slightly different death animation that you could notice. Which just goes to show the amount of detail that they put into this game. You have the Shriknip, which is a plant. The demi-human was on the bottom right, Robin Hood, and I forgot what was on the top. I think it was an bee enemy. So yeah, in here, what's happening is that we know that Erwin is in the land of the fairies, and so we are on a quest to go and make sure that Escad isn't doing anything to hurt Erwin, and to figure stuff out. And we're looking for where the land of the fairies is, and we're getting information about it from Tote. So we talked to Tote, and he says, "Do you know what the difference between the fairies and the humans are?" It doesn't really matter what we tell him. He gives us the information we need. But with that information at hand, we can go then seek out Dana. And Dana is going to tell us also that she's on the search for him. That she's on the search for Erwin as well. And for her, she just wants to plead that he return Matilda back to normal, right? Because Matilda's really old and prematurely, old. So for the plant animations, they sort of like glow different colors while they shrink in size. The demi-human just broke up into bones. I think each of the demi-humans has like a secondary type. So we have Dana finally talking to Erwin. I think this is Erwin's first appearance. He is the ultimate bad guy of the fairy quest. And we can see she's not too successful in bringing him down. He's sort of imbued with this power that he gets from being a demon, but also because he has this tie with the land of the fairies. And now we're gonna see a quick scene with Dana. She follows Erwin in to the circle of fairies, and that's how you get to the other land. So she sort of disappears into their realm, their dimension, and we try to follow her, but we're just too late. Then we get this awesome animation with the moon and the boreal hound. And if you're here, just appreciate this enemy while it's on screen, because it won't be on screen for very long. Oh wow, starting off with an ST. If you're running fairy normally, this is one of the more dangerous bosses in the game. Of course, we have Lake Kilma, very low level. We have a really good weapon on us. One ST kills him pretty quickly. That's actually exciting for when L goes for a world record, this new map, because sometimes the Boreal Hound takes a bit to kill.
Yeah, or at Quake, man.
Yeah. And so doing one blammo to kill him, it's excellent. And we come back to report to Matilda what happened at the lake, and she has this conversation with the Wisdom, Selva. And there's actually a plan between Selva and Matilda for Matilda to become the 7th Wisdom. The other 7th Wisdom that previously has died, and so Matilda is going to take that place. She's asking why me? Yeah, it's kind of like a crazy storyline here that involves a little bit of everybody, but it's just interesting to see how things unfold. And actually, you play an important role. You have to choose whether Dana, who fights for her friend Matilda and sort of wants Matilda to live. Matilda sort of, I think she wants to become a wisdom and just love Erwin. And then we have Erwin, who is the demon who wants her to become the princess of the fairies, and then we have Escad who just hates demons and hates Erwin, and so like there's like a insane dynamic of like a lot of people with all their opinions of what Matilda's future should be. So we've entered the lake, and we basically have to fight off this golem, and this would open up the Golemology quest at home. We're also going to do another quest before a few quests before Golemology, but this is basically the fight for Professor Baum's lab. So after that, Professor Baum thanks you for getting back his golem. He says he's gonna work on his golem a bit, and anytime after this quest, you could do the Golemology. We are going to actually, because we're at the junkyard, finishing Professor Baum's lab brings us to the junkyard, and hey, that's so convenient because we have to find Daddy's broom that was also brought into the junkyard. So we just enter it for convenience sake and finish that quest as well. And for Daddy's broom, we basically have to follow the same path that we followed during Infernal Doll. And if you stray from the path, the area changes and certain routes become blocked off to you. This is of course unfortunate because you want to complete the quest, and re-getting those routes is a bit annoying. You have the two Lizardon pets there, enemies there, that are really cool. If you get them as pets, their synchro is that they drop chocolates. So whenever they're close to you, they'll just like start dropping chocolates everywhere. It's a little bit funny. But yeah, again, we have this moldy goo. And then we have the enemy for the Daddy's Broom quest. The boss for the Daddy's Broom quest, which is the Gremlin. The Gremlin is a palette swap of the imp enemies, I believe. That I think we fight a few of them in Norn Peaks, which we will also be doing that quest very soon.
I could see a moldy goo lurk emote.
That's funny.
Just kind of blob, just sitting there.
That's pretty funny. Because I think moldy goos are like, if you like look at the sprites, they have like all this junk in them, but one of them is like a sword.
Yeah.
And it's pretty funny. Like,
which might be the Excalibur.
Yeah, that might be the Excalibur. But like when you said lurk, it'll be funny to like add in a person like in the moldy goo with his eyes just looking out, like as an emote. That'll be really funny. But yeah, there you go. This is the Gremlin enemy, which is just a stronger version of the imp, and it also has been palette swapped. So instead of the normal bluish green color, it has this gray-green scale, I think. If I got my colors wrong, forgive me, I'm colorblind, so... And that ends the Daddy's Broom quest. We found the broom, although it's broken, Bud vows to fix it, right? And so, yeah. Now we have to do the Guardian of the Winds quest. This involves us grabbing our chocobo since we're home, and also grabbing Lark, which is necessary for the quests in the Bone Fortress. So if you've never seen the chocobo pet, there's two ways to get the chocobo. Oh, we have to name the monster, that's right. One way is to do it the way Ellervated did it, is to have a Final Fantasy VIII save on your memory card. To sort of look at that save in the menu, you hear sort of a cancel sound, and Joe Mama.
Shout out Furby Guy.
That's hilarious. So yeah, that was a redeem, and if you want to either name the pet or name the weapon for the next all events, you can see down in the channel points the mana level, the mana that you earn on this channel can be used to redeem for next time, for next month in January. So we're going to head out of home, head into the underworld, grab Lark quickly, and then go on and do the Guardian of the Winds quest in Norn Peaks. The reason we grab the chocobo here, we don't really need the chocobo until Ghost of Nemesis. But the reason we grab the chocobo here is because the Daddy's Broom quest conveniently leaves us off at home. So there's no traveling. We just enter and grab the chocobo there. It saves us traveling time later. So here, we're gonna place down a few artifacts. The Tome of Magic. Yeah, the Tome of Magic is going to create Geo. He's going to place it right there north of McKib Caverns, and then he's going to place the skull east of Geo to create the Norn Peaks. So Geo, we're not going to go into Geo
I
for
should have placed the Norn Peaks first.
oh, to make it easier.
Yeah, well, I think that's how Lemur wants it, but which would make sense, but I forgot. Oops.
It's fine either way. That does make sense because Geo is a land that has very few enemies. It's not a dungeon, so you really don't need to place Geo. Geo could be placed last, and I think there's only one battle in Geo in the Colosseum with a Jewel Beast, I think, way later. So it doesn't really, yeah, but you're fine. Again, we're not going for world record, guys. This is just for fun, um, to keep L on his toes, so he doesn't forget the route. L, I think next time you try for record, you try with your mic off. I think that would help, I think, as well. I know that you had the splits kind of messed up last time too, but yeah, the last few times that you've had the mic on and we're chatting and we're talking about the route, and I think we're just distracting you way too much. You can do it, bro. Sub 7, 2021. So we're here in Norn Peaks, and if you guys remember from when we did the Fallen Emperor, Draconis wants Lark to gather the power of the mana crystals so that he can escape the underworld. And so one of the mana crystals is here, guarded by Aggravator, the wind dragon. And Aggravator has these dragoons, the wind callers. There are three of them. They're like these bird-like people that live in this wind caller village here, and we have to get through them. We're actually going to have to fight 3 of these wind callers. And it's amazing that all the wind callers are blue except for these 3 that go flying off. So they're there to block our path to annoy us. And they have very close ties to Jinn and wind magic, right? And so we're going to do our best so that they don't cast wind magic on us and just go through and try to fight them. We have I Spies. These are the imps, the little bluish purple flying demon enemies. So the enemies in each location are different, and they're not really indicative of what pets you can get at any particular location. For example, in Norn Peaks, there's one area where you can get arthropod eggs, and then there's another area where you can get bird eggs. And so, like, if you wanted a chocobo, you could technically go into Norn. Ooh, using Blammo to start off the fight. I didn't think of that. That's actually pretty cool. And you pushed him close to the exit. That is a very nice tactic. Holy smokes. So yeah, in Norn Peaks, again, if you wanted a chocobo and you don't have a Final Fantasy VIII save, the way to do it would be to find the area in the Northern Peaks where the bird eggs are, and then keep farming those bird eggs until you get one with the HP of 60. When you get an HP 60 egg, that most likely is going to be a Garuda or a Chocobo, I believe. And so, yeah, that's how you would get a Chocobo pet without the Final Fantasy VIII save. It takes longer. It is random. It's not common. Um, so it might take a while, but you can do it if you wanted it. And this brings us to our first aggravator fight, and well, the second aggravator fight. And the tactic here is to start the battle just behind him, so you can push him, usually with plunge attacks, to the right side of the screen, and that will allow you to exit faster. So that's the speedrun strat there. Now we make our way carefully down to the last wind color, and I say carefully because along the way there is one path that has a statue, and if for any reason you touch the statue, it'll take you all the way to the beginning of the area, not just the bottom of the mountain, like the beginning of the entire area, which is extremely annoying. And so you have to defeat the final wind color to sort of unlock that statue and get beyond it. And so we're going to do that now. We have this battle with the Howler. I believe that's what his name is. The Howler and the two I Spies. That's where we head south instead of north to avoid that statue. Now we have the fight with two Narcissus. Narcissus have they can drop gloves when they don't drop massive amounts of XP. And so if you're looking for a good glove drop, that's who you would want to farm. And again, like with the last wind color, we want to start this battle a little bit behind the wind color so that we can push it to the left side, and that'll help us exit a lot faster than if we, had hit him the other way. Mana Watts, Twitch is busted. What's going on with Twitch, Mana? What's happening? And how you doing? Well, welcome to the stream. There you go. Now you got two gloves. That's lovely. So now that we fought all three.
Hey, welcome, Mana. Thanks for the good luck.
Oh, you mean the notifications aren't set? Well, make sure on the bottom of the stream, if you have you obviously have the heart clicked to follow, that you also have the bell clicked to get notified. I wish that the notifications also came with a sound or something on Twitch, just because it's a little pop-up on the upper right-hand side that is not very noticeable, I think. What is going on here with this battle? Lark, do your job. Literally, you had one imp to kill. He was trying. He was missing, but he was trying. So now we're going to make our way to Aggravator, and Aggravator can be annoying because he can go directly into STs, and then from STs directly into basically like a flyover move that he does, where he just flies to the other side of the screen. And whenever he's doing abilities, he has invincibility, and we cannot hit him. But on top of that, it also just takes time away from completing the battle, which is annoying. We'll get the Aggravator, don't worry about that. But yeah, depending on what he does, there's a bit of RNG involved with getting good times during Aggravator here. So, also, let's see how this Garuda battle is. Sometimes this Garuda can take a bit to kill. Ooh, just a power cancel and a plunge attack. Not bad. Same with the Needle Beak. I like the low levels there. I really do. Again, if L had placed Northern Peaks before Geo, aggravator would have been a bit lower level, but again, this is not a run for best time ever. This is just for fun, so let's have fun with it. Oh my god, no ST, a 3 plunge attack aggravator. That was like best situation imaginable. That was best situation imaginable. Now, Lemur had discovered this skip here. If you're running before this screen, so if you run to the top, oh, it didn't happen. You're not stuck in the run animation. I wonder what happened.
Yeah, I must have messed it up. I let go of run after it went to black. I think
Ah,
that helps maintain it.
yeah. So if you're in the run animation and you maintain that run animation before you get to this screen, your character will run into position instead of walking, and so will the pet. And so that makes it maybe a second faster. Not really too important today, but if you're speed running, every second counts. So what we do now is we place down the dragon bone. We're gonna do two events here. Uh, One is the field trip, and the next is Ghost of Nemesis. Then after Ghost of Nemesis, Ella is going to be fighting Deathbringer 2. This is an extra thing that was redeemed, and so if you've never seen the Deathbringer 2 fight, if you've never seen the Deathbringer 2 fight, stay tuned because after Ghost of Nemesis, you're going to see it. He's half Jahara, half Deathbringer, and he has STs from both plus some unique ones. It's really cool. So let's talk about this quest here. The field trip quest is basically the students are mixing different reagents and they're trying to, get the right mix of reagents. And you have to talk to the correct people on the right side of the screen who have the reagents to make a successful reaction. Oh my god, the flowerlings are blocking you. It's so stressful. To make the reaction work, and basically the ones you talk to are already known. It's memorized at this point. There's no trial and error here. You get an oblong seed that'll be good for Trent later. And it was a very short quest that finishes the field trip. Also, if you talk to any of the students during the field trip, um, the Cenis, which is basically one of the teachers from Geo that looks like a mummy, will pop up and tell them to get back to work. She was actually in her previous life, before her corpse was reanimated, the wife of Deathbringer, and you can learn that by reading the encyclopedias that you have at home. Um, just a little side fact, a little fact there about her. I don't think we really see her much in this run, uh, which is weird because we do 100%. There's so much that we don't see. So this is the Ghost of Nemesis fight, and the strategy here, we have a very strong weapon, but the strategy is to kill him as close to the mouth of the dragon bone. And of course, that'll allow us to enter the Bone Fortress as fast as possible. Also, you don't want to mess this up. You don't want to say leave. You want to say stay. And so many times throughout this run, for the runners in the audience, the second option is the way to go instead of the first. So you can't just like mash X. You really have to. Oh, he's just out of reach for the power cancel. That was slightly rough. It could have been worse. Slightly rough, but hey, L's in position, so that's great. So we're also going to do something else here, something extra, and that's right before we come back to get our Chocobo pet, right before we save our Chocobo pet, there's a chest. The only reason we pick up chests early in the game is to sell things for money, but this is a special item, the Giant's Horn. It's the last item we need to unlock the full potential of our weapon. It's the last item we need to varnish our weapon with. And so, unlike the dragon route where you fight the two Dane slaves, which are annoying because of their gymnastics and shield, in this route we go the northern way and we fight a slime and a skull beast. They don't jump around, they don't block, they're extremely easy to kill, and so it saves a little time from what could be very annoying Dane slave battles. And by the way, if you do dragon route and you do get a first try Beyblade on the way to picking up your pet. You can always fight this Skull Beast and Slime on the way out. You don't have to fight the Dane slaves again. I think this is how Lemur got his world record, by getting first try Brave Blade and then going to the right. Or you could always fight the Dane slaves here the way Elle is doing. But just as so, they hop around. It's a bit annoying. They take a bit more to kill. You see all the power cancels and plunge attacks that he's doing to try to get them to die. Wow, they dropped Orhalkin. Holy smokes. That's awesome. It's a 34 sword, yeah. 34 knife, one-handed sword. That's pretty awesome. You don't see that often. I wonder what the mana levels are here to get that to drop. Because usually it's Brave Blade or jeez, what's that? Throat Splitter. So that's a pretty unique to this route, I think. This is a small time skip here. If you say "I know" to Sierra, she won't drop her head down in disappointment. It takes like two seconds for her head to dip down slightly in that animation if you tell her you don't know. So saying "I know" saves time there. Also, being able to see the key is always helpful. You don't want to kill her behind one of the pillars. That's just annoying. Usually people who run Dragon equip Counter-Strike or Counter-Attack because that is also a fast way to kill her. But again, with a weapon this powerful, it's not very necessary. You can do it pretty quickly. We're now going to pick up Lark. A fun little fact, that chest behind him has an ash. I think there's only 3 ashes in the game, and they're one of the best varnishes for a specific type of weapon. Elle, my wife just woke up, so I'm gonna dip out for just 2 minutes to talk to her.
Okay,
then,
cool. No worries.
I'll be right back.
So yeah, we rescued Lark and we rescued our pet. So now we have our whole team, and we're gonna go fight some bosses. The first of which is Deathbringer, the first iteration. And then after this, we'll fight 2 iterations of the Bone Dragon, Jajara.
Jajara. Okay, that's a cool way to.
Or
Hey,
Jajara.
Jajara. I call him Jahara. I don't know why I pronounce the second J as an H. I think it's because my last name is Mejia with a J. So maybe that's why I pronounce the second J.
No. That sounds way better, Jahara.
Yeah. It's like GIF and GIF, right? Like, what's the right way? Who knows? So, hey, Mecha Link, thanks for joining. Yeah,
Hey, Mecha Link.
A Chocobo during the All Events Monthly. And also, he will be fighting Deathbringer too after these 2 Jahara fights. We do a little bit of a disco dance there. The Chocobo still hasn't caught up, Jesus. The reason for the circle is that it is supposed to diminish the amount of time that the Chocobo walks to where we are. But I think the circle just wasn't big enough to do that. But that's fine. So now we have the Jahara fight. Jahara has this really annoying ST where he has this electric cannon, perfect timing on the Blammo there right after Jahara's hitbox becomes available, and he is down for the count. Again, disco light effects during the death animation on Jahara. It's a short count. You mean the walk that the Chocobo does? So yeah, this is Jahara's second form. He's basically taking parts of the architecture and has reformulated his bone body in a different way. Again, no ST Jahara, that's always what you want, no ST on the bosses. I think the Chocobo had grabbed, no, I'm wrong. It looked like he grabbed a crystal, but he didn't. And then we have the end when Lark now receives the second mana crystal power, and this mana crystal power again. We're on a mission to get the 3 mana crystal.
I think we're back.
Yeah, we're back. Cool.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's Discord, and I'll have to deal with it later.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So after we finished the Deathbringer fight, we are actually going to fight Deathbringer 2, and so we're gonna go. Well, we could place the.
Yeah. Good call. Deathbringer 2 for sure.
Yeah, usually in a speed run for time, we'll be going into the White Forest and fighting for Decent Sierra, but because it was redeemed, Deathbringer 2. And I just love this battle because it just looks so cool. And for marathon routing, if you are marathoning this, it is a cool thing, like when they're doing donations and stuff, to get this as a donation goal. Like if you reach a certain amount of money, or if someone donates a certain amount, then this will be a cool unlock. Just a cool thing, because it's only available after you fought. You have to unlock the tiles on the floor. It's only available after you do the Ghost of Nemesis quest, but before you do the Crimson Dragon quest. So limited time to do this Deathbringer 2 battle. And it's easy to get to. You re-enter the Bone Fortress, you head to the 3rd floor. Yes, 3rd floor. And that's, you go back to the room where you fought Deathbringer. And you basically fight a stronger version of Deathbringer. He's half Deathbringer, half Jahara. You can't make this up. He has STs from both, plus some unique STs as well. There you go. You have bones of Jahara sticking out of his left shoulder, the head of Jahara on his right shoulder. His spine has a few, I think, Jahara pieces coming off from the middle there. We didn't get to see any of his STs, but that's still cool to witness his sprite work there. It just looks amazing. And if you had a Saga Frontier 2 save, that fight would start off with a scene with the 2 bandits from the Lone Highway, now dead and turned into skeletons, now serving Jahara and asking you for the cash. Give me the cash, give me the cash, 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 like they say. So yeah, we have to make our way manually out of the Bone Fortress. Not a big deal. We just go to the 1st floor and exit out normally. And then we'll continue the next quest, which is in the White Forest. and that's where we fight the next dragon, Sierra and Vidis. A few things to note about this quest. There is an enemy called the Silk Spitter, and the Silk Spitter has an ability where it can sap your ST bar. You don't want to do that. We want a full ST bar so that we can blammo both Sierra and Vidis. And I'm not sure if L's gonna try to auto blammo as soon as he starts, or if he's just gonna take a few steps closer. I know Sierra was doing some tactics where she was out of range last time. But yeah, we'll see how he handles the battle here. It should be fun, and it should be one blammo to kill them both, unless Sierra walks out of range. Vidis can't walk; is sort of stationary, so. Yeah, we have these 3 needle beaks. Took a bit more than a spin to kill it, so that's interesting to note. Mecha, I don't know what time you came in. I think you had missed the battles in the lake, but because of the new map, the lake is also a bit easier. And so we're just like slicing through all the enemies in Lake Kilma. Also, we didn't place the peaks before Geo, and so the peaks were a bit higher level than what it would be if L was going for a new time. Damn, the Wooding did not drop the Baobab Wood, but it's okay because in the Flames we'll have plenty of opportunities to fight Curse Dolls, which tend to drop them. I think there's like 4 Curse Dolls that can possibly drop them, so. That was the Silk Spitter battle that we just finished, and I don't think the Silk Spitter even touched L, so if it saps even a little bit of your ST bar, you have a little bit of a chance here to regain it, but we can see there's full ST bar on top, so we're all set to fight Vidis and Sierra and get a good time on that battle. There's a little bit of a dialogue here that we have to go through. I love how they run into position instead of just walking. I don't know why they didn't do that for like every single cutscene in the game, but whatever. So yeah, basically Sierra is asking him to reconsider what he's doing and not to do this. She's asking us if we know what Draconis is planning, why he's doing this. And we're just like, look, we're gonna get the power that. Well, Lark is like, look, I'm just gonna grab the mana crystals. I could go through you, or you could let me get it. And Vidis shows up and says, hey, you could just grab it. Don't worry about it, bro. Vidis sort of is like the wisest of the dragons, I think, not putting up a fight there. But Vidis does want to challenge us to see if we are the one who can sort of go in and save Lark. And because of that, we are going to battle Vidis and Sierra here. We're going to stay and accept this challenge. Auto Blammo. Oh! It almost looked like Sierra was backing up out of range, and then she went forward last minute. That was close. That was awesome, though. And that should give us a oh, no item. Okay, I thought that would have given us a or maybe we got it before when Lark grabbed the crystal. Usually we get a medal from that, but it's probably given to us after Lark grabs the power of the crystal as opposed to after the battle. So we're entering the underworld and we're going to start the flames. The Crimson Dragon event, which opens up the flames land. And so to to start the Crimson Dragon, all we have to do is talk to Sierra and be sure we add her to our party. We have to accept the offer to go down to the underworld to help her out. So again, second option, not the first one. After entering the underworld, we see that there's a little bit of dialogue. The sort of guardians down here are going to try to stop Sierra, and Sierra's going to slash through them, very much in the same fashion that Lark slashed through the wind callers in Norn Peaks. You can tell that they're brother and sister there. These enemies actually are what dropped the Levantine weapon that is used for the new Dragon route. So we're making our way through. We have to get down to the bottom of the underworld. Eventually we'll be able to talk to a shadow which will transport us to where we can find Draconis. Also, we're going to pay attention to the fight with the succubus and the two cursed dolls, because that's another opportunity for us to get our baobab wood. So that's this battle that's coming up in just a second here. There you go, and we're going to see if either of the cursed dolls drops a baobab wood here. No, just money, but that's fine. Again, there's more in the flames. We'll be able to fight more of the cursed dolls. We could also see, just to know if it drops a Levantine, but of course not. But the two Shadow Zero enemies did drop Jacobini rocks, so that's funny. Now we have we're almost at the point where we could transport with the shadows. There you go. And they're going to bring us to the bottom of the underworld. Interesting to note that becomes important later in a different mission, where if you talk to or touch any of the shadows, you'll automatically be transported to this area at the bottom of the underworld. So going through, we see Lark finally talking to Draconis with all the power to bring Draconis to his final form, right? To replenish his power, to get him out of the flames, which is Draconis' castle, basically, and to restore his form. Lark also wants to be free, and so he says he wants to try. He wants to try to fight Draconis here. He wants to challenge him to a battle. As per the agreement, they had agreed to that apparently beforehand. And Draconis does a little backstabbing here. He says that he's going to give Lark a gift, and the gift is to turn him into a huge, monstrous centaur in this what looks like a very painful transformation. You have like blood coming out of Lark, and his head is like banging back and forth. And then we have to fight Lark the centaur here. Again, the goal, as always, is to get no STs on Lark. But there's another centaur we're going to have to fight really soon. We can notice that the head is sort of made of this bone material, and the tail is actually like an animal tail, like a wolf tail. The hooves are hooves, and there's like armor everywhere.
John, I'm going to try to sneak away.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. There's a small, like, 90-second break here. But if you compare the sprite work of Lark the Centaur to Zenoa, who is the other enemy that we fight just before the Crimson Dragon, you can see that Zenoa has a slightly different sprite work, more to it looks more like the Boreal Hound with sort of the feathers of different colors as a tail, and with sort of a face that looks like a bird. So it's more bird-like than the centaur that Lark turns into here. And this is one of the few other animations that we get here in the world map. The first that we saw was the reach for the stars. The second was when the shadows were going to abduct Ditto in Lumina, and now we have this animation where the underworld is becoming a new land. It's becoming the Flames, and if you wanted to leave the Flames right now, you totally could. You can leave and you can do Crimson Dragon sort of whenever you want. It's not required to do it right away. And it's its own land until after you defeat Crimson Dragon, and then it reverts back into the underworld. So if you wanted to really, for some reason, play casually and seek every single chest in the Flames and in Draconis' castle, there's really no rush to do it if you're playing casually. And so, yeah, we're just gonna wait until Elevated comes back. Hopefully everybody's having a good time and enjoying themselves. It's we're just under the halfway point. Um Finishing off the Crimson Dragon. Crimson Dragon is the 33rd quest, right? And so half of 38 is what, 34? So after the next quest, we should halfway in terms of number of quests. I think the halfway point, yeah, in terms of number of quests would be the next one. Um, we're basically going through, and Vadis is saying that we need to stop Draconis, and so we're gonna recruit Sierra here. We're gonna make our way through the dungeon. This dungeon is a little complicated because there are 3 orbs that we have to activate, and the way we activate the orbs is that we fight these bosses beforehand, and so we're basically going to make our way to the first orb that is guarded by a sky dragon. Not a normal sky dragon, a sky dragon that's a bit stronger than usual. We have these 2 Dane slaves, which usually drop lots of money, and the chest knight, which also drops loads of money. Why? The Dane slaves are so annoying to fight, I swear. So yeah, it's just lots of lucre everywhere, and that might be a death stroke. Whoa! Whoa! What are these drops?
Whoa, we might have to check that out.
You saw that, right? I was like, what is
I was immediately like, what is that?
That's funny. Yeah, for real, because earlier they dropped the Aura Halkin, but now this is a few levels higher than that, so it should be on the bottom of the list. Deathstroke, a 44 one-handed sword.
That is so strong, dude.
Yeah, for a drop, that's pretty strong. Again, the strongest drop in the game is Masamune Excalibur and Heishi Shorin, which are all attack 62 two-handed swords. So, yeah, it's yeah, a knife, one-handed knife. It's still pretty cool. Level 44 knife. So yeah, we're going down again to find the first orb and to defeat the Sky Dragon that is defending it. I think on our way to the last one is when we fight the Cursed Dolls, which again, we have to pay attention to their drops. With the flames being so high level, it'll be interesting to see if they drop the Baobab wood that we need. Wow, this Sky Dragon really is not wanting to die. He took a bit of a beating there. But yeah, then after that death, we see that the orb has been deactivated. We have to deactivate 3 orbs there. So that's 1 out of 3. Then we're going to make our way to the second orb, which is guarded by a land dragon. That's a pretty good fight with those 2 howlers there. So yeah, this is a trapdoor that brings you down to the next fight. And basically the strategy for this fight is to use plunge attacks to try to get the land dragon as far to the right as possible. The reason is that you are going to be exiting through the door, and so you want to run as little as possible after the battle. You basically want to be as close to the top right as possible so you can see as little of the run animation as possible. And of course, the chocobo is always going to be the last one, so you want the chocobo to be as far to the right as well. That deactivates the second orb, which is right above the door. And we have these 2 Dane slaves and a fierce base, which I think the Blammo will take care of everyone. Yep. Fierce base is dropping I think sometimes it drops, yeah, death, blood mask, which is a pretty cool armor. I think if you total auto bloody mask, yep, is the best armor that he has so far. That's really nice. So now we just have to make our way to the third battle, to the third orb, and that third orb is going to be where we fight Zenoa, which is the bird centaur, basically. And the bird centaur, it's kind of like almost the same as Lark in terms of the STs, like the gun cannon STs, where the hooves turn into cannons. We have the two crystals here. We have to make sure if they drop something that we grab it. Very important. Just money and just money. So no luck there. Again, there's other opportunities when we go through the white forest to pick up baobab wood. Not that important that we get it now, although it would have been nice to have it by now. It's not overly like important. If anything, we could always go back into Hopata and buy one once we have enough money.
Yeah, it's good that we're keeping an eye on it. There, it's there's a rare chance we could get one in Gato later.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, just looking at the head, we can see it's not just a bone, but it's the bone of a bird. It has like a beak-like appearance, and also the tail of Zenoa has sort of colorful boreal hound type feathers, which also gives it a bird-like look. That's the last orb to be deactivated, and now we can make our way to Crimson Dragon, which I think might be defeated with just a Blammo if El Auto like does Blammo in the beginning of the battle. We just have 2 fierce faces to defeat before it, and so this is that. Nice. It's a great use of plunge attacks there, that forward plunge to hit and to get closer to the enemy. Does the choice of pet in this run make a difference? No. So, yes and no. We could take the Rabbite with us. El decided to go with a Chocobo just because this is for fun. All Events Monthly is a fun All Events speed run. We're doing some extra stuff, and so we decided to just look at the Final Fantasy VIII memory card and grab a Chocobo instead of a Rabbite. I know during the Dragon runs, a lot of people like to get Kuri and or Mambo, depending on how you place the map. I don't think those 2 are available to it. I'd have to look at a map to see if any of the demi-humans are available, because it might be fun to do it with a different demi-human, right? But oh my god, he was in ST mode as well, and he's lighting you on fire. That's not a good situation here. We have to try to get our Blammo back. Usually, if Blammo would have hit, that would have been a one ST kill. He basically flamed our Chocobo and made some roasted chicken, and Sierra's also. Basically, everybody died except for the Aurora here, the main character. Yeah, that was just unfortunate that when I was trying to get the ST off, Draconis randomly happened to be setting up his own flamethrower ST as well. But yeah, the choice of pet doesn't matter. The only reason we have a pet is to activate the floor on the Ghost of Nemesis, right? You love the dragon sprite? Oh yeah, the Crimson Dragon sprite. I think his name is Tiamat. I think in the official strategy guide they call him Tiamat, and also if you press start during the battle, I think that might be the name that they get. Yeah, very rude. Especially since Vidis and Sierra went so well with that Blammo, right? So like all the other dragons are falling very quickly due to Blammo, except for this one. Draconis has been yeah, he knows what you're gonna do before you do it. And so it's about 3 hours into the run. I think if L wasn't doing like all the extra stuff, this would be just under the 3 hour mark, or maybe just above the 3 hour mark usually. And this is the first break you get. Well, second, if you count the other half a minute break when the underworld turns into the flames, technically that's the first 90-second break. And then this is a bit of a longer break in this all events run. So we get to go on a bit of a worldwide tour. What I really like about this ending quest here um, for the dragon events is that all the places where you fought the dragons, you get to see those places again. And so we're going to see Acrovator on Norn Peaks. We're going to see Chahara in the Bone Fortress, and we're going to see Fidis and Sierra in the White Forest. So basically visiting all the areas, and we see that the dragons have been restored. Which is pretty awesome. It's like all the harm we did because Lark wasn't on like the right side, so to speak. His intentions were good, but like destroying these dragons wasn't really the good thing to do. Um, and so the fact that we've actually caused no harm is very nice. Believe it or not, we do have another tutorial quest. Yes, 34 quests in, and we're still doing tutorial quests. The very next quest we're going to do is Golem Go Make 'em, which is at home. Elevated might be trying to farm some fruit, I think, when we go home. We'll see what he does.
Yeah, we'll definitely definitely farm some.
Mm. And also, right after Golem Go Make 'em, because we're at home, we're also going to do the Cage of Dreams, where we tech on that last giant's horn onto our weapon. We're also going to drop off the pet because we don't need it, and the pet sort of takes a long time to walk during cutscenes, and it slows us down. And so that's why we drop off the pet and don't keep it with us. If we had to do every cutscene with a pet, we had to wait for it to walk and follow us everywhere. It just takes too long. So, um, for the sake of time, right?
Ooh, pretty fruit
Yeah,
and vegetables.
we have the boar melon. I see a few spade basils. I see a few lily pods. I see a citrus squid on top. I think that's a citrus squid. I see a mush in a box. And again, we're trying to get the golden seed, so Elle is going to give, as many seeds as he can to Trent as possible. And I think it's a good idea that we did this way, because now we know, like, we should farm after we make the weapon. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
right. Good call.
Yeah, cabadillos. Oh, did I say boar melon? Yeah, cabadillos. Boar melons are also given by big seeds, green seeds, but I guess they didn't come out this time. So we're gonna load Trent up. He often gives extra seeds. I think that's all of them. Yeah, he often gives seeds when we fill up the box completely. So he's gonna give us like extra seeds.
Holy
Long
cow, we got a
seeds.
flat seed. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, flat seeds are rare. I think L, if you're gonna give flat seeds, give 2 of them. Oh yes, give 2 flat seeds at once. It's the last one. Because yeah, they give pretty cool fruit, and the same with the spiny seeds. If you get any spiny seeds, try to save them and give 2 at a time because the fruits that they give are rarer if you give 2 flat seeds, at the same time. Cool. So now that we've done that, again, we're doing this to try to get the golden seed, which is the second farming area out on the map. Not that we're gonna use it after we obtain it, but just to have it. We have Professor Baum here, and he's going to teach us how to make a golem. This quest is a bit dialogue heavy. It's a lot of mashing X and then choosing the right options here. He also gives us the story of how he got to write the golemology text that he wrote. Apparently somebody had sold him a pen and paper and told him to write it and that they would buy it off of him, and they never came back for the text, and we all know who goes around selling things. It was probably Niccolo. I always say one day I'm going to grab Niccolo right before doing this quest and have them face each other. I'd like to see what happens if you bring Niccolo onto the
That's funny, John.
golemology quest, to see the look on Niccolo's face and Professor Baum's face when he's like, you, it was you.
Oh my god.
And that's the basic golemology. Wow, you went through those options really quickly. That test was pretty fast.
Only took me 8 months, but I finally memorized them.
Oh wow, yeah, it's a lot of like C is never the option, so it's a lot of either A B A B like that, and so it's a bit annoying, but yeah. Awesome. So that's Golem Go Make 'em. There's also one more quest that we want to finish off here at home. The reason is that Pokio, once we start this quest, is it Pokio? There's Nunuzak. Nunuzak, we need him to be in Geo during Rachel, and so the way to do it is if you start, which we will because we finished Crimson Dragon. If you start Cage of Dreams, Nunuzak will automatically be tied up in your backyard, right? And so you cannot do the Lucky Clover event where Nunuzak is talking to Rachel because Nunuzak will be in the library to talk to Rachel. So you really have to untie him from your home by finishing off the Cage of Dreams event to be able, to talk to Esmeralda in the library. So that he and Esmeralda could be in the library during Lucky Clover, and you could complete it on the right days. So entering the house and exiting starts up the Cage of Dreams, and then we just have to follow the Sproutling. The poor Sproutling leaves there. After exiting and saying no to Pokiel, we basically have to load one screen.
Oops.
Yeah, you basically have to walk off and come back, and what you avoid is Pokiel talking to them. This wasn't as bad as if you would have said yes, but you basically just walk past Nunuzak here and to um, forge the giant's horn into the weapon. Hmm? Oh, you forgot to unequip the weapon. That's kind of important. So yeah, you don't want the weapon equipped to you before you forge it, right? You want it um, in your inventory so that you can select it in the menu here. Oh, there's so many like things here now.
This is going to be great for us. This giant's horn.
Yeah. So because we didn't have a seed when we first tempered the hammer, because we gave them all to Trent, we weren't able to temper the hammer all the way up. But now it's up to 210, um, which it's more than enough to take us through the end of the game. If we were going for a record, we would want something a bit stronger. We would have wanted the first temper to work out well, but again, this is just for fun. So, yeah, let's do this. So now we've entered this dream world in Nunuzak's head, and this is where he has trapped the Sproutling, because the Sproutling is supposed to go to start up the mana tree, right? To call upon all the other Sproutlings to convene at the mana tree. And yeah, we have to go save it from this world, this prison in Nunuzak's mind. Nunuzak being a interdimensional being who can only represent himself in our dimension as a stained glass painting. A pretty interesting character. He's also a teacher over in Geo. All the teachers in Geo are very strange. Mephians, who has his brother that was lost in the big snowfields. We have Decimus, who is once married to Deathbringer. We have Cathinja, who turns people into stone by staring at them. And then we have Nunuzak, who's an interdimensional being. Very magical creatures work in Geo. I'm surprised that none of them are wisdoms. They're so powerful, you know?
I want a Legend of Mana spinoff where you're just those teachers fighting in the Coliseum.
Oh, arguing with. Oh, wow, that would be that would be cool. That would be really fun. That would be, yeah, it would be cool if they did like a mana, even if it wasn't a RPG. If they did like what do you call them? Like a beat 'em up sort of mana where you get to choose a character and you're going through the different levels, fighting off. For example, this is sort of like a beat 'em up the way it's set up. But yeah, placing the mana tree would definitely get the fruits
Yeah.
to grow a lot faster. So
yeah, I just realized I was like, ooh, I should probably drop that.
yep, that would definitely raise the mana levels significantly. Now we're going to do Tea Time of Danger. So we're going to head into the why do I want to call it the ruins? Yeah, the Mindus ruins. And what happened in the Mindus ruins is that it seems like Tipo got himself into a bit of trouble. Tipo has wandered into the Mindus ruins and has gotten lost. He was in search of tea leaves because Tipo loves tea. And yeah, we're informed by this Biduel as soon as we enter the Mindus ruins for the first time. And so we have to make our way through. The issue is that we cannot get to where Tipo is without speaking to a psychokinetic flowerling. And so we have to make our way towards the psychokinetic flowerling first. We have a few battles here that we have to go through. Yeah, that's too far. You're like, I've gone too far. Forget that one last XP. Yeah, and so the way the Mindus Ruins works is that there are different gates, and the gates are controlled by the flowerlings. And so we have to talk to different flowerlings to get the gates to open up. In this first room, L is going to talk to both the top and bottom flowerling to open up the gates correctly. And then he's going to head down, and then down, straight down again. We're going to fight one snake, and with our weapon, this should be a very easy either plunge or spin attack. Anything Elle wants to do here could kill off the snake. And then we go to the left, and that should take us through a separate gate, right? Through the gates that were opened up by the flowerlings just now. And this will, take us directly to that flowerling. We just have to follow the path straight to the left, and that takes us to the psychokinetic flowerling with just one gate. Now we go back to the pair of flowerlings. So back to the gate that we just walked through. I hate when they're in the way. It's so annoying. We're going to fight that same snake again, which is, again, just one hit, not a large amount of time. And actually, that forward plunge attack was a good tactic because it brought him closer to the right side of the screen. And then we're going to talk to the bottom flowerling only here. Oh, it was up, not to the left. Yeah. This flowerling sort of blocked your way. But yeah, we're going to engage the flowerling in the middle and talk to the one on the bottom only. And then that should take us to where the Mindus Ruins is, the actual, what do you call it, the ruins area.
Dude, that has to be faster. Like, I'm gonna time it afterwards.
Yeah.
There's no way. It's just so easy with the gates.
Yeah.
So it's not many gates.
Yeah, it's just, you just engage those flowerlings twice, and that's it. So, yeah, and then we go south here. And then here we are at the actual ruins section of the Mindus Ruins, and because we've spoken to the psychokinetic one, that flowerling opens up the way for us, and we are able to get down to where Tipo has unfortunately gotten himself lost. I don't know why he was in these ruins. He was supposed to be collecting tea leaves. I don't see any plants down here. But unfortunately, he got himself in here, and he's wandered into the cave of a vampiress, a female vampire, called Count Davila. And so he's sort of, when we find him, he'll be on the floor cowering in fear because this vampire is there. He's scared. He doesn't know where Duel is. That Duel is his friend, and he was just looking for tea leaves, he says. And then he ended up here on the ground. Why did Duel leave him? You know, he almost forgot. And then he tells you there's a blood-sucking bat as he makes his way out. Thank you, Tipo. Thank you for that. For the last thing you say is that there's a bat here. You would think that's the first thing he would mention. This isn't a particularly bad boss, so long as he doesn't move around too much. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that was annoying. He decided to do his own combos. Usually it's not bad. And that ends the Mindus Ruins quest. I think even with the boss hitting you and taking that wrong turn, that might have still been faster. Now we're actually going to head to Lumina to pick up Niccolo. He doesn't believe that there are psychokinetic flowerlings, right? He's like, that's not a thing. And so he wants you to take him to find one. And since we've already spoken to one, we know exactly where it is. And actually, you can get to the psychokinetic flowerling the same way you got to it in Tea Time of Danger. So you can get to it pretty quickly, just engaging those two female flowerlings. Oh, also the Ditto and Capella thing. In Lumina, we talk to Capella, and that activates, again, Ditto being transported to the underworld by the shadows that were here a long while ago when we saw that shadow animation. So yeah, now that they've captured Diddle and brought him down to the underworld. Now we have to grab Niccolo here from the shop. He's always in the shop, by the way. Do you guys notice that when we pick up Niccolo in the beginning of the game, he's in the marketplace of Domina. Then we pick him up in the shop in Gato, and now he's in the shop in Lumina. He's always shopping, this Niccolo guy. He's very industrious, you know, the way he's takes to his craft of buying and selling. So yeah, we're making our way to the Mindus ruins once again. And in the ruins, we are going to just quickly get to the psychokinetic flowerling. And then because the psychokinetic flowerling disappears, he changes the gates and blocks our way, so we kind of had to find our way out through a different path, right? But yeah, it's definitely not a hard quest unless you don't know where to go in the Mindus ruins, and then there could be a bit of a headache, like which gates to activate and which ones not. Nice, they dropped seeds mostly. The lullabuds there, so that's cool. So again, you're going to talk to both of the flowerlings here. Yeah. He also, yeah, so the psychokinetic sproutling that we talked to also makes it so that I think half the flowerlings disappear, half of the keys sort of disappear, which makes it a bit more annoying. So again, at this point, the route is the same as it was before activating the two flowerlings above. This time the route is just the same as it was before. Perfect. We fight this chess piece. Usually they drop money. We'll see what drops. Yep. Oh, they dropped an item. Claw. Nice. They can drop, I think, a giant's horn as well. Those are chest knight pieces, but they have to be a certain level. And of course, getting by the flowerlings in these little tight areas under the gates are like one of the most annoying things here. So yeah, there's a lot of switch activations and opening gates, closing gates to be able to make our way out. Basically, after Niccolo failed to catch the psychokinetic flowerling, we have to return him to the beginning of the area. Now that we've done that, the quest ends. Well, it's about to end very soon. Again, this lullaby is another opportunity to get a seed whenever we kill one of those. So I think we'll get 2 more. very soon. 2 more Lullabuds there. Oh, they just drop experience. That's fine. We could get all the seeds we need from Trent, actually. Um, it's not that big a deal. He doesn't believe in psychokinetic flowerlings, even though the flowerling disappeared before his eyes and also changed all the gates. I don't know if he's being like purposely obtuse or what's going on with with Niccolo there, but so the next quest that we have to do is Diddle had it, and so we're going into the underworld now because we've already triggered the scene where Diddle gets kidnapped, and in the underworld, we basically want to make our way down so the shadows automatically transport us to the bottom. Oh yeah, the Bone Fortress, right? The Bone Fortress has some really cool items. One of them being the gold clover. It sells for a pretty penny, but it is one of the only things that you can feed to a pet to increase their luck stat. And so if you buy 3 gold clovers and consistently feed 3 gold clovers every time your pet levels up, their luck stat will increase pretty quickly. And so that's a good way if you were trying to get like rare item drops and stuff like that. That's a good way to do it if you don't want to spend time grinding for a polter box or something like that. You'd want the luck stat. Also, the luck on your main character is stuck at 5, and so the only way to increase luck on your main character would be through the items like forging armor with high luck stats. Um, and there are ways to increase luck stats. I think it's a plus 20 on each of the armors that you can have. But the better way, of course, would be to have a pet with you that has good luck. So that's just another way to get good item drops. I'm holding my breath. I always get nervous around the shadows. I get bad luck with shadows. Yeah, the pet does have to get kills. But you got it. You got it, Elle. It's better. I mean, if you're like playing casually and you're going through the time to level up your pet, most pets, if you have like, if they're aggressive and they're independent, they'll fight on their own, pretty good actually. And if you get them to level 99, they'll actually, in a lot of cases, one-hit enemies, like one-hit kill enemies. And so, like if you're going through the motions of raising your pet anyway, enough to feed them and stuff, it's worth it. Gold clovers also are good for tempering. They add a good amount to the reaction of energy. Not as much as a glow crystal, but a good amount. Like bell grapes adds a lot too. There's a few items that add energy and can raise mana levels, without a glow crystal, which can be costly. I mean, if you're gonna buy gold clovers, might as well buy a gold crystal anyway. And then this is the boss for this, not much of a boss. It's one ape mummy, and he's pretty easy to kill with a plunge attack or a power cancel. And then we get this little scene outside where Diddle and Capella just look at the stars and relax after sort of saving Diddle from the underworld. So after this event, we're going to be, this is the 38th event, by the way. So after this event, we're going to be entering the ninth event of the game, and that is Siren's Song. And this is sort of like the last time we have to fear a boss, right? Uh, Tropicalo in Siren Song has the same sprites as, well, similar sprites. They're like sprite swapped to Labane, and the right side has this self-destruct ability, which can kill the main character pretty easily. So we're heading to Popata Harbor to basically go into the restaurant area, close to the restaurant area. Okay, we're seeing what he has. Oh, I didn't notice. Did you have the baobab wood? I know you were checking because this is
No,
one of the
I'm
last.
gonna go ahead and buy it because I have a ton of money.
Okay, cool. So yeah, this is I think the last time that you have to enter Popata Harbor. You might have to enter once or twice after with Gilbert for the next quest or a quest soon after. But one of the last times that you enter Popata is in this one, and in Gilbert Love is Blind. And so if you wanted to buy the Baobab Wood, this is the perfect time. If it didn't drop with all the curse dolls and all the woodings that we fought, this is a really good time to do it. And this is, yes, but yeah, if you have the money, might as well, and then not have to worry about it later in the game. Again, for marathon routing, you really want to make sure 100% that you have it down before the end, and so not have to like come back and do extra stuff right before Pee-wee. So we're heading into the outskirts now to listen to Deathbringer's army, right? The soldiers talk about the Boink that is guarding the siren in Medora Beach. If you do not trigger this, the Boink will not move out of the way in Medora Beach. And when you try to get to the birdcage, you'll be boinked out to the beginning. And so you have to trigger the scene to be able to see Elle and Monique and Flamesh, Flameshe. I don't know exactly the pronunciation of the mermaid, uh, but that's like a required scene. Now, with the beautiful music here at Medora Beach, we're going to go all the way to the left. Gonna fight this Sahagin and the two teddies here. Huh. Was that a flaming quill? Flaming quill. Flaming quills actually sell for a good amount of money. They drop from chocobos and cockatrices, and yeah, I've gotten a few of them in that exact fight right there as well. I think that's a pretty common drop for the chocobo with this mana level. So there's a few cool fights here. We have the fight with the Sea Jack. Again, we fought one during the Summer Loving Quest, and these are sort of enemies that are specific to Medora Beach, the Sea Jack and the Big Baby. I don't think we fight any big babies here though in this quest. Hey Gia, how you doing? Don't worry about being late. Don't worry about it. We're just glad you're here. Thanks for coming. Lemur's also here. Hey Lemur, thanks for the luck. It's a lot of fun. We've been doing a bit of farming here and there. We've been mowing down all the enemies. El didn't die during Labane, and I don't think he's gonna die here during Tropicalo. He'll be just fine. Lemur, did you break any records recently? Did you PB? I know you've been practicing off screen. I thought you might have been practicing last night too when we were chatting. Or okay, this is rough. There you go. Hype, 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 hype. Awesome. So yeah, this Tropicalo fight again, like the Levain fight. The whole point is to kill off the right offshoot as fast as you possibly can, so that it can self-destruct. Right, this one that just came out. And what you want to do is you want to hit it away, or kill it like that, so that it doesn't self-destruct at all. You want to deal with it basically before dealing with the left side, because even if you hit it and you don't kill it, it will self-destruct, and so you have the time to deal with the left side. If you don't kill it right away, it tends to do that. It just casts wisp magic, which is a bit annoying. It'll keep casting magic until you cut it off of the vine, and so that's annoying. Whoa, did the left side just completely disappear? What happened? And now it reappeared very quickly? That was strange. What was that? What was that? Lemur, I would say it's a mix of the two. It's definitely the newer route because we did the Lost Princess skip. And we did place a few places differently, but the Norn Peaks was not placed before Geo, and so it was a bit higher than it otherwise would have been. So it's not like perfect the placements, but it was close to the new route, closer to the new route than the old route, I suppose you would say. Bam! Again, when you blammo, the left vine didn't even break off; it just disappeared, which is pretty cool. Blammo seems really convenient here. Hey, Juanpa, how you doing? So many people here. This is a good time because this is one of the hard battles too. So there you go. Lots of experience dropping. So now we get to go to the top of the birdcage, where we see, I think it's Monique or Flamesh talking to their friend. Monique talking to Elle here, and Elle basically wants to stay in the birdcage. She sunk that ship earlier. New route. Okay, so this is definitely the new route. Um, yeah. So Elle had sunk that bird ship, that pirate ship earlier. The ship, not the pirate ship. What is it? The Deathbringer soldier ship earlier, and she kind of feels bad, so she doesn't want to. She wants to sing in her bird cage where it's safe, and that's okay. But Monique is sort of fighting for her freedom, right? She doesn't want her friend Elle to be imprisoned, and so now we have to do Gilbert Love is Blind, which means we have to go back to the birdcage and get Elle again before entering uh, Polpata. It's interesting to note that if you talk to Maymay in Domina and she reads your fortune, she actually tells you to bring the siren to see the bard, or the basically to see Gilbert, and so she gives you the hint for how to trigger this event. But yeah, we're going off, and Elle is really cool. She's a magic user, kind of like Bud and Lisa, but she stays away. She stays further away from the action than Bud and Lisa do, and she casts magic from afar. She's pretty useful as a NPC. The only annoying thing about this... Oh, here you go, the big baby fight. Right. The only a slightly annoying thing about this quest in particular is that Gilbert scares her off, and so you have to make your way all the way back here again to pick her up a second time. That was the Chocobo fights, and I think this is the one with the Sahagin, and then after this you could just leave Medora Beach, and then we're gonna bring her to see Gilbert, who's basically hanging out in the Popata Harbor restaurant, you know, drinking in a bar like single people do when they're looking for love, I suppose. Drinking Bloody Marys, yeah, basically. So we're gonna take him, Elle, who is like was alone in her birdcage, but I guess she wanted to take a walk. Why we would bring her to Palpata, where the soldiers are known to hang out, I have no idea. The same soldiers that captured her and put her in the birdcage, have no idea why we would take her to Palpata, but I guess that's just a story for the game. Today on Elle's stream, I learned how to find love. Yes. Actually, Gia, don't you have a boyfriend? Don't be like Gilbert, man. Don't be like Gilbert. So that starts Gilbert Love is Blind. He was basically stricken by her, and basically she reminded him of his ex, Monique. And love is not quantifiable. Okay, that's true. That's true. Um, he was stricken by Elle, the siren, and how she looked like Monique, and he had mistaken her for Monique. And so now we go back to Medora Beach, boink again, head to the birdcage. Um, I don't think the mirror pieces were a thing, but for this all events. But if there is a mirror piece in the birdcage, and this is the opportunity to get it if you wanted it, there's only 4 mirror pieces in the game, and so making our way up to get L. Little did we know, haha, we were followed by Gilbert, and so we'll see that when we exit the birdcage. What are mirror pieces? Great. There are only 4 of them in the game. They're in different chests in different areas. It's one of the rarest items. We don't particularly use it for our tempering, but what they do is when you're tempering an item, they reverse the relationships for the mana levels. So it allows you to make a very powerful weapon when you're tempering. And you basically have to play the game multiple times to get enough mirror pieces to do a temper where a normal temper, let's say, where your weapon is level 999 attack. So they're very much in demand. You can get level 999 weapons through other ways, through tempering rocks, for example. Some of the rock items don't require mirror pieces. But yeah, they're still really cool. Really cool. Yes. So if you're not doing a rock or a wood piece, then the mirror pieces are extremely useful. And again, what they do is that they reverse the relationships of the mana spirits, so that things that normally couldn't raise, you would be able to raise it. So we have Gilbert here, basically being not so awesome and chasing after Elle. You can see she's trying to get away from him, and he's not having it. He is just grabbing her and I guess forcing her to start a new life with him. He basically kidnapped her. And so we have to make our way to where they went. And where they went was to the pirate ship. So we have to head to the SS Buccaneer after we make our way out of the beach to find Gilbert again. This is the 40th quest, by the way. So 40 out of 68. This is the last haul, basically, the last sort of 2/3 of it that we're going through.
Can't remember where everything is.
Yeah, the Buccaneer is now on the other side of the map, which is a bit inconvenient for this map placement because before it was just to the north, I think, of Lumina, right? It was just to the north of Lumina before in the old map placement. So yeah, basically talk to Gilbert and Elle here. She's telling him she can't sing. Gilbert wants her to sing. He wants her to be free and enjoy life. Remember, that's Gilbert's thing. He's like, let's go, let's have adventures and enjoy life together and do whatever we want. And of course, she's very afraid of singing because she had sunk the soldier ship earlier. Now we're going to take a little bit of a detour from doing this quest. The reason is because we want to get down into the bottom of the pirate ship and find Putty, I believe. Putty was stolen really early on when we did Watch Drops the Hammer, and he has been taken hostage here at the bottom of the pirate ship, and so we're going through to find him. He's in this barrel right here.
And why is there no water dish for Putty?
Oh yeah, that's I mean,
that's harassment.
Yeah. It's kind of messed up what they did to him, but it's fine. The sinking of the ship was, I think, due to her singing, directly due to her singing. Oh, there might have been water in the barrel. That's a good point. But I mean, dogs don't belong in barrels, right? Like, well, who would take a dog and put him in a barrel? It's just the pirates. I don't know what's going through their heads, man. But yeah, we're gonna see what happens now when she's going to sing again. We basically have to visit the captain, and the captain is the pirates are informing him that there are people on the ship. And Captain telling him that, you know, he approves of art and all that stuff. So now we have them, the pirates, they've tied up Gilbert, who, remember, is half man, half horse, right? He's like a, what do you call it, centaur, right? Good and evil otters, yeah. So she starts to sing, and check out the reaction of these pirates. It's hilarious. The ship is going through explosions, and they start like flipping out and dancing and twirling around. It's really ridiculous.
Yeah, I think Magical Gnome had created those spinning emotes.
Yeah, it's funny, man. It's hilarious. So after that, we get to fight this awesome enemy, this orc. I think this is the orc, and he looks half whale, half shark, half tentacle monster. It's very funny, the way he is. Assuming he doesn't auto ST, it's usually a quick battle. But because he did jump in the water and do all his fancy stuff first, it took a few more seconds more. But yeah, now we are on the side of the ship. Gilbert is still tied up. I know a lot of people love to see Gilbert tied up like that. And Ella's there. She's being cornered by the pirates, and the captain comes in and says, "No, if she wants to sing, she should sing. Sing. I want to hear you sing. It's not going to sink the ship. It's not that bad." And so we already saw what happened when she sang the first time. A monster appeared, right? And so we'll see what happens when she sings a second time. So they're all looking at her, and she's saying she doesn't want the ship to sink. Whoa, and yeah. So the captain is sort of like edging her on to do it, and so there you go. She's singing, and again we have massive explosions and ruptures in the water. All types of sea creatures are going to start appearing. We have pirates flying in from from the top deck to report how bad things are going. Crabs are appearing on the ship. It's pretty funny. By the way, the captain is loving it, and he's completely, I don't want to say he's oblivious, but he really has faith that his ship is going to hold up and is enjoying the music for what it is and the art of her singing for what it is. So kudos to the captain, Captain Tusk. So they're gonna put Gilbert to walk the plank, which is funny. That's just hilarious. And that ends Gilbert. Love is blind. So now we're going to do Looking Glass Tower, which takes us into the Tower of the Ares, but for real this time, because last time we just entered and we left really quick. Now we're really gonna go through the Tower of the Ares.
Where Pearl
So
has
yeah,
been standing since that time earlier. Kappa.
she was in two places at once. She was in the Duink's lair and at the Tower of the Ares at the same time. But yeah, we saw her here earlier. That was pretty funny. So now we have to make our way to the top of the tower, and I don't know if everybody in the audience saw, but when the title card for this event came in, it had the sort of gem in the background. So all the Jumi stories have sort of that gem, fluorite, alexandrite, and this one. So yeah, the Tower of the Ares, if like you're playing casually and you're not looking at a guide, can be confusing. But basically, you want to head up the tower, right? And at certain points, there are elevators that would help you to traverse the tower northward, sort of upward. There's a lot of dark enemies, Dane slaves. There's a few of those mad mallards, the ducks. Hey, you got a blade drop, cool. They're bats, they're succubus here. Oh, hey, look, something to do. There you go. So.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, no worries. That's actually one of my funnest things to do when I see a bot like that doesn't belong in there.
I'm planning on making a few more giving a few more folks the power if they want it. But
yeah,
they would never be obligated. But if you notice a sword next to your name soonish, you have the power.
Yeah, and just as a general note about Twitch, this issue is getting worse and worse. Yeah, The issue with like bots coming in and advertising, it's the same thing. Want to be famous, post a link. Before they were just using regular characters, now they're using like special characters to try to circumvent the Twitch system that blocks those kinds of malicious. They're basically phishing links. You go to those links, they ask for your information, and they try to steal your account information. Yeah, you could have Automod nail anyone who posts links. One of the things is that sometimes you
Hey,
want
that's a really good idea.
Yeah, but sometimes you want people to like share. For example, on Elevated Stream, if someone has a guide or something, or if there was a link to a clip or something that he did, and wants to share that, then you block off those abilities too. So it's kind of like, what you would allow and what you won't. It's making that decision cuts off the community a little bit from sharing things. I mean, we could always share things on Discord too, but yeah. So again, we're continuing to go into the tower and climbing up and entering these crystal rooms that are the elevators. I didn't mention it the first time he went, but now we've gotten up to the 10th floor, so we're pretty high up there. And now we are up here, and we see Elazul is here. Of course, he's looking for Pearl. Pearl wasn't there. He wasn't with Pearl when she was in the beginning. We can go with him, or we can refuse to go with him. Either way, we can still complete the event either way. Not going with him, I think it saves us, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it saves us a few dialogue choices. This is the 11th floor up here, and Pearl is talking to herself, to Black Pearl. Black Pearl disappears, and then we have one of the infamous fights here, and this is I think the third and last of the centaurs that we fight. Wow. You can see the head sort of is shaped like a beetle a little bit, kind of like Mark's hat in Domina. So basically a different shape. This was like the insectoid version of the centaur. Now that we've saved Pearl, we actually have to help her, I think, get down. Or is that later? So Elazul entrusts us to take Pearl down to the bottom of the tower. And he says, anything happens to her, I'll kill you. Yeah, thanks, Elazul. So yeah, the centaur we just fought was the Iron Centaur, as opposed to the other two that we fought during the Dragon one, which was the Lark the Centaur and Zenoa.
I really like the Iron Centaur sprite artwork.
Oh yeah, it's definitely cool. So we basically go down a similar way that we went up, I think. Just doing it in reverse, making our way down to the depths. Trying to help out poor Pearl here. Pearl, as an NPC, doesn't help out in battles. She doesn't have any attacks. I think her synchro is that she heals your status. I'm not quite sure. Oh, do you know? Elevated?
Yeah, status recovery. She can crouch and heal herself too.
So yeah, so if you have something like confusion or dizzy and she's close by, she'll automatically get rid of those status effects that are on you. And that might sound helpful, but they're not that. Like it's better to have someone help you out in battles, right? Like just standing around doing nothing, kind of being dead weight, doesn't really help much. Because she is defenseless, she doesn't have any weapons or attack animations. She generally tends to, during the start of battles, walk away from enemies. Another interesting thing to note is her one player to control ideas. Ah, cool. Another thing that's interesting to note is her clothing. She definitely has a white mage robe on, and if you're familiar with the Final Fantasy series, or actually Gia Jitsu, who was in here earlier, I don't know if she's still in here. She actually has a robe exactly like Pearl. She has a white mage sort of
Dude,
poncho.
that's so cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, she actually designed it on her stream and then had someone make it for her, and she's been wearing it while she plays Final Fantasy IX. And so I don't know, just seeing Pearl reminded me of that. The white, long robe with the red at
That's
the end.
so epic.
Yeah, it is really cool. And another callback. I mean, there are statues of black mages in Geo. Pearl definitely is modeled after a white mage, so there are definitely calls to the Final Fantasy series, the Chocobo as well. So calls to the Final Fantasy series in this game. And she gives you the frozen heart. The frozen heart is important because that opens up the Feig snowfields, which will open up a whole slew of other quests for us to do. It's one of the last lands that we placed as well. So after Looking Glass Tower, I believe we do Gilbert School more, maybe. We basically have to do the Gilbert quest. Um, when we enter Geo
Sorry,
because
I don't have the updated map in front of me, but I guess do I place it up to the right
I
here?
got you. You place it north of Geo.
Oh, cool. North of Geo. Cool, thanks.
hmm Oh, that's an awesome animation. Definitely appropriate for the December. Um, for December. There you go. So we're entering Geo and we're doing Gilbert School of More, the 40-second quest. Um, and basically, what happens is Gilbert um, finds himself in Geo, and Kathinja, the teacher, is hanging out in the restaurant area of Geo, just like the bar area. This is the outdoor fruit parlor. And he's basically trying to hit on her, and she's telling him, no, like, you'll be petrified by looking at my eyes. Um, and she's. He's saying, "I'm getting hard, so hard for you, baby." But that's a joke of him being petrified. And she's telling him that the students are not going to school, and he's saying, well, he needs our help again. Like, we helped him before with selling the lamps, now we have to help him get all the students back to school. They're boycotting classes, which is what we don't want. We want them to actually go to classes. We also see Niccolo standing to the north. We'll get him in just a little bit. But you have to talk to every single student to get them to go back to school. Niccolo wants to go down to the Alkin Mines, I believe. So we're going to start Niccolo's business unusual, but we're not going to complete it for a little bit. So there's 3 students in this area, and then we're going to go off into the central marketplace area and do the students there. The last students that we want to get are in the store. And the reason we want to get them last is because there's one student in the store that won't go back to school until all the other students have gone back to school. So you basically want to get him last. So now we're in the inn. you could see that the inn is run by a tipo, and to the left of the inn is actually another tipo that is a store as well. I think it's a mineral shop where you can buy stuff, just like under the staircase there. So there's two tipos hanging out in the inn. This student always flips out and he throws a huge tantrum. He doesn't want to go to school. And then he comes back very calmly and tells you that he'll go. It's always hilarious, this guy. Now we're going to make our way towards the school, and there's a few students here on the way to the school. Now we're going into the library where we have a bunch of other students. We also have Esmeralda here. Hmm. I like school. Yeah, this is a student that says it. That's so funny. And now that we've gotten all the other students, we can go into the store that's close to the marketplace, and that will convince the two students that are there before, um, convincing the last student to go. So the last student is the one that's on the staircase. And now that we've got them all, we're talking to Khadija. She finds him annoying, so she wants to turn him into stone. And so she's using her special powers, her eye gazing power, and she's basically petrified Gilbert there in the entrance of Geo. Now that we've done that, we have Niccolo with us still, who wants to go into the Alkan Mines, so we have to go to the Alkan Mines, but the Alkan Mines is already caught up in a different quest, Pokiel Dreamteller. And so we have to do the Pokiel quest first before we can do Niccolo's Business Unusual Part 4. Usually in the ferry route, when you do the speed run for ferry, you go in and you trigger this event, but you don't have to complete it, so you just leave and it makes things faster. But here, as we have to complete all events, that's what all events monthly is, we'll just do it. We'll just finish it off. So what this is Pokiel basically reversed time, and so we went back in time, and we're seeing the young versions of Eskad and Matilda, and what's his name, Erwin, and what happened in the past. Talking to Pokiel here, you tell him you're in a hurry, and he sort of warps you down to the bottom of the underworld, and you get to see Matilda has a problem here, so deep in the Alkan Mines. There's fire everywhere, and they can't leave. They're kind of trapped here in the Alkan Mines. Oh, sulfur. That's cool. So then we get to fight off a few of the enemies. I think sulfur, you need sulfur for Pee Wee Birdie, right? That's why you picked that up?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Pee Wee Birdie, it's a guaranteed.
Right. So yeah, that's pretty cool. There's a few other places where you can get sulfur, but they're more out of the way. I know that there's a place to get sulfur in the Flames or in the Underworld. But again, you'd have to enter doors that you otherwise wouldn't enter. So it's good that is along the way, that chest there. I know you could also buy sulfur, I think, in one of the stores. But again, if you could pick it up in a chest, why buy it, right? Why worry if you have enough money? There you go. You got a long seed from that Marlboro. In the deepest cavern, we see Erwin and Matilda. She's wondering why everyone hates him because he's a demon, and so she doesn't like hate him the way everyone else does. She is more um, understanding that he didn't choose to be a demon. He was just born that way. He's not necessarily a good guy though. In this situation, he takes her powers away from her. That's what's happening now. And because he's taken her power, some folks like camels, but I'm a Marlboro man. um, wow, there was a beer commercial back in the day that had metal detectorists. It was like, it was pretty funny, but it had a song that I really enjoyed. I don't know why Marlboro Man made me think of it, but it was a funny commercial that I had seen on YouTube a while back. Wariotu. And that's it. We got to see how Erwin stole Matilda's powers and how she aged, prematurely because of what happened here in the Elkin Mines. And then we're re-entering the Elkin Mines because we have Nicola with us, and we want him to do Nick's Business Unusual Part 4, which is basically a scam that he's going to do against Watts, right? We're going to fake sort of helping Watts out and basically charge Watts for labor and materials. And it's a scam. Watts says, do your things and be off. And, Nicolo's like here and here and there, and he's helping fix things up. And I guess he was placing items around Watts' shop, and now he's coming back for the payment of those items. Collect payment. Payment for the $30,000 worth of materials that he gave for the store. And Watt says he doesn't have the money to pay, and Niccolo says, well, he'll take the weapons instead of the money, and so he'll take weapons and armor instead. That's fine. He'll just take the items in the store. Watts offers less money instead, and Nick says he's out of his mind. And we have to enter one more time. And again. Yeah. It's pretty cool, because we have the gator skin, and so we use that, but Nick just continues to take stuff in lieu of payment, as he says. And Watts says, I reckon I'm a fool. Yeah, I think Watts just forgets things easily the entire game. He forgot to tell us that he sent us to get the hammer. He forgot that he gave us the Minos bronze during the blacksmithing quest. He's just really forgetful about stuff, and so yeah, a little bit of a fool there in him. But that ends the Business Unusual 4. We basically run the scam in the mines. Now we do Lucky Clover at the same time that we do some of the Rachel quest, and so this is a very long quest that takes multiple days to do. Hey, while you're here, are you gonna check on the farm? So basically,
oh yeah, good call.
Yeah, you basically talk to the diary to make one entry, and then you'll see that Bud is sick on the floor. And upon talking to Bud, you'll see that he's not doing too well, and he needs a little bit of medicine to get better. And so And so that basically starts the little cactus quest, because the cactus is going to try to find the medicine to make Bud better. Ooh, garlic crown. You got a masked potato, I see. Um, I see a cabadillo, and I see a boar melon as well. Strategy guy says he's forgetful to the point of senility. Yeah, he's a bit senile. Oh, poor guy. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not too. Um, it's not too bad. He's able to run his shop at least. Oh, and you actually have a Mangelofint as well, kind of hiding there in the background, which is cool. And a fishy fruit. Yes. That's the boar melon there, and then the Mangelofint. Right, I think Trent is going to give you a good amount of seeds at this point, just because you've given him so much, and the mana tree is right there. So let's see. Cricket seed, round seed, that's 2. Small seed, that's 3. Big seed, that's 4. Long seed, that's 5. Yeah, so he gave you more seeds than you gave to him. Oh, you thought the Mangelofant was a fishy fruit? Yeah. 2 crooked seeds, those are red, right? And so, and then a few big seeds, awesome. So we should expect red colored fruit from the crooked seed, I believe, and then green colored fruit from the big seeds. Nice. And so we basically triggered what we needed for the cactus quest, and we're going to be on our way to Domina now. And what we want to do is we want to go to the pub in Domina and talk to Elazul. We're going to give the options 2 and 1. And this is to for the lucky clover, right? He comes with us. There you go. That was 2 and 1 there. Sorry. So Pearl runs off again, and we also want to trigger the cactus quest, right? And the way to do that, we need advice from Mei Mei. Mei Mei will tell us what happened with the cactus. Where did he go? She's going to give us some information that we need to start the quest. Vitamins, keratins, potassium, fiber, polyphenol. The cactus will save the child. That's what that read. Yeah, sometimes you get Wallamatos from the crooked seeds. A lot of times you get lilipods, cherry bombs. What else are they called? Um, well, we'll see what he gets when he farms them. Oh, cherry bombs are purple? Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of variation. So sometimes you get colors that are close by. Um, but yeah. Like if you would have given red and green at the same, because he did give 2 big seeds as well. But yeah, if you would have given red and green like in the same turn, he would have gotten more purple. So we're going back in, and we're going to you already spoke to Jennifer, so we're leaving Domina, entering Domina, and we're going to talk to Tipo, and then going upstairs and talking to Mark. And this is going to trigger the Rachel quest. Oh, apple socks and apricots, cool.
Somehow I messed up. I don't know.
You did. Try to go in again and maybe talk to Jennifer a second time. Maybe just keep going in and talk to Jennifer. Seek out Tipo and Mark. It should trigger.
No, it's my I made a mistake. I spoke to Jennifer, and then I left Domina and came back in. So, and then I left again or something without coming in and talking to Mark.
Oh, I see. I see. I
Yeah,
see.
I skipped it.
So you skipped the day that he was upstairs. Yeah. Oh, you got it. Then you talk to Tipo after talking to Mark, and yeah, that's basically. It's not easy to trigger Rachel as a quest. But eventually, when you talk to Mark, which should be 2 days, I think, you'll get the Rachel. Yeah, you'd have to leave again and then come back in so that Mark could be in his room. This isn't too bad. It's just slightly annoying to have to leave and come back to so many times to trigger it. Ella's was probably like, "What are you doing? We have to save Pearl and everybody else and the Jury people." So apparently Rachel left a note, and she's gone, right? And so um, we're going to it's very important that we trigger Rachel before triggering the Lucky Clover, because both events are done in Geo and can be done at the same time, right? So yeah, and once we trigger Lucky Clover, we cannot leave Geo. So we'd have to finish the event. And so it's just easier to do them both since we're stuck in Geo over all those days, especially since different days trigger different things. Entering on Jin Day, that was some nice tactics there. So if you enter on Jin, you run to the classroom first. We're gonna speak to Esmeralda. Zach is playing games. Seems like. Could that be? Yes, it is. It's one of the Jumi, Esmeralda. She is a student here in the Geo Academy. So we're gonna seek her out. She's hanging out in the classroom. As one of the few times we see Thesinus there, the teacher. So now what we want to do is we want to sleep until Gnome Day or until Undine, right? So from Jin, that'll be Undine. And then we could speak to Esmeralda in the library. The cool thing about this is, so when we speak to Esmeralda, that's important for the Lucky Clover quest, and then when we do the things for Rachel, that's important for the Rachel quest. And so this one is for the Lucky Clover quest. Heading to the library, we're going to see that she's down on the bottom left talking to Nunuzak. The Venus is also conducting an experiment on top, and so it's important that we see that the Venus is up there doing her little experiment. Rachel is actually one of the students up there. She looks, I guess, like any of the students, but she's up there. There you go. That's the trigger. The trigger for Lucky Clover. Now, what we want to do is we want to go in on Salamander Day, which should be the day right after Undine. So we sleep once, and then we go in and see Rachel in the library. And there should be like a little. Well, we don't actually have to see them. We just have to experience the explosion, right? We could also talk to Esmeralda on Salamander Day. She's hanging out in the classroom, so we're gonna do both. First, head to the library, see the explosion. And then head into the classroom and talk to Esmeralda. And Nunuzak is teaching today. She says to meet us in the library on Gnome or Undine Day. Well, it just so happens to be that 2 days from now it's going to be Gnome, so we have to sleep for 2 days until Gnome Day, and then we have to go to the library and speak to Esmeralda. And what she will give us is the knighthood. She's going to make us one of her knights, I suppose. And as a Jumi knight, we're supposed to protect her. Oh, I'm gonna dip out for just 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. So we made it to Gnome Day. So we'll head back to the library. Woo! And sure enough, Esmeralda's down there. We'll talk to her again. Essentially, we're going to be asked if we want to be a knight or to protect Esmeralda. Okay. The Guardian. So we'll accept knighthood. Now we have Esmeralda with us. And first thing we're going to do is go to the jewelry store. Ask around about cores and whatnot. This character here that quote-unquote runs this store is actually Sandra in disguise. I think it's Alexandra.
Alexandra, that's so funny.
Yeah.
That's not even hiding it. But yeah, sorry, I was talking to my wife about lunch and what we were eating. She wants to make an apple pie tonight, so we're gonna do that.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's good. We had too many apples at home, and there was no way in hell that we were gonna eat all those apples. It's just like we're just two people, right? So we figured, what are we gonna do? Like, because some of them are starting to go bad too. So yeah, we'll just make apple pie. Oh, you have Esmeralda with you now. Okay, so now you're collecting the course of her sisters, right?
Yep. So we just got to go to Diana and then back into the cafe.
So yeah, the lucky clover is actually all of her sister's cores put together, make up the lucky clover. So that's where the name of the um, quest comes from. And so on different days, different things are available. You did the principal's office, so great. And I saw you enter the jewelry store. So thank you. Yeah, it's just pretty easy. Um, when we first entered Geo, I didn't mention it, but did you notice if Gilbert was in the front or not?
You know, I can't remember, but I know that I've noticed. Oh, well, you're right. He was gone, so there he is. Probably.
Yeah, he's down here now. It's been a few days, and basically he's part of this collection of statues that belongs to Christy, who owns this. I guess it's an antique shop, and also the Coliseum here, which is downstairs. The cool thing is that if you go into the Coliseum downstairs, you can fight NPCs that you have with you. Um, and so if you wanted to fight Niccolo or a second player, File or Elazul, you take them into the Coliseum and you could duke it out with them. Also, if you have a second player, you could fight. Like somebody could take control of the NPC and you can battle your friend in the Coliseum, which I think is a pretty cool idea.
It's super fun.
Mm-hmm. We also see Skippy and Handsome there because they work for. They have a debt to pay, right, with Christy, and so they're there, working, doing stuff, trying to repay their debts. And then we just found the last core there. You told her violence is wrong. That's funny. But finding the last core triggers the scene where Sandra drops a letter. Now, whether she drops it on purpose or by mistake, I don't know. But she definitely drops it somewhere where it can easily be found by us as we exit the inn here. So it's pretty funny. So her note says, "The lucky clover will be mine," referring to all the cores of Esmeralda's sisters. Again, Boyd, one step behind Sandra always, for some reason. Now we're going to head back into Christie's. I believe we're going down to where Diana is. Diana. And we see Esmeralda was transported. And we engage with Diana to be transported to where Esmeralda was, right? Where her knight was supposed to protect her. So we head to the Coliseum where we find a jewel beast. Oh no. These, I guess they're minions of Sandra and Lord of Jewels, right? So, gotta get rid of them. If you look at the sprites, just where the neck attaches to the body, there is a face that just will haunt your nightmares forever. You can't unsee it once you've seen it. It's very similar to the face that's on the space whale, right? The Lord of Jewels. And again, we have Sandra taking the cores away from Esmeralda, and now the lucky clover is hers, as she promised in her note. So we get a little Visal gold there from the quest, but we don't really need it at this point, so we just continue on with the story. As we enter home, we trigger the little cactus because we spoke to Meme already, who told us where the cactus was going. And that's the end of the event. The next event that we have to complete is Cosmo. So I think we enter the home and we talk to the pot. So basically, the cactus left you a note saying that he's going to find Gaius and ask him how to make Bud better. And so we're engaging with Elazul to tell him that we're gonna help him find what happened. Oh, good idea. Not sure if they're all gonna be ready.
Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Guelphin, yeah, that's cool.
No, dude, the 3 apricats.
Oh, the 3 apricats, that's cool.
So happy.
That's pretty awesome. Wow, 4 apricats, that's insane. Yeah, the 3 on the bottom and 1 close to Trent.
Wiggle running with the fruit is really funny, you know?
Yeah, it's it's a bit weird to see like the dramatic movements because the fruit looks so weird. Like the fruit doesn't change. Like it's always looking at the camera, so it's like.
Ooh, nice.
Nice. So yeah, after a certain amount of fruit, he gives you the produce encyclopedia. You can also get it from Meme, if you, from uh, Reverend Nouvel. If you ask him about Meme, you can also get the produce encyclopedia that way. Nice. Nice. Yeah, you have a lot of purple or long seeds, so that's gonna be cool later when you pick those up. So yeah, Cosmo, right? So we spoke to Elazul, we got him with us, and now we have to head back into the McKiv Caverns to complete the event. And of course, that's the hint for where to go, McKiv Caverns, right? It's so funny that they start you off inside the home, but whatever. Like instead of just outside. It's weird. Yeah, it's funny. I think it has something to do with the animations in the world map. Oh, and you can pick up my dude, the mallard duck. That is funny. That is really cool. I wonder at what point you can pick them up. I don't know if you want to pick them up, like in a future All Events Beta run, but I think once you have the 4 lands around the Kip Caverns, he'll become available. So that's awesome. I did not know that this map had, like the new map had demi-humans. Yeah. He said, wait, and then he says, it's nothing. I have a bad feeling about this. My core has never clouded this much before. Wow. That's some intense writing right there. Yeah, the Jumi have that weird ability where their cores let them know where the other Jumi are. So we have Pearl hanging out here again in the McKib Caverns, and Sandra is right there. Too late, bam, and she damaged Elazul's curl. What am I talking about? She damaged Elazul's core. Basically, that's what they're saying. Because they don't cry for each other. They don't cry for each other. So Pearl becomes Black Pearl. Mwahaha. Now we have another epic battles. This is one of the few times we use Black Pearl in the game. We get to battle this Jewel Beast with her. Unlike Pearl, she actually has an awesome hammer, so it's hammer time. You know, we have the hammer duo right here. MC Hammer fighting with Black Pearl. It's awesome. She didn't use it, but that's a pretty cool like coral. I think it's a coral hammer. I believe. I'm not entirely sure. So now that Elazul is hurt, he actually becomes a resident at home. And Bud, who was sick before, just magically happens to be walking around all nonchalantly and not being sick now. Of course. But no, Bud really is still sick at home. It was just for that little scene that he gets up and walks around. And so now we have to do Can't Look Back, which brings us back to the Luon Highway. Not for specifically Can't Look Back. We actually, as part of the Cactus quest, we were told the Cactus went to seek out Gaius, and so we are going to seek out Gaius as well. We're going to follow the trail of the Cactus for a little bit here, and we'll see what Gaius tells us. There's a few events, kind of like the Seven Wisdoms does this, the Little Cactus event does this, Where's Putty does this, where we have to go into different areas of the game to find out, to like complete the quest. Like it's kind of like a worldwide tour, sort of. And so that's what's going to happen here. We did it already with Seven Wisdoms, and now we're doing it with the Cactus event. So we're going to ask about, where the Cactus went. And he basically tells us that the Cactus went to speak to Selkie. who, as we know, is in the in the forested ruins. So we're gonna head there. Got to make our way out. Unfortunately, the long way out of the Luon Highway. Bam, yeah, and again, Luon Highway was placed such a long time ago that these enemies here are so low level. It's really not even a question anymore as to
Like
how to.
like butter.
Yeah, it's like cutting through butter. It's so easy. It's so easy. Roger could do it. Caveman. Anyway, we got a little bit left to go. I think 1 or 2 more battles before we're able to exit out of the highway. And yeah, that's it for that portion of Little Cactus. Again, now we have to head to the forested ruins section of the jungle to get to Selkie and find out, where did he go from Selkie? Because guys said he sent them off to Selkie. The good thing about these areas is that you can use the transportation devices in the beginning. And so we use the Boink in the lawn. Now we're going to use the psychokinetic flowerling here to head to the ruins. Wait, what happened? Elle, I think that when you spoke to Gaius, you might not have chosen the right option.
Did it not talk about?
Maybe.
I thought I just talked to her too many times. Let me check it out again. Make sure she mentions cactus.
I don't think she mentioned cactus, but I'm gonna rewind just a little bit.
Oh, dude, you're right. Yeah, I don't know. I was under the impression that you could cancel. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I thought you could cancel because Gaius tells you about cactus,
Right.
without you having to ask anything.
Okay. Well,
And,
I mean, maybe it did happen and I missed it.
maybe she only mentions it once.
Once, yeah. I think you should just keep going.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, sorry, didn't
Sounds
mean to
good.
slow you down. And so, yeah, we're heading out of the ruins, out of the jungle. And then basically what Selkie told us, or should have told us, I missed it, is that she sent the cactus to talk to Brownie, who is a student in Geo. He's actually the one that likes school, was hanging out at the school door. So we actually have to go to Geo to see about that. I'm going to pay attention here, because if it doesn't trigger, we have to go back to Gaius again.
Yep, good call. Oops, wrong way.
Again, worldwide tour. These quests are they can be a little annoying, but it's cool if you do the quest. The cactus stopped by. Okay, so he did speak to them. Fine. And then he says he told him to go to David, and David is in the SS Buccaneer, right? That's actually, that's the pirate that we spoke to all the way in the beginning of Summer Loving. So, but we're gonna leave that for a bit later, and we're gonna enter the snowfields, the Fiag snowfields now, and we're going to talk to Mephians, who's going to start the Can't Look Back quest. Now, in this quest, Mephians, one of the teachers of Geo, is looking for his brother who is lost, and unfortunately, unbeknownst to him, but announced to us because we've done this a million times, the brother has been turned into this huge ape-like monster creature here in the snowfields. I think this is the first time we enter the snowfields, and it's a beautiful snow area here in Legend of Mana. Very, very um, pretty artwork. Everything just like heavily covered in snow, and there are a few areas that I think, yeah, we don't see it during the speed run, but there are a few areas that are very crystalline and are just full of color. And I don't think there are enemies to fight in those areas, but they're very, very detailed and like colored. So a few cool things. A lot of people know the Phoenix snowfields. I guess what it's mostly known for is for people that like to get dragon pets. So if you wanted a dragon pets, the eggs for that are here. And oh wow, that's another Rhine meat. Yep. And so yeah, the eggs for the dragons are here. And so a lot of people who play casually and they're like, I want a dragon pet. They look it up and they're like, buy egg snowfields. All right, let's go. And that's what ends up happening. But there's a few events that occur here. This one's the first one. I think there's another one of the pirate ship events ends up bringing you here, maybe, I think. And then there's one with the fairies that you have to get it in the right order. Talk to the correct fairies. Tolroy, how you doing? Yeah, we're about 5 hours in. Pretty good. Just to give like number of events, this is the 47th event we are on. The next one will bring us into the SS Buccaneer, and we'll start basically all four Buccaneer events back to back to back to back. And they are the Quiet Sea, the Treasure Map, Buried Treasure, and the Nordic Snowfield, right? And so those are the four events that we need to talk to and guide the Buccaneer to the areas where those events trigger. Oh no, it's not for the weak. Believe me, I know. I've seen where this can go wrong. It's pretty intense actually. Um, it's very cool. We fight a sky dragon here. Takes a bit more than the normal one hit with our weapon, but that's okay. And we got dragon steak. Dragon steak is a meat item that could be used in tempering, but what you should use it for is to sell. If you're playing the game casually, it sells for a good amount of money. I think it's one of the highest selling items in terms of drops that can come off of a enemy. So the penguin pirates are a few of the events that can be failed permanently, right? Yes. Specifically, the treasure map is like one of the worst in terms of failing. You have to speak to the dud bears within a certain amount of time, and if you don't, you fail the quest. And especially the last dud bear is particularly annoying. Usually there's a safety save involved right before doing it, Not only for marathon, but for like normal runs, I think a safety save, unless you're going for world record, and you want to be crazy, safety save is definitely needed. Um, but yeah, this is the third and last of the ape bosses. This is the Doomir, a huge abominable snowman type ape, I guess, and does have a bit of a hunchback there. One blammo is enough to get him. And his death animation, I think, is one of the best ones. He levitates, becomes the spear, glowing light, and rises into the sky. I think that's one of the coolest death animations there is. Yeah, other events that can be permanently failed include things like uh, Wisdom of Gaius, right? So if for some reason you don't speak to Dana um, before entering Gato, uh, Dana will be well. You can't do Wisdom of Gaius. It will be a failed quest. Or if you start Wisdom of Gaius and then you lose Dana, for example, you enter Gato and she leaves your party, or you pick up another NPC, or you head home. If you lose Dana for any reason, it'll also fail the Wisdom of Gaius. So yeah, that was the Doomir fight, and we're entering home. Oh, we're gonna do a little bit more farming. So Torroy, other than all events, we have the mission today is to get the golden seed. That is something new that L is attempting to do with this particular version of his All Events Monthly. Actually, it was redeemed. We have a few spiny carrots, cool, and a few bumpkins. The orange seeds are definitely prominent here. We can see a lot of the orange fruit. Um, is that a sweet Maui all the way to the left? Yeah, that's a sweet Maui. Awesome. It's so funny when you're running around with the fruit in your hand. It just looks hilarious. Yeah, apricots and pumpkins as well. Yeah. I wonder what you'll grow next. See how many seeds he gives you. Oh, flat seed, okay. Oblong, big. I don't think you've gotten any spiny seeds. Spiny seeds are the rarest ones, and they're rainbow colored, and so when you grow spiny seeds, it kind of gives you a spectrum of colors, but they can be combined with any other seed to give you rare forms, like more rare forms of that color, right? So, um, yeah. So now we're heading out, and we're heading into the Buccaneer. Before we start the first Buccaneer quest, we do have to talk to David. Remember that um, Brownie over in Geo, the student in Geo, told us that the cactus spoke to him, and he sent them off to David. And so now I wonder how all these people know each other. I wonder how Gaius knows the penguin selfie. I wonder how the penguin selfie knows. They're probably all pen pals or something. And so yeah, we're gonna talk to David in the ship and see where he told the cactus to go. The game has more mechanics than NASCAR. It's kind of intense. I'm not gonna lie. And so he said something about Amulet. And so I believe that is the pelican in Domina. And so eventually we're going to have to make our way to Domina to speak to her. But for now, we're going to guide the ship to the location where we can do the quiet sea, right? And so We gotta enter to where we can guide the ship. And again, this is a predetermined path. I think there are 25 squares in the map. Sort of, there's a small 5x5 map where the ship can go, and each square of the map will either be a safe spot, will trigger a battle, will trigger a place where there's treasure, or will trigger a event. And so this is the Quiet Sea event, and so to trigger it, we basically have to talk to this pirate penguin up here, and he'll open up a bottle, and this bottle will trigger the a boss to appear, a monster, and of course we have to fight the monster, right? We can't just let the monster roam about. So you see that there's ghosts everywhere. They've been let out of the bottle. We're heading back down into the depths of the ship, and we're going to engage with that barrel, which seems to roll away. These pirate quests are a bit ridiculous, to be completely honest. But yeah, the barrel rolls away, and then we come back up, and we get information from this penguin that we have to go a very particular direction. So we follow him, and boom, that triggers the boss battle with this boss that looks very much like the Spriggan, but he is not the Spriggan boss. We basically fought a boss that looks similar to him in Gato earlier when we did the 2 torches. So that boss was Gova, Gova, is the name of that boss that we basically killed him in just a few seconds. And that's the end of the Quiet Sea, one of 4 quests that we have to use the ship to navigate to. The next one is one of the most annoying quests in the game, and it's the treasure map. So instead of just going to trigger the treasure map, there is a save point just downstairs, and so it's always a good idea to save first, just in case things don't go right. You can always just soft reset and reload the game. So yeah, now that we've saved the game, we could then go to the room where we tell the pirates like which way to go, steer the ship basically, and we're gonna give him the directions to the treasure map basically. And the treasure map actually takes place in the McKib Caverns, unlike the Quiet Sea, which took place here on the Buccaneer. Once we arrive at the location, the captain tells us that there's a treasure map out there, and we have to find it. So, yeah, we go to try to find the treasure map. If you're familiar with the McKib Caverns, this is it. And so you and the other pirates are on a mission. It seems more like you're on a mission, and yeah, engaging with the top boink there to bring you. What? Wait, what?
I guess I accidentally didn't talk to the boink. Because the boink
Oh,
was so close to an exit, I exited.
ah, dang. So the top boink brings you down to where the quest really gets going, because it seems like Roger is sending the Dud Bears to find the treasure map as well. Roger and the pirates don't really have that good of a relationship. The pirates have stolen Putty, right? And I don't think we finished Where's Putty, and so Roger still has something against them, and so he's trying to sabotage them in a way. And so he's sending his the Dud Bears that are part of the Diggers to get the treasure map. And we find the treasure map first. But then the Dud Bears quickly come. Like it would be too easy if we found it and just returned it to the pirates, right? That's way too easy. So Dud Bears come and they decide that the best thing to do would be to take the treasure map and rip it to shreds, and each take their own piece into various locations. And our job is to engage with each of the Dud Bears and get the treasure map piece from them. The annoying thing is that if we do take too long, the quest ends and we fail. And so you really have to not fail it. You have to go through the entire thing.
Which I have done multiple times during a marathon.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying because it's nerve-wracking, especially the last one. They give you such a small amount of time. When you're in that last screen and you have one more Dud Bear to speak to, the time is severely diminished, and so you have to be real careful. It's not easy. Whether the Dud Bear will shake his head or give you the map piece is sort of random when you engage him. It's not like, oh, you just have to engage him and that's fine. Sometimes he shakes his head just like that and refuses to give it to you. And sort of that's random, right? Whether he shakes his head or actually gives up the piece. So it's not your fault if you can't get it. It's RNG. So it's complete RNG whether you get it or not. Oh, thank you. My wife just gave me a Kit Kat and some Oreos.
Oh man, I'm jealous.
Yeah, they're like Japanese snacks. So
Sounds delicious.
The Kit Kats are like strawberry shortcake flavor, and the Oreos are green tea flavored. That is a bit rough. They're not being very cooperative today. He's just shaking his head every chance. There you go. And obviously the penguins that are there trying to green tea Oreos sound good. Yeah. We have an Asian supermarket close to where we live, and she's Chinese, but we love the snacks there. We're always trying out like new flavors. We had tried the sea salt flavor of Kit Kat before. We tried. There was another one that's like a different type of tea. I think it's oolong tea flavored Kit Kat. Yeah, there's just like more interesting flavors that are made in Japan than are made here. Bam. Seriously, this event is a run killer, because if you get a lot of them refusing, it just sinks your time so badly. Especially this last guy.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to make this guy the last guy, but it just happened that way. Oh, we got it though.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Yeah, so, after all that, we opened up we finish up the treasure map, and then we go on to bury treasure, right? Because treasure maps actually lead somewhere. And so now we have to find the treasure that was listed on the treasure map. That makes sense. Also, buried treasure that doesn't open up unless you've stepped on 20 crabs in Medora Beach. So there's two things that we did to trigger this event. Um, Not only the treasure map, but the beach crabs that we've stepped on. So, putting in the right input to lead the ship here leads you to Medora Beach, where you basically have to look for where the treasure is.
Okay, boink butt. That's another emote.
The
That
boink
is
butt.
such an emote.
That's funny. Do their tails move? I think in a few situations the tails move, and that'll be funny. So you also have the dud bears here, also trying to make things difficult for you. They basically gave you 14 coins, and basically in this chest, in this quest, have to barter with the dud bears for different items for them to grant you passage through Medora Beach. Not too easy if you don't know who to speak to. Again, you only have 14 coins, and so you're trading this for that, and it gets complicated, but this is already predetermined, so yeah, there's no issue once you know who to speak to. So basically, you're speaking to this dead bear, and you're giving him coins, and he's giving you bottles, and you need a certain number of bottles to trade later. I think he traded 3 of the coins for bottles, and you give 1 bottle to this dead bear, and he'll grant you the passage. Got the Sahagin fight. It's funny how this sort of looks like Makeshift Caverns. Like the artwork and everything looks very similar. The big baby fight. Now we have another area where we have to give things to the dead bear. So now we're giving the little bottles to get the puka shells, right? So we give a few, the 2 that we have, and now we have 2 puka shells, and the puka shell would grant us access to this top area over here. So now we have 11 coins and 1 puka shell, I believe. Also, if anyone was confused about where to go during this quest, it's basically the same path that you use when you go fight Full Metal Haggard for the first time during Summer 11. The only difference is that at the end, instead of going down to fight or anything, you actually want to go left. So you talk to the last one, you give the last puka shell, and there you go. You're able to find where the buried treasure is. And it is the top chest. The bottom chest you could have opened and it has an item, but the top chest is the one with the treasure. And so we're giving the dud bears the coins, and they're going to basically turn against Roger and take him away, which is a bit funny. So now you have the chest for the pirates, right? So this last Buccaneer quest is the one with the fairies that takes place in the Nordic snowfields. All of these quests have you running around talking to people, except for the Quiet Sea, and this one's no different. And so you're going to be running around in the Nordic snowfields, talking to different fairies and trying to get different levels, I guess, to be able to traverse the snowfields safely with the fairy levels that they give you. Once you reach the highest level, then you pass the quest. The quest is over. But Captain, she's a girl. That's so funny. So the Nordic snowfield is way too cold for the penguins. We see the penguins are completely icicles and they leave as soon as you enter. Basically, you're on your own, right? So yeah, El is just making his way to where the fairies are, the first set of fairies. I think there's 3 or 4 different areas where the fairies are hanging out in the snowfields. So they gave you the site basically to bring you up to level 2. You speak to the next fairy and they cast a spell on you, and then they tell you that you're now up to level 3. Again, another dragon steak? Yep. So now you've jumped from 3 to 5. Awesome.
It's nice when you happen to bump into the correct fairy on the first try.
Yeah. If you mess up, you basically have to go back to the screen with the other fairies and start from like a level before. Sometimes the fairies also move around, and so they switch places, and this is particularly true for the last fairy. If you enter and you keep your eyes on her, you might be able to follow her, but sometimes it takes exiting and re-entering because she'll like phase through the fairy that's right next to her, making things difficult. There you go. Now you're level 6. There were 4 enemies here. So I was talking before, there's not a lot of areas in this game that have 4 enemies. Now you have the level 7, and she's telling you to find the fairy called Erlang. These guys, these were a little annoying in that scene because they were all like close together and they started switching locations with where they were with one another. This is a safety save. If you mess up the last fairy, it's like the worst. So, um, the best thing to do would be, do a safety save. Um, and if anything, you could always reload the save and just come back to this part right before you speak to the last fairy. Also, I mean, the save point is conveniently located right before the last fairy too, so why not?
That was pretty clean. They
Yeah,
weren't all clustered together or whatever.
yeah. It was like towards the bottom and separate. That was nice at the end. Now we get to see the end of Where's Putty. So we have to head all the way to Popata Harbor, and on the beach of Popata, we could find that Putty is actually there. So we just have to get there, and this is a pretty quick quest to finish up. And there you go. That's the end of Where's Putty. It's pretty easy quest to do. It just takes a long time. Now we actually get back on track with Star-Crossed Lovers. Niccolo is hanging out on the beach, and he seems to have developed some kind of amnesia. And it's weird, right? He's not in a store. Whenever we've picked him up in the past, he's been in the marketplace or in a store somewhere. So something happened where he probably hit his head. He fell into the water, washed up on the beach, and now we are picking him up. And we're gonna do a few quests with him until we finish off his storyline with Nick Calls It Quits.
Hey, I'm gonna step away for like 90 seconds. I'll be right back.
How's everybody doing tonight? I'm joking. It's not too bad, even with the breaks and everything going on. It's a other than that little tempering, it's been a pretty smooth run so far. And with runs this long, it's important to stand up and stretch, take breaks. Yeah, don't stay sitting for 7 hours if you're going to attempt this. And this one might actually be closer to 8 because of the extra Deathbringer and the farming that's been going on as well. So yeah, just a quick note. Now that we have Niccolo, though, what's going to happen is Ella is going to take Niccolo into Geo. This is the last chance to talk to the bartender in Geo, if he hadn't spoken to him before, because we want him to tell us that we have a barrel in our soul. And that's important for the Blessed Elixir quest, I believe. Which we won't be completing for a while, but we would have
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. Awesome. So yeah,
Oops, after I'll leave and then go to Geo, I suppose.
Yep. So yeah, now that we're in Geo, we're going to be doing a few things. I don't know if he talked to the bartender yet, but we're gonna have to talk to the bartender if we haven't, and then go into the Palace of the Arts. And in the Palace of the Arts, we're going to speak to what's her name? The lady that's there. Jesus, I said her name earlier today. The one that works with Mr. Christie. Right?
Christy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Christy. And basically, what's happening is Christy seems to be sick. And Niccolo, who sells things, he knows where to get the medicine to save her. And he's like, I can't charge you for this medicine. Obviously, he's gotten hit in the head one too many times. And so he wants to give her the medicine for free. He's all noble and saying, it's my mission to save you. And so that's what's happening. Mr. Sotheby's like, what? You said you would charge a ridiculous amount for that medicine. Obviously, he's not going to do that now. So now that we've gotten all that down, what's happening, we're going to head to Gatto, because that's where Niccolo can get the items he needs for her medicine. And we're going to head to the waterfall, which is where he likes to collect different things.
It'd be funny if we got a baobab wood.
What, right now?
Well, we'd have to get it one after the. So we'll go to Geo again, and then when we come back, we could get one.
I see. Yeah, we'll see if we get one. I think there's also another. I think we fight one more wooding too in the when we do Pee Wee Birdie, when we're navigating the White Forest. So they might drop as well. But to be honest, better safe than sorry. That's what I would say. Cool. So now that you've gone to where the Cancun bird is, we're going to head out back to where Christy is. So we're going to go back into Geo. There's a lot of back and forth in this quest between Gatto and Geo. It's not that bad, but it's sort of like in Siren Song, where you're going between Palpata and Medora Beach. It's a little annoying. All the walking around. They should have had a telekinetic Sproutling right there in the beginning of Geo, just to bring you to the to Christie's, because there's so many screens in. Christy doesn't believe him. She thinks Niccolo is acting because he usually doesn't act like this. Uh, she needs more medicine to be cured. And she tells Sotheby to follow us. Obviously, Sotheby's not that quick. Look at he's still walking. And then he runs back. It says we got away. Yeah, she was not too smart to send him. Obviously, he has Skippy and Hampson doing all his dirty work because he has no like physical skills. They're the ones that are strong and fast, and he's just like this little guy. So, yeah, not too good of an idea to send Sotheby after us, but it's fine. We're going to Gato, and we're gonna get more of the stuff there that we need for her. To the waterfall. So again, we're gonna climb up this area into the Cancun bird area. But instead of climbing down normally, Niccolo falls off. He falls off the bird's nest. And of course, when he falls off the bird's nest, where does he end up? He ends up in Popata Harbor, washed up on the beach. So that's where we have to pick him up. Also, on the way out, what we can do is we're going to head into the dungeon. We're gonna fight this wooding here. Oh, no baobab wood. And we're going to trigger the Blessed Elixir quest by talking to the nuns here in a very specific room.
Well, gosh dang, we totally talked to the bartender. Oh, maybe we did forget.
Yeah, I thought
That sucks. The thing is that I thought I'd talk to it. I usually talk to the bartender after the Gilbert School of More, during Gilbert School of More, but I didn't. I frickin' forgot, dude.
Yeah, I think you just went to pick up Niccolo right away, spoke to the students, and left. And so I had mentioned it when you went back in.
You totally did, and I was like, "Yep, I'm good."
Yeah, so when you like just went into Christie's, I was like, okay, yeah, he's good. But it's all good. It's easy to trigger. We just have to get the bartender to tell us that we have a barrel in our soul over at NGO. So once we do that, we could just, it's not too hard. But I would recommend warping to the waterfall area and then entering the dungeon from the backside. Right? That's like the easiest way to get there. So. Oh, come on.
Okay, proceeding onward.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, but this is good for people who are learning the route in case they mess up and they find themselves 5 hours into the run, and it doesn't trigger something like, how do you fix it, right? How do you fix it so that you don't kill your run and you can at least get some kind of time, So this is good to know. And again, you fight the wooding. And again, no baobab wood, even though you fought it like 2 extra times. That's funny. and that starts the Blessed Elixir quest. There you go. So from there, we need to exit.
Hey,
and
welcome,
talk to-
Dragon.
We need to exit and talk to Niccolo. He is obviously out of his mind because he fell. Oh, hey, Dragon, how you doing? He fell from the Cancun bird's nest all the way down, and so he's basically starting issues. He's like a bit drunk, I think, the way he's acting, and so we just gotta smack him up a little bit. Oh wow, that's his ST. That's cool. He doesn't use that ST too often. Basically, all the battles that he does with you here, he can do while he's your NPC character following you around as well. Um, he's drunk AF, yeah. No, it's not going to be sub 7, Dragon. So the All Events Monthly is sort of like a speed run, but with extra stuff added. So we're doing an extra missions here. There you go. So some of the extra missions that we're doing is obtaining the golden seed. So we're doing a lot of farming. Also, he fought Deathbringer 2, and so Deathbringer 2 takes up some time. We named the Chocobo and we named the Golden Hammer things that people redeemed in the using the channel points here. And so, yeah, he tries not during All Events Monthly, but at other times to get records and perfect the route. But it's not exactly. That's not exactly. I mean, this also keeps him sharp. Doing this route at least once a month, whether you're trying to get a new record or beat your time or not. And so, yeah, it's just a fun way of remembering the route by constantly having to do it every month. So yeah, after that fight with Nick, we headed to the Temple of Healing, into the Dream Weaving Room, and we have to warp to the ruins, and that finishes the Star-Crossed Lovers event here. Oh wow, Twitch must be broken. I just got a notification that you went live right now, Ellervated. What was that about? Yes, Deathbringer 2 is already done. Same for you, Dragon. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think might have quickly lost connection and gained connection again. To me, I didn't notice any difference. There was a little bit of deterioration of video quality for me on my end, but it's still... Yeah, go home, Twitch, you're drunk. Yeah, so Deathbringer 2 is already done. Dragon is one of the earliest things that we do in the run, and so Deathbringer 2 is only available to fight after you fight Deathbringer the first time for Ghost of Nemesis, and before you finish the Crimson Dragon. After you finish Crimson Dragon, it's no longer available. So yeah, the best way to do it is as soon as you fight, you finish Ghost of Nemesis, you re-enter the Bone Fortress, go into the room where you fought Deathbringer, fight Deathbringer 2. Very quick. Yeah, if someone redeems... Oh, yes, there you go. Dragon redeemed, fight Deathbringer 2 for next month's All Events Monthly. That's fun. Awesome, thank you for that. That's actually, I think, one of the cooler battles in the game. He's half Deathbringer, half Jahara.
Yeah, one day,
oh my God.
Hopefully one day soon, I'll get the save file to pick up the Haishashorin there.
Yeah, that'll be cool. So that save file he's talking about is the Saga Frontier 2 save file. The same way he got a Chocobo as a pet by looking at the Final Fantasy VIII save on the memory card, he can look at the Saga Frontier 2 save on the memory card, and that will trigger two things. During the Deathbringer 2 fight, when he finishes it, it'll give him a Haishashorin, which is the highest attack level, one of the 3 highest attack level swords in the game. And the second thing it does is it gives him an extra scene before fighting Deathbringer with the 2 bandits that were originally on the Luon Highway. They come back as skeletons, trying to hit you up for money, for cash. notice that he also picked up Niccolo on the way up here to this epic battle with Dana and Escad, where you have to choose a side. So yeah, he chose Escad, and now he has to fight against Dana. There you go. Oh, wow, Escad was like mirroring his moves there. That was a pretty nice end of the battle. And this one should finish off the Star-Crossed Lovers event. Now for Nick Calls It Quits, this is you enter Palpata again after Star-Crossed Lovers, and that gives you an opportunity to buy Baobab Wood, but we did it already, so that's cool. So for Niccolo Calls It Quits, what we basically have to go do is go all the way to the end of Palpata here, and we pick up Niccolo, who's hanging out on the beach, or it should be, right? Is he? Yeah. He's laughing. Oh, he got the last leaf finally. So yeah, we return into Christie's. That's cool that it automatically warps you there. And now he remembers that he's the wandering salesman, and he's trying to charge exorbitant amounts for Christie's medicine after he said he would get her the medicine for free, which is like insane. Unfortunately, Christie needs this medicine very badly. And so, what she's going to do is she's going to give up her entire business of selling all these beautiful antiques to Niccolo. And now he becomes very rich and wealthy in his antique shop in Geo, which is just hilarious. So we entered the Elkin Mines, and we're taking the Dud Bear Express all the way down. This is for Gilbert Resume of Love, or Resume for Love, Resume for Love. Whoa, okay, Resume for Love. Basically keep on reading Barger's poems, and we see that something's happening. The ceiling is about to collapse in the mines, and so they need something to sort of prop up the ceiling in the mines. The music is nice. Yeah, the music is pretty awesome in the Elkin Mines here. For those who like the soundtrack of the game, there were 3 different soundtracks released. There was the official soundtrack. There was also a small, like, select music soundtrack, right, with a small selection of music from the game. And then recently there was a Promise soundtrack, which is currently still available in the Square Enix website, where the original composer went back and redid the music with more contemporary themes, and it's, I think, the best version of the soundtrack, the updated one called Promise. So yeah, if you've never heard that, I highly recommend it. So we went back in, and he said he got something to prop up the cave from Christie, and so yeah, we know all about that. We don't have to look at it. Well, actually, yeah. So we have to leave and find Gilbert, basically. If you remember, Gilbert was turned to stone by Cathinja, and so to prop up the cave, they went to Christie, and she sold him the the Gilbert statue to keep the cave up, and it's kind of messed up, but yes, that is true, Toroy. That is correct and accurate. Also, what was the other game that was amazing in their soundtrack? There was one other game that she's like known for that's like completely amazing. Yeah, so it's Yoko Shimomura is the composer. I'll figure it out. But Kingdom Hearts, yes, that is true. She worked on some of the Kingdom Hearts games, which is on its own like awesome music. Other games that she's worked on, I think it was Street Fighter. Yeah, Street Fighter 2 World Warrior. So if you like the Street Fighter music, Live a Live in 1994, Front Mission, Super Mario RPG, Toe Ball, Parasite Eve, just like these really hard hitting games. Mario and Luigi Partners in Time. That's what Toroy was talking about. She also worked on Xenoblade Chronicles, so if you like the Xenoblade series, there's that as well. Rise of Mana, which is no longer available. Rise of Mana was a mobile-only, I guess, sequel to Legend of Mana. Yeah. So a lot of heavy-hitting games, including Eglia. Now, Eglia is another game that has art style very similar to Legend of Mana. If you've never played or seen Eglia, I believe it's available on mobile phones. I don't know if it's one that you have to purchase, but the game, if you like the style of this game that you're watching right now, Eglia is a game you want to play. It's a very similar style, and I think they got most of the crew together, including the composer, Yoko Shimomura, to do music for that. So, Parasite Eve as well. Yeah, she has a really long discography, but yeah, if you look at her Promise CD, her Promise album is basically updated, modernized versions of Legend of Mana music, and yeah, it's just something else to look into if you enjoy that. She's also worked, I think, with if you're interested in the Shin Megami Tensei series, I think she did music for Nocturne. Or no, she did a track Nocturne. Sorry, for I forget what album that was in. But yeah, anyway, awesome music here. Let's go back to the run. So we're in the bird cage, and we basically have to learn a song to revive Gilbert, right? Eglia looks beautiful. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. A beautiful game. If you like the way Legend of Mana looks, highly recommended that you play Eglia. And by the way, Rise of Mana is a game that's no longer available. The APK is available, the app for Android, but it's not compatible with the modern or new versions of Android. It's only compatible with like an older type of phone. And so I would personally love to play it. I know Lemur, I don't know if, not Lemur, what's his name? There was someone else who said they really wanted to play Rise of Mana. I forgot who it was. Sorry, Lemur.
Jay question mark probably.
Oh yeah, Jay question mark. Right, Jay. There you go. Hey, where's Jay? We didn't see him today. He'll probably be by later. But yeah, I would love to play it. Jay would like to play it. So if anybody could figure out how to play Rise of Mana, let me know. I'm definitely interested. It's never been translated, so it's in Japanese, so it'd be completely horrible to figure it out, but I'm willing to take the challenge. Friends of Mana 2, yes, that's another one that's not an Android game, I don't believe. I think Friends of Mana was a different type of mobile phone game that wasn't Android, and so would it even be harder to get to play. Yeah, so now that we've basically learned the song, the spell that will bring, it was pre-smartphones. Yeah, it was like one of those, I think a flip phone or for something like what do you call it? Those phones that have like the keypads attached to them. Um, but yeah, now that we've learned the song, right? We went to Madura Beach, we went to the birdcage. Elle was speaking to Monique, and she was learning from Flamesheet, all the lyrics that would turn Gilbert back into a person. We have to go and make sure she doesn't mess it up. This is one of the quests that is failable. If you give her the wrong lyrics, then you can fail this quest. So, no pressure. Hello? Yeah, okay. There you go. So yeah, we basically take the Dead Bear Express all the way to the bottom of the caves because that is the closest way to get to Gilbert. He's in this room, just north. And then we see Monique here, who still feels bad about what happened and wants him to come back to life. And so she has a lantern, by the way. Don't know if you guys see that. It's glowing brightly. It's kind of pretty with her. And so we basically have to feed her the lyrics of the song that was told to us. It doesn't seem like she sings a lot because she's forgetting all the words. There you go. And now Gilbert's just fine, and Monique saved him. A lot of people, I remember, I'm not sure if it was last month, they were saying they wish that you can just leave him as a, as a statue. That's not how the game works. That's not how you complete the quest. So now we have to finish Rachel. And so we're going to head to Domina, and we're going to talk to the Pelican. Don't know if you guys remember, but at last David told us that he sent the cactus to the Pelican in Domina. And we're also going to, alternate talking to Mark and Jennifer by leaving and re-enter Domina so that we can finish off the Rachel quest. So that is the next set of things we're going to do right after this farming. A little aside for farming. I think they give you 8 each time that you give him 4. And so if you're going to get, what is it, 50, 60, you're going to have to do this like 80 times. Not yet. So to get the golden seed, you have to farm I think it's something like 50 to 60 fruits. I'm not sure of the exact number, but it's something in that area. And so basically he's farming fruits until he gets the artifact. And if they only give him 8 fruits per time and he needs 60, he needs to do this 8 times at least. So it takes a while. It's something he's working towards. But he's trying to get it.
Ooh, we got a spiny seed.
Oh yes, save that. Save it till you get to. Because if you give 2, you get really rare fruits coming from both of them together.
But
But
spiny is different than crooked, right?
Yes, spiny seeds are all the way at the end. Crooked seeds are red. Spiny seeds are uh, uh, rainbow colored. They're all the colors. They're all the way at the end of the seed list, by the way, if you wanted to look at it. There you go. We'll be back. Trent, do your thing. I think this is like the 4th or 5th time we've come in, so we've got to come in a few more times, but it's not going to be too bad. Yes, the gold seed will give you another land that only is the tree, and then you could just farm more there. We don't need it, but it was redeemed for this set of all events, and so we're doing it because it's fun. Because why not? Because we get to look at the fruit and something different and experience the game in a different way, and yeah, that's why. So we're gonna go all the way to the outskirts of Domina, just beyond the Park of the Mana Angel, where the Pelican is, and this will grant us information about what happened to the cactus. Little cactus hurt me. He was sharp, but you know what? My job is the mail. The mail. I put him in the mailbox. And so she basically told us that she shoved the cactus in our mailbox. How many bits for all cactus entries? Oh my god, that's no. All cactus entries would be really hard to do because we complete multiple events sometimes all at once. And I think Ellervated would have to actually see the splash screen for um the little sorcerers, right? To be able to go in and talk to the cactus about it. Like he'd have to pick up Niccolo, then go home. That doesn't make sense, right? And you can't complete anything after Little Sorcerers to get the cactus entry for it. So it'll be, yeah, it takes longer, but you'd have to do things in a slightly different order because sometimes you complete multiple events, like when you drop off Bud, and then you pick up Niccolo, and then you complete Niccolo's business, but you can't really like talk to the cactus with Niccolo. So it's just easier to go home and yeah. You'd have to go home and complete it the normal way. So now we're talking to Jennifer and Mark, and of course they work on different days. So we're basically just going to keep entering the home and the marketplace and talk to them so that we can finish the Jennifer quest. Yeah, that's another thing. Once you get the little cactus quest, you can't like go on a worldwide like you can't be doing other quests all over the place. You'd have to complete it then and there. So once the cactus goes missing, you have to talk to Gaius. From Gaius, you have to, speak to Selkie in the jungle. Then you have to go directly to Geo. You have to go directly to David. You have to go directly, uh, to the Pelican. Like all these places back to back to back to back, to get it back. Because if you complete any events anywhere in between, then you can't talk to the cactus to be able to get that event in its diary. That's a good point, Tolroy. That is another big change to the route, the way we have it. Okay. So now we see that Rachel actually is being replaced by this replica. The original Rachel went to outer space, sort of to follow her father's footsteps. Mark always wanted to go, I guess, into outer space, and this Rachel that's here is not the same Rachel that we spoke to in the beginning of the game, right? It's not the same one, and so yeah, that's that. That's basically all this is. And he could basically speak to the real Rachel for a little time there through the note that she left or the way to communicate there.
All I know is little cactus looks adorable stuffed into the mailbox.
Oh yeah, it is really cute the way the pelican shoved him in there. And that ends the Rachel quest. We are knocking them down. Rachel was 56, so now we start Little Cactus. These are the last 11 events of the game. Not start, we finish Little Cactus, I should say, because all we have to do is go home and talk to him in the mailbox, like he's right there. So after that, we have 10 events left. You got a potion. Yeah, so
I
the
kind of
potion.
covered its little face. That's my bad.
No, it's all good. Yeah, the potion is for Bud, who's been sick this entire time while we completed like half the game. He's been sick, which is a little bit sad, but also funny. So now we go into the White Forest, and we're doing the catching Lillipees quest.
So note to self: don't forget to go right to talk to Skippy.
Oh yes, so
Remember when I did
sometimes.
that?
Yeah, if you don't talk to Skippy, then you won't be able to complete this quest, and then you have to make your way all the way back to the beginning of the area. So it's a little annoying. You gotta remember to do that. Catching Lillipees has a few triggers, but the main trigger is once you complete the Dragon Princess events. I think this becomes available to you. So. Reverend Nouvel, who usually is in the church in Domina, moves over here to the area in the White Forest. So, past a set of Christmas long ornaments that included a huge chicken and a potted cactus, looked like a little cactus and a chocobo. Awesome! That's awesome. Where are you, Toroy? Did you snap a picture of that? That would be. I'm pretty sure if it was that, like they would have put pics online. So Lillipees are ridiculously expensive. Um, Queer. That's funny. Rick Lillipees sell for a lot of money. So Mr. Sotheby has Hampson and what's the guy's name? And Skippy looking for them here in the White Forest. We got a note of this all the way in the beginning during hunting Ducati. When we leave the area, he makes a noise, and it's because there's a Lillipede there, and it's down in southwest Florida. Wow, that's far. I know a lot of people in Florida. They set up like crazy lights and decorations, like the blow up decorations for Christmas. I've seen pictures of like houses in Florida that are just decked out for Christmas. But there you go. That's Hampson there. Oh, that's true. Pyrotechnics? What? There's fire? Fire! That's pretty cool. I guess like for Yule logs, like and stuff like that. Probably have pyrotechnics. Oh, they dropped a black elk. That's not useful. Okay, so then we have the barrel here with another Lillipede in there. And I think that's the last thing you need to trigger the Lillipede area here, right? Oh, these silk spitters are a little annoying. Portals. Wow. So now we're starting the quest, The Legend of Hamson. And Skippy also wants his own quest too, The Legend of Skippy. So, Legend of Skippy. So now that the path to the Lillipede, what do you call it? The Lillipede village, I suppose, is open. You basically get to walk in and you. Oh my god, this is so frustrating. I hate when the people block your path in this game. It's one of the worst things. But basically, by just waiting around, Reverend Nouveau will follow you. And so if you just keep on like going to the left and engaging with the Lillipedes and stuff that are there, he'll basically make his way all the way to the left and talk to the chief Lillipede, the one with the bird toucan on his head, some kind of like little bird thing on his head. This will start up a conversation and it will lead to a fight against another boss, which looks like the Mantis Ant, but is just a palette swap. It's actually a pretty cool. Instead of green, it has like a blue uh, filter or like palette swap placed over it. Yeah, Reverend Nouveau is not really cooperating here. I think he might be stuck behind a Lillipede, behind the mushroom. Oh, there you go. He's talking. Um, this Mushroom Kingdom looks really cool. It sort of gives you like idea that like the scale of things like is really small. When you see big mushrooms, you get the feeling like things are really small. So this is the Heggs ant, which is basically a blue version of the mantis ant. Just a palette swap. And that finishes the event for catching Lillipedes. Awesome. Not that many quests left. The next one is number 59, which is Diddle Kidnapped. And what happens here is that the you enter the domina the town, and now that Reverend Newville is no longer a part of the in the church, it has been taken over by a different religion, right? And that religion is the one of the Diggers, where they praise their the dog, and Roger is sort of the leader of the Diggers, but the dog is sort of like the religious figure. And so, um, going into the church and speaking to Roger, he's going to declare this the newest chapter of the Diggers' religion, salvation through labor, but they need more men. Oh, you're gonna play music? I think the way to play is,
I forgot you can't play if there's a bear there.
yeah, if there's a dead bear there, you can't play the music. It's a bit annoying. Um, yeah, poor thing. But he basically wants more men to work, right? Salvation through labor. And so now we're gonna head to the park of the Mana Angel to check on Ditto and Capella. And you know, Ditto's really sad. And so the Dud Bears are going to go and, of course, abduct Ditto. And so Ditto has been kidnapped. And of course, they left his organ there, so they got to come back and grab that too. You know. And so now that Ditto has officially been kidnapped by the Dud Bears, we have to head back into the White Forest. So it's cool the way that we've done it, the way that Elle has done the all events, where these two events that take place in Northern Peaks, you could do them one after another. Sorry, in the White Forest. What am I saying? Northern Peaks. The two events that take place in the White Forest, you could do them one after another. And so the whole point of this event, the way to win it, the way to finish it, is that you have to sort of smack all the Dud Bears down. I don't know how else to describe it. You basically engage with the Dud Bears and they fall on the floor. Kind of like what they did in Buried Treasure, but it's a little bit easier because they're not going to say no to you. They'll just fall on the floor. So this one is really important that you talk to him like heading north. Oh, wait, what? And so this one, it's important that you talk to him on the other side, or else you block off your own path to get up there, which is annoying. And if you don't do it in a certain amount of time, they wake up, and so that's very annoying as well.
Yeah, I struggle with that particular screen.
Yeah, so you have to do it fast, and you have to do it where the Dud Bear close to the exit is not blocking your path. But it's okay. Once you got it, you got it. You don't have to go back to it. So, bam, 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 bam. This is like a speed run event here, because if you don't do it fast enough, they wake up, right? So,
Is a speed run within a speed run?
yeah, basically. So the boss here is it's a pretty easy boss. It's a palette swap of a normal enemy called the Chimera. And so this enemy that you're gonna fight is actually called the Chimera Lord, and it's just a simple palette swap of the normal Chimera that you would fight in the underworld, the one that we fought I think during Diddle had it, or one of the Diddle quests where we had to save him from the underworld. So yeah, you can see his backside is, I think, slightly more blue than the normal enemy. I might be wrong about that, but I think the other enemies have like a darker, not as bright coloration as this boss. So yeah, now Diddle is safe and sound. But he says he had fun while he was with the diggers, so I guess he did find salvation through labor. He was kind of depressed beforehand, and now he's fine. So maybe that religion worked out for him. So yeah, after doing that Diddle kidnapped quest, you can do the Blessed Elixir, and to do the Blessed Elixir, you have to go to Geo, and you go to the fruit parlor, and you talk to the guy who told you about having a barrel in your soul. If you remember, we started the Blessed Elixir. I think during Niccolo Calls It Quits, or one of the quests around that time, and yeah, so we have to talk to the bartender here, and then we have to actually go to Lumina and talk to the other bartender in the restaurant in Lumina, in the other outdoor uh, bar area. Dub. So, heading to the left and going directly to the bartender, trying to get out of the way. Norn peaks to the left of Geo for that routing bit alone. What do you mean for the routing bit? Just you mean so we can walk from Geo um to Lumina? Ah, I see. Technically that would give it the same land level, um, but I'm not sure that you could place anything there before doing the quest, right? No. I think you can place something there because it's close to Lumina. I think it is available. Because because you've done Fairy's Light by that point. I was thinking it wasn't available because when you place Norn Peaks, you still haven't done Tower of Liaris. But yeah, it is available because you've done Fairy's Light. And also, like, the areas around Geo, I think, are automatically available because Geo is a town. Yeah, and it's the same distance from home. And still, you'd want to place it before placing Geo. So you'd want to place the Norn Peaks first, then place Geo. Or the Fig Glacier. Faya Glacier. Maybe. Yeah, that'll be cool. Again, the map and things are still in the state of flux. Things are changing, and so it's an exciting time for this run. I actually think with Pegasus helmet, time to do a total auto. Woo! Oh, and they didn't give you that. They did they? I didn't notice. So yeah, we go into the oasis here in the Duma Desert after speaking to both bartenders and starting the Blessed Elixir and getting the barrel. and then we deliver the water from the oasis to the nuns here. Sweet. Now we can start the Wimpy Thugling quest. Maybe, actually, Elle, do you want to head home to do farming? Either way. Just because there's not many quests left. There's only like 8 quests, I think. Yeah, Wimpy Thugling is 61, so this is like the last 8. And I think this is like the 5th or 6th time we've come here, so we might have to come in like 1 or 2 more times, or all the way at the end. We might have to feed some seeds and do laps around the world map and come back. It won't be that bad. We have lillipods here. I see a few apricots. I see a boar melon.
Holy cow, dude! Look, is that a dice berry? What is that?
Yeah, there's 2 dice berries. Yes, that is very cool. That you get that from giving the crooked seeds, the red seeds. They could come up with dice berries once in a while. So if ever you decided to use a dice berry, like to use up all your dice berries, that's how you get them. Crooked seeds. The red ones. Oh, round seed? So that's kind of blue. Big seeds are green. Okay. Too bad he didn't give you another, yeah, I don't think we've done a lot of round ones. Interesting. So we've got a pair of round seeds and a pair of long seeds. So blue and purple fruit are what are going to grow from that combination. And so yeah, now we're going to continue on our way to darn sproutlings to do the Whippy Thugling. So we're gonna enter Duma Desert, and we're gonna talk to Tickle, who is the Sahagin, who we can recruit. Actually, after doing Wimpy Thugling, he becomes available to recruit him. So I think with this map we have both the Mallard Duck and the Thugling available to us. Lemur and Mecha. Is the duck available when you do the event in the Bone Fortress? Have you placed all the lands around McKiv Caverns to pick up that pet? The reason I ask is because to pick up the yes, okay, Mecha, the reason I ask, you don't know ducks, man? Okay, the reason I ask is because it's faster to pick up the duck from McKiv Caverns than it is to go home and go through all the menus in the house to pick up the you know what I mean? To get the pet that you have at home, whether it's a rabbit or a chocobo, whatever the case may be. So that might be a way to save time. Instead of entering home and picking up a pet, you can enter McKiv Caverns, unless of course you're entering home for a completely different reason. Then if you're already at home, maybe it would take longer, to exit home and then enter a different land, get the pet, and then exit the second land. Yeah, the duck synchro isn't that good, but I mean, is the rabbit synchro any good either? I think the rabbit synchro is something.
But the ducks the ducks attacks are pretty cool.
Oh yeah. So I think that might be a way Might help with Tropicalo not getting one shot, maybe. Oh yeah, that's true too. But yeah, I was just thinking in terms of time for like in terms of world record times, it might be faster. Again, because I think right before you do the Bone Fortress, you're literally just heading into home, picking up the pet, and then heading into the old world and picking up Lark. And so, if you're just heading home for that, it might be better to head to McKib, even though it's a bit farther on the map. Oh, you want to look into possibly getting the Narcissus? That is cool. That would be cool. You feel like it's the pet that'll give us the advantage. What is the... Oh, and this is a very, very cool boss. This is Kima, I think. Oh, was it just one hit? Oh no, it's still attacking. It was doing like an ST. It's doing something strange. Why is it doing all these STs? What's going on? Stop doing STs. There you go. Yeah, that would be really
Hey, there's
cool.
our other spiny seed, because we only need the flat seed.
Oh, yes. Awesome. So, the reason you don't give the Sahagin the seed here is because, usually you use it for Pee-wee Birdie. But yeah, we have to remember not to use the seeds when we do the farming, the ones that we need for Pee-wee. So, heading to Gato, and the reason we're heading to Gato is to do Heaven's Gate. This is one of the longest events to do because we have to traverse through the entirety of Leucemia, right? So this one, Lucky Clover takes a long time, Teardrop Crystal takes a long time, and Crimson Dragon are like a very long events. And so this is also the 63rd event here that we're doing. So after this, only 5 more events till the end.
So Leucemia above the underworld, huh? That sound accurate?
Give me just a quick second. 1 north of the underworld, yes. So, because we have the brooch, I think it's called the brooch of love, maybe, or is it just called the brooch? I'm not sure. But we're basically gonna place the brooch, yeah, 1 above the underworld, and then we're going to transport magically upon a Cancun bird using the tactics that Sandra uses, I suppose, to get to Leucemia because it is flying. That's pretty cool. So there you go. We have the Leucemia is set, and the Cancun bird is transporting us. And we can see it has really cool colored feathers. I think all the like really nice things have colored feathers in this game. Like the nice bird, the boreal hound, the Cancun bird, the Zenoa. When they have feathers, it's like not normal. It's like rainbow feathers. That's a cool design choice there. All right, so Leucemia is a huge snake that you can see has been broken and torn apart due to wars of the past. There's an entire history in the encyclopedia that you can read about at home. Um, that particular encyclopedia that about the entire world becomes uncovered as you do the Seven Wisdoms quests, and so that's just an interesting side thing to note that yeah, you got a flaming quill right there from the cockatrice, which is another cool little item. And so there are a few points along Leucemia where the Wisdom Silva will block your path, and there are ways to get by him. Actually, he has Niccolo with him, so he can basically, here you go, sneak by him if you wiggle runs, but it has to be done just right. There you go. Without talking to Silva. Otherwise, you can talk to Silva. It doesn't take too long. It's not a run killer if you can't clip by him. But for a world record, I think doing a really fast clip would help save maybe 2 or 3 seconds. So every second counts, especially when you got it down to 35 seconds to 7 hours. Like every second counts. That Sahagin was being a bit trolly with those bubble attacks. So as we're coming up and out of the um, other exit for Leucemia, basically just going to it's a pretty straightforward path. There are a few branching areas that sort of lead to chests and other things, but the path to get to the top of Leucemia is pretty straightforward. Fighting a narcissist here and an imp. And then we have Selva blocking our path again. There you go. Yeah, I don't know the area of Leucemia that. Oh, Wishbone. That is a armor piece. I don't know how strong it is though. You may have already gotten one. Yeah, it's not as strong as the other ones that you have. You have a pretty good ring armor there too. I think that it's already assigned, but it looks pretty cool. So yeah, leukemia is an area that I still have to like personally learn, uh, just because I haven't played all events all the way through this far yet. I'm trying to learn it slowly, um, but yeah, getting the right path through leukemia to sort of save the maximum amount of time is going to be, I think, a challenge for me. But we'll get through it. It's funny how the birds, when they die, they break up into rainbow colored feathers as well. Just a small thing to notice.
Yeah, so do the bats.
Oh, the bats. Oh, yeah, they're all aerial pets. All the aerial pets break up into colorful feathers. I think the imps are demonic pets, so they'll break up into blood. So the biggest chance of getting Narcissus, I think, is using Lumina in its place to give Domina its Wisp and Shade. Get the gnome on the junkyard that you need. Yeah, yeah, it's tough because the junkyard is all the way on the other side, and you don't want like Domina to be um, too far from. Yeah, it's gonna be tough because you don't want to lose the gold, the fact that you're buying gold in Lumina. Um, the other way to do it would be to, and this is really not helpful, but to place the mana tree next to next to the junkyard. But then of course by that time you don't need a pet, so it's it doesn't help you. All right, so yeah, at this point, this is the second break. Right, you'd have to move something like this, like the farrier vents very early on. Get the mana tree, put it close to. It'll have to be a complete reroute for the events. To be able to do like a specific route first, and then do everything else you would normally do after. So yeah, these things right now happen automatically. You don't really have to uh, mash anything. They just go through the motions. And I think this is a 1.5 minute to 2 minute break. Like, sorry, 2 to 3 minute break here. So yeah, if you plan on doing all events, this is the third break. The first is when the underworld becomes the flames. The second is right after Crimson Dragon, and then this is the third break. Almost 7 hours in. Definitely after 6 hours. Uh, you need to stand up. You need to stretch a bit.
All right. All right.
All right. You're back? Okay, I'm actually going to take a break too. It's going to be.
Yep. This music's really nice, actually. A land space to the right of Junkyard. You could place Norn and Bone Fortress around it to get the 3 gnome. So by finding a map placement, right, to accommodate that. Sounds good. So we're gonna go home next, and maybe we should walk around a little bit first.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. I was just saying that I should probably walk around a little bit before I go home.
I think you can just go home. You have pretty high mana levels, and they
true.
grow quick. Now, so yeah. So I think you did 2 or 3 events, right? Like, you did Whippy Thugling, and then you did Heaven's Gate. So that might also like expedite the growth. Let's see about what's going on in the chat here. Oh, hey, look, another opportunity for me to flex. Nice. Let's see about the chat. Yeah, too late. You need to do another finishing arc first. If we had the land space to the right of the junkyard, I think we could place Norn and Bone Fortress around it to get the 3 gnome. Might find a map placement to accommodate that, and some of the other placements might be rough. Cool, so it looks like everything has grown that we put to grow. Oh no, I think that Pine O'Clock still has a little bit to go. So what you could do is give him 2 seeds instead of 4.
Oh, we got it.
Never mind about giving him anything.
Feels so good, dude.
Don't give him anything. That's it. Just place the golden seed in front. Congrats, man. That was fun. It took you. It took almost the entire route, but that was fun. Big seed, crooked seed, long seed. I don't know if you want to give him two of the spiny seeds. Maybe it's your fun. I don't know. Yeah, forget it. Right, so now we have to head home that kicks Niccolo, and we want to despawn Elozul, and we do that by going up and down the stairs of our home multiple times. You basically just want to go up and down, and until Elozul disappears from his bed. So. There you go. And now that he has despawned, we can go and to the Tower of the Ares to complete this event.
And there we see the golden seed setting there. It's so cool.
Oh yeah. Are you gonna place it, or are you just gonna leave it in your inventory?
Yeah, I might place it.
Cool. So we see Elozul here. He's still a little bit hurt, but he wants us to go with him. And this is the two pearls event. Basically, we have regular pearl, and then we have black pearl. So, same as before, we have to make our way through the tower using the various elevators that are throughout the tower. Whoa. Sorry, El, my web browser kind of like crashed. I'm reloading the stream now. I know you.
Oh, hey, no worries. Yeah, no worries.
I can't see what's going on.
No worries. Yeah, we're just climbing up the tower, kind of like we did for.
Yeah, like we did.
Two pearls, was it?
Yeah, this is two pearls.
Oh, this is two pearls. What was the one before?
The one in Tower of the. To be honest, I don't even know the name of the quest.
Yeah.
Right now.
This is identical to that, except we're not going to need to leave once we get to the top.
Yeah, we're not going to need to climb down again, because once we finish the quest, they exit us out automatically, which is nice. Looking Glass Tower. That was the other one. So, yeah. There you go. I'm back. I can see you again.
That's cool.
Awesome,
Welcome
bro.
back, dude. Yeah, so we'll fight a jewel beast, though.
Yep. You're already on the 6th floor, so the elevator took you to the 6th floor. Sometimes you have to head down, like you just did, to go up, basically. And so that's what's going to happen here. You have the Basilisk and the Knight Piece. So much experience.
So we're level 49 right now.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty epic. I think when you finish, you're gonna be level 50, 50 or more, right? So the amount of experience you need to level up is a bit exponential, you know, after each level. So it's harder to get to 51 than it is to get to 50. So yeah. but we'll see. You might be 54 or something too, because you still have a lot.
Yeah, because we get so much experience in Teardrop Crystal.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I was thinking about all the because you have to fight another 8th mummy, and then you have to fight another golem, and it's just like so much stuff happening. It's funny. I think you get all the weapon drops on this run, right? like everything that people hope for when they do regular speed runs, like you get them as like par for the course. You probably have like 5 Brave Blades, 2 Levantines. It's hilarious. Alright, taking the transportation device again. Now we're on the 10th floor, so close to the top of the tower.
Rip sub 7 though.
Yeah, I mean that wasn't.
I'm just playing.
That's not
Yeah.
gonna happen. I think though, you still have a lot, like Alexandrite, Pee-wee Birdie is fast, Fluorite, Teardrop Crystal, and Legend of Mana. So just like 4 or 5 events left after this, and you're almost done with this one. You're already at the top of the tower. So assuming Teardrop Crystal doesn't take too long and Legend of Mana doesn't take too long, I think Fluorite takes some time, and Alexandrite too does too. We'll see if you can get sub 740, 730. We'll see. Because this event's already done. And then Pearl falls and disappears. And it's like magic. You're already at the bottom, and this is the Black Pearl fight. This is hammer versus hammer. And then Black Pearl disappears, and we have regular Pearl. Hammer time. Yeah, for real. That was actually a pretty cool fight because it was hammer versus hammer.
Coral versus gold, right?
Yeah, gold will win every time, but it's still awesome. I kind of wish that if they did make a remake of this game, one of the things I would hope that they would put in is that every instance of a weapon would be. Oh, you could have placed it right above this house. Right? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I was gonna say that every instance of a different type of weapon would make the weapon look different, right? Because the bronze hammer looks exactly like the coral hammer and like the topple cotton hammer and the gold hammer. And if they made them look different, I think that would be really cool. Actually, the game I'm playing now, Hyperdimension Neptunia, when you switch weapons, every single weapon looks different on your character, so you can tell like what you have equipped just by looking at them in the battle scenes. Awesome. So now that we finished the 2 pearls, we're going to do Alexandrite. So we need to go home, leave, and then enter Domina. Go to the pub, talk to Miss Yuga, pick up El Azul. We could complete Pee-wee Birdie while we're doing this too, after we pick up El Azul. So that we don't have to enter Domina again. Hey, what happened? Oh yeah.
So that's a good spot for it, right?
Yeah.
That's a good spot.
And then we don't have to leave manually. After Pee Wee Birdie, we're out. Bam. And that will save time from entering Domina a second time. So now that we're done with Pee Wee Birdie, which is really fast, we're gonna finish Alexandrite. So that involves going into Geo and completing the event. It's actually pretty fast.
That weird Sandra event thing.
Weird Sandra event?
The weird Sandra event phenomenon where you have to leave the area twice.
Yeah, it's strange the way, like, sometimes if there is a scene in the world map, they put you inside an area, and so like you have to exit it again. It's just strange. But this is pretty easy. You basically enter the Palace of the Arts, go down to speak to Deanna. Okay, now we're heading out, and we're have to sort of go through Geo a little bit to finish this to get out. Yep, there you go. I always get caught up there. Like go through.
That's
the
a
wrong
sticky
area.
spot there, right there.
Yeah, I always go into the wrong area there. But yeah, so you got the first key. You basically have to go through Geo, like I was saying, to find the keys. And the first one's right there in the outskirts. The second one is up here in the principal's office. And then I think there's one more. That is in the shop here on the table. So now we have to make our way back to Christie's store, and under Christie's store to speak to Deanna. Oh, and she's not on her normal pedestal. She's actually been moved into the arena, into the Coliseum area. And we have Elazul coming here. We basically used the keys, we found her soul, and she is a person again, and she has her diamond core all intact. So they're talking about Florina, who is still alive after everything that happened. She basically hurt Pearl, took the diamond from Diana. So much stuff is happening. And then Diana disappears into nothingness. Elizal, not to put too many redeems, but maybe for a very high value, it would be a cool redeem to, at this point, now that all the Jumi are mostly dead, visit them in the underworld.
Oh, right.
Like 50,000 K redeem or something like that. Once a year redeem. Okay, cool. Cool, Mecha. That sounds awesome. So that's the end of Alexandrite. Alexandrite being the 66th event, I think, that we finished. Or 65th. I don't know. The numbers get kind of confounded here. 65th. So now we need to do fluorite. So basically we just go into Geo and into the jewelry store and we get transported into a dream world of magic. So we have this witch Belle who is going to take us into. She's always around when we get transported into a dream world. It happened earlier during Cage of Dreams when Nunuzak had trapped the Sproutling in his dream dimension, and now Belle is back, and we're going into a separate dream world to sort of see and discover what happened to the Jumi and to it's very strange, this stream. We run into so many characters, multiple basket fish. We have Flameshy here, like characters throughout the game that we've run into. The cool thing about it is that there's the little cactus, there's the wimpy thugling. Niccolo will always, with money, help us get through it. So that's like the fastest way would be to just keep on engaging Niccolo until you get this scene with Black Pearl and Elizul. They talk about Florina and her tears, and you get to see Pearl and Black Pearl. And Niccolo phases in. You could really tell that this has like a dreamlike quality with people like coming in and out, and it's just an interesting way that everything is. You have the digger's dog there. Again, a lot of this quest is there's no battles. It's just like mashing X and going through the dream world and talking to Niccolo. There's this one battle, which I think it's the only time in this run where you fight a sand scorpion. He just killed it. The sand scorpion was on the south side. You can get them from arthropod eggs if you wanted one. I believe in Norn Peaks and Yeah, they're pretty cool pets. You don't get to see them too often um, in this run. They do appear. Let me think about this for a little bit. I think the sand scorpions appear uh, in Leucemia as well. But again, you don't really see them too much. They're only here in the desert, and you don't see it when you normally do reach for the stars. And they're in Leucemia. We might fight one in Leucemia, I think. And then we have this jewel beast fight, and this jewel beast is yellow, beautifully colored. Again, if you look at where the neck meets the body, sort of right in front, you see the face of a person, and it's disturbing. It's just stuff of nightmares. Lemur, I'll take a look at it. Threw one together as well, but map movement isn't the best. Probably we still have Lumina Gold buy, I think. Oh, that'll be cool if Lumina is still available to buy. Um, buy it. Again, it's cool to have options for what pet you want to pick up. I just think it's faster to pick up a demi-human pet, than it is to go home and go through the menus of the barn to get a pet. Because then you have to name it too, right? You have to name your pet, and it's just extra stuff. So Belle's kind of flipping out, spins into oblivion, and that is it for Fluorite. We have 2 events left. Teardrop Crystal, which is going to take a while, and Legend of Mana. Not sure how long Teardrop Crystal normally takes, but I think we're on pace for sub 640? Maybe? Depending on how fast Teardrop Crystal is. So from here, we have to go to the church, talk to Professor Boyd, and who's been searching for Sandra this entire time and just failing miserably. Seriously, we've gotten closer to Sandra than Boyd has, and choosing a few options, and this will warp us to Geo, basically. 740, yes, sub 740, and that was with getting the golden seed and fighting Deathbringer too. So that's still a very good pace, actually. And naming the pet something special, and naming the weapon as well. So for marathons, that's a really good pace for, like, if people unlock stuff, to say you could do everything in under 7 hours 40 minutes. I think that's pretty good with all the extras, being that the run is only 7 hours, right? So and we see that the jewelry store has been ransacked. It's in shambles. And then we have the box, the Pandora's box there, which we're gonna open. We have Florina there. Aquarius, yes. And she's going to restore Pearl to her original form. So we'll watch that happen. There's a bit of a transformation. Now Pearl becomes Black Pearl. The better version of Pearl, the more useful version of Pearl. And with that, we are given the last artifact of the game. Which is the staff.
I always thought this music was jamming.
Oh yeah, this is so good. is this the same music they place in the jungle right now?
I think it's in the ruins, but it could be in the
Oh,
jungle.
Mindus Ruins. Yeah, I think you're right. Mindus Ruins. And so we have this scene. I think this is between Sandra and someone that Black Pearl was supposed to be protecting. And the story is that Black Pearl failed to protect. She was the knight for another Jumi, right? And so because she failed to protect the other Jumi, she sort of became the lesser version of herself. She became regular Pearl, and there you go. There's the massive disappointment. And then she became regular Pearl, so that's how there are two Pearls. So then we have the Jumi's staff. Lorena sort of withers away there, and then it's left up to us to save everybody in the Bejeweled City. So yeah, we could choose either to bring him or not to bring him along. Bringing him along just you know, I guess it helps out a little bit. Once you have a weapon, it's not that big a deal. But yeah, we're going to leave. We're going to place the Bejeweled City somewhere on the map. Let's see where it's placed actually in this new map layout. One area north of the junkyard. So yeah, that's pretty easy. This is the last map placement that there is. Yeah, let's go. We got this. This quest takes like a long time to set up. It's just one of those things where you have to like just go through like all the
I think we're
dialogue and
gonna
the
be
story.
closer to 8 hours.
Closer to 8? Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense just because of how long this quest takes to set up. But not a big deal. Again, this weapon just oof. That took a bit of time just to defeat that beholder. I don't think that's the reason, El. I think there's another reason. I think the land level is one higher than it normally would be. And that's probably my fault because I told you to place the golden seed first.
No, I think you told me to place it in the right spot.
No, I mean that the golden seed. I told you to place it first.
Oh, you think that's doing something?
Yeah, it's making
Oh
this
no!
land
That's cool though,
level
no worries.
one more land level than it should be. Just one. It's not that much, but it's enough to make a little difference.
No biggie.
Yeah, because usually that beholder is a lot easier to kill, but it's not going to be that big of a difference. It's just one level, alright? So we'll see. Nice. The first jewel beast is down. I think there's three of them that you have to kill, like three doors to open up, three jewel beasts um, on the way up to the final bosses in the Jumi storyline. Yeah. Arcanon, what? You're getting the craziest drops today. It's a bow. It's a 13 bow, but still, you never see that drop. That's just insane. Fighting two more Tribin Hoods and a Shadow Zero. And now that we've gotten the Emerald and the Ruby, we can just go back and open that very first door. There's your Baobab Wood. Yeah, a bit too late, though, for Pee-wee Birdie. There you go, red and blue. And actually, the color on top of the door was... the joke is that the bow is made of Baobab Wood. Oh, right. That's cool, though, because if you wanted to temper it, it would be a pretty, a powerful bow if you want, like, you know? So, that's cool. So we got the ruby back, and then we have to go and get the blue one, the sapphire. Let's go! So there's the sapphire. Then he's gonna go back upstairs. Try to get through the second door. There you go, there's the Marlboro, it's down. Of course, they just drop experience everywhere. We get this aquamarine, I think. And that's the next gate. Another Joel Beast fight here. This is gonna be pretty easy now. Oh, what? He's actually fighting Elazol. You're not helping. You're just hitting him further away. Darn it. Alright, so let's see what random assortment of gems this door requires to be opened. And then this is the 2 ape mummy fights. Nice, that still was just one spin. That's cool. Nice. It's too bad you can't grab the crystals off of the pedestal after you put them instead of just like going into the room and refighting the enemies. Like the crystals are right there. The gems are right there. One cool thing about the Bejeweled City is that after this event, even though you only have one event left, it has a jewel shop, and you can buy all of these different gems. You can buy sapphires and rubies, and aquamarines, and all types of stuff. Um, and you can use it to make pendants and rings, some of which are can be tempered up to be powerful and have like a lot of stat boosts for your camera, for your character. Yeah, still pretty cool. Also, you could technically make all of the Jumi cores. Um, I think Elazul's core is just a ring of lapis lazuli. So if you buy a lapis lazuli and just make it into a ring, you could call it like Elazul core or whatever, and it'll be just about the same thing. Of course, you'd want to temper it so it actually had some kind of effect and not just have like a ring with nothing. But yeah. Okay, so we're actually going in to get the diamond, which is this fight of a golem. It's not that. Oh, I was gonna say it's not that hard to fight the golem now, but he shut off that laser attack. He was like, oh, "I'm not going down without a fight." You haven't seen the end of me. All right, let's do this. This is the end, almost the end. There you go, the last of the jewel beasts that are guarding the door. Monocled Unicorn, welcome. Actually, you got here just in time to see the end. Um, after Bejeweled City in the all events run category, we do Legend of Madness, so this is basically the end. This is it. um, but welcome. I saw you were streaming all stories. For those who don't know, if anybody's in the chat doesn't know, Monocled Unicorn. Oh, cool. Diamond skip wouldn't have worked. That's interesting that Diamond was there. Um, Monocled Unicorn has been working on the all stories speed run of Legend of Mana. So the difference between all stories and all events is all stories just does the Jumi story, the fairy story, and the dragon story. where all events also does all the events for Niccolo and Diddle and Capella and the pirates and the diggers and every all the events, all the tutorials. Um, yeah, but still a very long speed run. So if you haven't checked out Monocled Unicorn, check him out. I definitely think that Elevated has done some routing things here that would help out in all stories, that would make all stories even faster. Someone sometime would have to go in and reroute that. But there you go. That one fight down. Now we fight the insane space whale. Which I think it's called. Let's see if I have it here in my notes. Yeah, you lost all the jewel colors. Actually, he needed the diamond, so it's good that he didn't go for a diamond skip. That's the only thing you missed. So now we fight the Lord of Jewels 1000. And the enemy we just fought was the Lord of Jewels 999. By the way, in the Lord of Jewels 1000, right before Elevated kills him, if you look at the sprite very closely, you can see a man's face all the way in the snout, sort of at the end of his teeth, where the snout is, and level 52 Lord of Jewels 1000. So it's the same face that's on all the jewel beasts, right where the neck attaches to the body. It's a little bit creepy. You can't unsee it. You're welcome for that. Thanks for the pause, L, to notice. We see that the Lord of Jewels 1000 becomes like this huge jewel, and of course you have armor that drops money even for enemies that don't drop experience or money. You're getting money for it. Um, yeah. So Lemur, some items, armors in the game have the ability to drop extra lucre, even for enemies that don't drop lucre or experience. They will drop extra lucre, and so this is again a spot in the game where if you wanted to get up and stretch, if you were doing all events, this is your break. This is your time to get up, put your arms out, get the blood flowing. L needs a break. It's been 7 hours 40 minutes. It's really funny, Lemur, when it happens after Mana Goddess. I don't think he's going to. You're gonna see it after Mana Goddess because I don't think he's gonna change his equipment. But basically, when you kill Mana Goddess, a coin pops out. I was like, what am I gonna do with that? I just beat the game. I guess it's just a funny thing that happens. New Game Plus? Yeah, that's true. You could use it for New Game Plus. here we are. There's heavy rain happening around home, and it looks like the skies are clearing up a little bit. It's a bit of light happening, so some magic is occurring in the skies. I think all three of the main storylines have world map cutscenes for their last events, right? Like the Crimson Dragon has the underworld turning into the flames. For Leucemia, we have the event where the Cancun bird takes us to Leucemia, and now at the end of the Bejeweled City event, we have this like raining and interesting lights in the sky animation, and you can see that in the northeastern side, the top right side of the screen right now. We see the lights sort of glowing in the sky, which is pretty cool.
It's one of the prettier parts of the game.
Like the way the clouds open up and you can see more of the lights glowing in the sky, and they actually zoom up to get that effect there. So that's the end of Teardrop Crystal. So now for the end. This is it. The moment of truth. So all the diary entries are fulfilled. There's no blank spaces there. All 67 out of 67 have the yellow dot. And of course, you can't have the 68th one with the yellow dot because that's the Legend of Mana, right? If it had a yellow dot, then the game will be over. So, yes, I'm sure. 100% sure. Even if we're not sure, we're finishing the game. It's been too long. We've come too far. We didn't lose a quest. It's 67 without Legend of Mana. We were there. There's video proof. The dragon, just roll back the footage. You'll see it. Legend of Skippy. Oh yeah, Legend of Skippy and Legend of Hamson. Yeah. Yeah, those two, they don't have ending scenes, unfortunately. Imagine the developers were planning on giving them more story, and that their quest had ends or something like that. Like after it was all done with Christy and everything, maybe you talk to them and they have like their own dreams outside of working for Christy and Sotheby. That would have been cool. Just like have one conversation with each of them and they talk about their dreams and stuff, and then end their events. But yeah, Skippy any percent. Actually, there used to be a Niccolo percent run, sort of as a meme run, but I don't think it included Blessed Elixir. It only played up to Niccolo Calls It Quits, so I don't think they included a Blessed Elixir in there, if I can remember correctly. Which would also, like, it would be fun to take Niccolo with you on that one, and on a few of the quests that sort of require him through the other storylines. Basically any quest that might need Niccolo. Oh damn, you're just a little bit too far to get that spring ball there. Is Chocobo Racing has a Skippy event, right? It's not exactly an extra event, Mecha. So what happens if you have the Chocobo Racing save is that, so basically, you have Chocobo Racing save on the memory card, and you have to highlight it, and then when you go,
it's the fastest wheel.
Yeah, it gives you the fastest wheel. You basically go to Palpata, and Skippy will appear there, and he'll just give you a wheel. It's not like a separate event. But it is like a small thing that happens in Palpata Harbor with Skippy if you have the Chocobo Racing on your memory card. I think I sent the memory card to everybody with all three Chocobo Racing, Saga Frontier, and Final Fantasy VIII in L's Discord. So if anybody wanted that, it's in there. And you could use it on an emulator, or if you have a PS2 that's hacked or a PS3 that's hacked, you could actually just transfer it via USB card, the memory card. You might have to convert it. There are converters online to convert PS1 save files to files that the PS3 understands. Bam! Dragon's Blood and Dragon Steak. What? Some high-level drops there. Too bad we haven't got Dragon Scales yet. I don't think I've seen a point where we've gotten Dragon Scales drops out of any of the enemies here. I think the only place it's possible to maybe get Dragon Scales is... Oh, you got an Ancient Robe. What is that?
A freaking Ancient Robe, dude.
What the hell? Dude, how many weird drops have you gotten today? This new map is causing...
I'm gonna try to equip it.
Oh, you're gonna try to equip it right now? Let's see. Yeah, man. Throughout, things that normally don't drop things have been dropping strange things. The Dane slaves have been dropping a few strange things today. Yeah, Ellervated had gotten, I think it was a Halkin and a Deathstroke out of a Dane slave. Both of them are knives that are pretty powerful. From a Chobin Hood today, he also was able to acquire a Arcanon, which is not too powerful. It's a Baobab Wood bow, but again, it doesn't drop often. And his equipment is just like... Whee! Anyway, awesome. It's over.
Dude, that Ancient Robe equipped.
Yeah. That was amazing. Did you get that from the Tomato Man or from the...
Either the Tomato Man or the Tyranno, yeah.
I could answer that. Give me 1 second. That was some crazy RNG, though. Yeah, Tomato Man has a Ancient Robe drop as number 3. So, wow. Tomato Man is weird. He only has 4 drops as opposed to 8 like most of the other normal enemies in the game. So, usually it's chocolate, right? Chocolate, that's the first 2. The Ancient Robe is the 3rd one. And the 4th one is a Rosary. So, yeah. That was insane. And I saw you had a few Sharp Claws. I think that's a level 5 drop from Tyrannos too, like throughout the run. Yeah.
How do you pronounce that one sword? It starts with an O.
Or Halkin?
Yeah, I saw another one of those drop.
Oh wow. Yeah, the Dane slaves they dropped them left and right. I think you also got a Stargazer off of Sahagin.
Yeah, I saw that.
Fiag Snowfields, which is a level 5 drop.
Yeah, Mecha, no worries. This is your first run, dude. You did really well. You're gonna have so much gold on your next run. Are you doing a run tomorrow?
Oh yeah, you said you were gonna do a run this weekend, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say tomorrow might be a good time because I knew you said something about the weekend.
Awesome.
Nice. Oralkin.
Yeah, it's a weird name, but it's a cool. The other one that you got was better. The other one, the cursed one, the cursed bone knife was better.
Thanks, Mecha. That's cool. Hopefully, in a future all events, we'll have some races. Maybe me, John, and Mecha do a race.
Yeah, I have to finish learning the darn route.
Yeah. But one day I think that would be really fun.
Maybe I'll take a Wednesday I'll do it with no mic. I could stream without a microphone. Like during the day when my wife is here, I just can't talk because like they record her phone calls and I get picked up
Totally.
when I'm talking in the background. So I could do like
Yeah.
a no mic practice run, maybe on a Wednesday, because Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday I play like my normal game.
Yeah. I'm excited to see your New Year's Eve run.
Oh, that'll be fun.
It's gonna be epic.
I'm thinking about doing it as to learn all the abilities and all the hammer STs, and then just to swap them out. I think that'll be really fun. Again, I'm just doing it for fun, not really for time. So
I think you should submit anyways.
yeah. I mean, there's not a lot of people on the board, so definitely.
Well, that was, I must say, that could have been one of the best all events so far. I know we've only done 4, but it started out a little monk-esque with some of the Discord crashing.
Oh yeah, the Discord crashed twice. That was
Yeah. But I noticed our pace was pretty good. I think we were around an hour for the desert, which was what I was hoping for. And then I had so much fun farming all those different, like seeing the apricot and garlic crown.
Yeah.
That was so much fun, dude.
That was really fun. The dice berries, you were like, what is that?
The dice berries were so cool looking because they look so much more detailed than when you drop them.
Yeah. I think the coolest looking ones, some of the cooler looking ones, they don't have a lot of color, but the Sweet Maui, that is a cool one.
That one was also super cool. Yes.
You were kind of like dancing around with it.
Yeah. I was celebrating that one. That was the only one, I think.
Yeah, you only got one of them. The most rare ones, I think, are the toadstool sheds, and they don't come up often. I think there's a video on YouTube where this one guy got 2 once, and
what?
He was like, it was so rare that he put it on a video and posted it on YouTube. Let's just put it that way.
Oh man, right.
It's really a bit useless because it doesn't really raise stats that much for your pets. So using it like, unless you're gonna use it for a temper, and I don't even know why you would want to, because there's so many better things to use. It's basically a useless
visually
thing.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, visually it's cool. The toadstool shed, it looks like a small version of your house.
Slam them in for stats. Nice.
Yeah.
Stat booster.
Yeah, so the toadstool shed, what it's used for is it can give energy, but only to shade. So it's kind of like a what do you call it? Like the way a seed would increase the dryad, right? But the seeds only increase dryad by a little bit, like by 24 energy. A toadstool shed increases with 64 energy, which is the same as a glow crystal, but only for shade. Same with mush in a box, which I think you got 2 mush in a box today, but mush in a box has 32 energy. So a toadstool shed is slightly better. Yeah. But other than that, like, feeding them to pets is useless.
It's fun stuff.
Yeah. Well, guys, I am going to head out. I have to figure out dinner and help my wife make an apple pie. So,
man.
It's pretty late here in New York. So, I'll see you guys next time. Definitely.
Yeah, thank you, John. I'm going to give you a shout out in chat, but that was The Detecting Zone. Thanks for just a fantastic commentary, dude.
In the end, I was getting pretty tired. Sorry about that. Got a bit more quiet than usual, but yeah,
no worries. I thought it was great. Thanks again, John. Have a great night.
All right, thanks a lot. Good night.
All right, good night. So there's a link to everybody go follow John. Really cool dude. Really big Mana fan. And is learning the all events route right now. So yeah, I am Elevated, your host. Thank you so much for joining us for this, the fourth All Events Monthly. Had a blast, and yeah, we'll do another one next month. But I'm gonna let the rest of this cutscene play out, and then we'll find someone to host. Again, thank you everyone, and have a great rest of your day.